Blog Talk Radio.
Radio brings you The Haunted Sea with host Scott Mardis.
Hello, this is Scott Mardis. Welcome to a new episode of The Haunted Sea. Today is part one of The Legend of Zuiyo Maru. This is going to be an extended two-part episode where we're going to try to do a real comprehensive overview of the infamous Zuiyo Maru sea monster case from the 1970s. Joining me in this discussion are cryptozoologist Andy McGrath. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Good. And Karak St. Laurent of Crash Course Cryptozoology. Hello, Karak.
Hello, pleasure to be on.
Yeah. I would mention that originally the panel discussion was going to be me, Karak, and Danny B. Stewart. Unfortunately, Danny had some personal things he had to attend to and couldn't participate. But after we get done with this two-part Zuiyo Maru discussion, we're planning on doing another comprehensive overview of the 1970s Nociturus rhombopteryx evidence from Loch Ness, and hopefully Danny can participate in that.
Right.
And maybe it's even possible we'll have 4 people involved and have Andy there too. I don't know. It's up to Andy.
I'd love that.
All right.
Great.
So, usually when the name Zuiyo Maru comes up, it's usually one of two opinions. You either hear from one side that it was proven to be a basking shark carcass, and then from the creationist crowd you get that it was a dead plesiosaur. So hopefully what we can do is really dig into the available evidence some 40 years later and try to clear up some misconceptions about the whole thing and try to show that the whole truth is somewhere in between those two extremes, but much closer to the basking shark argument.
As it often is.
Which I think probably most of us can agree with.
It's an accurate conclusion, I would say, yeah, especially based on the actual quantifiable data that we have. That's what is certainly suggested.
There's actually quite a bit of data to work with.
There is.
And, there was a lot of misconceptions due to some quarters not getting the proper information in the right way has led to a lot of misconceptions. And a lot of interesting things have popped up over the years since the 1978 scientific papers, which are usually considered the final word. There are a lot of things that have popped up that we didn't know about paleobiology and other things that are relevant to that old case that might give us question to reopen some of it. And we'll cover all that. The plan is for this first part to be 2 hours and for the second part to be 2 hours. So we've got 4 hours at the very least to discuss all this, and we're trying to walk a tightrope. We don't want to get boring with it by getting bogged down in details of things that people don't understand, which are deep biological analysis, but at the same time, we don't want to gloss over important things.
Yeah, it can be difficult to kind of articulate that in a way that is optimal for everyone to understand who might be just coming into the subject.
Well,
I think that giving it the 2 hours is probably a good idea in that sense, because if that kind of discussion does come up, which I'm sure it will, we then have pretty optimal time to kind of break those down in more comprehensive terms.
Well, we're probably going to have a lot of biologically savvy people listening in, and those people need to understand that we're having to explain things that are common knowledge to them that the general public is not aware of, so that they will understand it. And
right.
I want to acknowledge the very good work that my German colleague Marcus Himmler has done on this case and on the question of pseudo-plesiosaurs. He's done a lot of work on that. I've invited him to come on the show, but he says that he doesn't speak good English and would be somewhat embarrassed by that, and I understand that. But I'm sure he's very interested in what we're talking about today, and I just want to acknowledge that we will be drawing on some of his work in this discussion. So he's done a marvelous job on this whole question, and you know, a lot of people really seriously don't want you to talk about this subject in depth. And part of it comes from people who have decided, you know, the case is closed, there's no other alternative but it being a mutilated basking shark, like all the other pseudo-plesiosaur carcasses that are well documented. That's fine. You know, I understand why somebody would have that view. I don't think it's right, though, to sweep under the rug the contrary opinions of people that were involved in the scientific analysis in 1978 who thought otherwise.
Right, and you know, the whole kind of problem with that arising is that science is the pursuit of accurate knowledge, and if you're going to represent a situation accurately, you have to be willing to be able to bring up any potential holes in the conclusion.
Well, yeah.
We talked about that around 2 weeks ago when we were on Andy's podcast talking about the I forget what news site it was, Andy, but it was a site that had printed the story about the Box Hill ape sighting and had falsely said that you were the guy who had the sighting, when in reality you had just helped report the sighting, essentially.
Well, I wasn't even the reporter of the sighting. I was somebody who investigated it many years later, and even that turned into an original sighting made by me on Box Hill at the day. They even turned me into an athlete, which was fantastic for me. I really enjoyed that bit, but I think that's where the story really fell apart, not the Bigfoot sighting. But yes, I mean, we're basically looking at the fact in sensational stories about cryptozoology, and generally speaking, when they're reported, they have to be sensational to get traction in the press, or sensationalized. Very often times, the sensationalized version of the story becomes, over many years, the official line, the official story, and that's very problematic.
Well, that's part of the problem with the Zuiyo Maru case.
Exactly.
And we'll get into all that. Lost my train of thought. Let me think here. Okay. Andy, what year were you born?
1976.
All right, so you were 1 year old when this happened.
Yeah, I remember it vividly.
Carrick, you were a ghost that didn't even exist yet.
I was maybe an idea at the time, maybe.
Yeah.
When were you born, Carrick?
I was born in 1999.
I was 13 years old when this happened, so I have vivid memories of seeing it in the newspaper and on TV. You know, it's kind of hard to ignore. Japanese ship brings up dead Loch Ness monster. Plastered all over the newspaper for like 5 days at the end of July 1977. So, let me first go back to the original newspaper story that broke this from 1977. So give me a minute here to find this.
Go for it.
All right.
Well, it seems like the 70s were a very interesting time period for sea monster and lake monster inquiry.
Well, the thing is, the 1970s were a great time to believe in living plesiosaurs because belief in the Loch Ness Monster in 1975 and 76 was at its peak due to the flipper photos and the Ryan's evidence and all that. We'll get into that in the next two-part discussion.
Right.
It's kind of unfortunate that we're doing this backwards because this Zuiyo Maru thing happened right on the heels of the whole Loch Ness Monster Nociverus rhombopteryx thing.
Yeah, it would be rather useful then to kind of get that that prior context. But, you know,
Well, people can always listen to it backwards after they're both done, you know?
Right. Well, that and the Zuiyo Maru story is so full of its own details that if you were to forego the Ryan's evidence, it still stands pretty prominently as a very interesting case. So luckily, we don't necessarily need the context. It's just a bit more useful.
Well, one confusing thing to me is that why the Nociverus rhombopteryx thing was not mentioned or drawn upon in the scientific discussion about the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
That's interesting that it wasn't. I wonder why.
So, you know, I've never been able to find, during this whole thing, you know, you had mostly American and English scientists were debating the whole Nociverus rhombopteryx thing. But I've never been able to find the opinions of Japanese scientists about it at that time. So I don't know.
I wonder if that, Scott, is it more a matter of translation and the fact that most foreign language sources weren't translated even when they were of high interest in the time?
Well, I do know that, you know, it was in the Japanese newspapers, but I don't know what their opinions were, and it's very difficult to get English translations, as you said, of Japanese newspaper articles.
I believe it was also featured on one of their stamps at one period in time. Is that right?
Well, there was a Japanese stamp issued around the time that the carcass was found in Japan, but whether it's because of the plesiosaur, I just don't know. Anyway, so I found the article. I'm going to read this, all right? This is from the London Times, Thursday, July 21st, 1977. A monster from Pacific depths. And it has the famous picture you always see of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Underneath that, the caption is, one of the photographs of the monster taken on board the trawler. Okay, Tokyo, July 20th. Japanese fishermen caught a dead monster weighing 2 tons and 30 feet in length off the coast of New Zealand in April, it was reported today. Believed to be a survivor of a prehistoric species, the monster was caught at a depth of 1,000 feet off the South Island coast near Christchurch. Paleontologists from the National Science Museum in Tokyo have concluded that the beast belonged to the Plesiosaurus family, huge small-headed reptiles with a long neck and 4 fins. Other scientists said the creature might be some sort of dinosaur or Loch Ness-type monster. After a member of the crew had photographed and measured it, the trawler's captain ordered the corpse to be thrown back into the sea because of the fear of contamination to his fish. The company which chartered the trawlers has ordered other vessels in the area to try to find the carcass or, if possible, to capture a live specimen. Michihiko Yano, the crew member who took the photographs, said at a press conference in Tokyo that it would be difficult to recover the creature because the creature would be now almost totally decomposed. He recalled that when it was hoisted on board the trawler, a cable around its abdomen had cut through the body, which oozed a white, slimy fluid. The photographs show an animal with white and red skin hanging from its bones. Mr. Yano said some of the crew thought it was a whale, others a turtle without a shell. Some joked that it was a monster. I'm not sure what it was, but it does look like drawings I saw of Nessie after my return home last month. Marine biologists such as Professor Fujio Yasuda of Tokyo Fisheries University are also undecided, but they are fairly certain that it was not a whale, turtle, seal, dolphin, or shark. So there you go. That's the original English language newspaper article that broke the story.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It definitely, I wish there was a bit more coverage in the original paper that talked about the fishermen on the trawler and what it was that they were saying about it. Because there are some interesting anatomical details that some of them were noting, and I'm not sure how young of a trawler crew they were. Maybe they were very experienced, and some of them who pointed out that it looked strange, that they were strange.
Most of the guys that I've seen pictures of were in their 30s and maybe 40s. So yeah, I'm about to review the events that took place on the trawler. I just got to get the document here.
Great.
Yeah,
I think one of the interesting things about this, Scott and Carrick, as well, is the measurements. Actually, that the flippers were estimated or measured to be 1 meter long, all four of them, and that the vertebrae were quite thick in the spine. That seemed to be quite. I think the head, he said, is 45 centimeters long, the neck 1.5 meters, 4 fins 1 meter each. Well, the body from the head to the base of the tail measured 6 meters. Okay, that's not outside of a basking shark length. Well-developed vertebra, about 45 centimeters long, 15 centimeters thick. That does seem to be slightly strange for a shark.
Well, one thing that I'm going to eventually discuss here, which is very interesting, is the fact that a plesiosaur vertebrae, or vertebra, with all the pieces, what do you call them, transverse processes and vertebral processes, broken off of the central piece, which is called the centra. The centra, isolated by itself, looks very much like a basking shark vertebra.
Right.
Even though it's made out of different types of material, the general shape is very similar. So I will get into that at some point, but here is the forward to the scientific papers from 1978 that goes over the events that took place on the ship. So I'm going to read, this is from the July 1978 scientific papers. Okay. It says, it was in the beginning of last July that Dr. Fujio Yasuda, professor of ichthyology at our university, came to my office and showed me some photographs. As I stared at a strange creature shown in the photographs, I felt it would create a great sensation. The photograph showed the carcass of an animal that had been hauled up on a Japanese trawler, the Zuiyo Maru, 2,455 tons, Captain Akira Tanaka of Taiyo Fishery Company Limited, from a depth of 1,000 feet at latitude 43 degrees 57 degrees south, 170 degrees 80 degrees east, about 30 miles east of Christchurch, New Zealand, on the morning of April 25th, 1977. The Mr. Michihiko Yano, an acting section chief of the company then on board, took photographs and made measurements and a sketch of this animal. On Yano's return to the Tokyo headquarters of the Taiyo Fishery Company, the company requested Dr. Yasuda to identify this unusual animal from the photographs and sketch made by Mr. Yano. Dr. Yasuda pressed forward with the identification work in concert with other scientists in various fields. In the meantime, the Taiyo Fishery Company disclosed the capture story, presenting the photographs and sketch at a press interview the company held on July 20th. It was before Dr. Yasuda and his collaborators drew any conclusion on the taxonomic position of the animal, but certain circumstances may have obliged the company to release the story. It was not surprising that a few newspapers published very sensational stories in their evening editions of the same day, speculating his identity as a giant shark, plesiosaur, nest-eater, or other monsters. Since then, all newspapers devoting a large space for the animal in their daily issues. Radio and television were no less enthusiastic in dealing with it. Every variety of speculation, each quoting in various ways, comments of scientists circulated all over the country. Under such circumstances, the Taiyo Fishery Company made an interim report on July 25th using the results of studies of the chemical analysis of the horny fiber of the fin as the main topic. This report was announced by Dr. Yasuda and Dr. Shigeru Kimura, Tokyo University of Fisheries, who assisted in identifying the animal. The conclusion of the interim announcement was that the taxonomic affiliation of the animal could not be determined, though the horny fiber was similar in nature to the fin rays of a group of living animals. However, this similarity was so much emphasized in some newspapers that people appeared unable to distinguish accurate information. It was said that the communication media were hard-pressed with a flood of questions from citizens. What is the true identity of the monster? Question mark. Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's such a fascinating case in that sense. It seems like almost immediately it was a concern that this would get sensationalized and that the actual observations wouldn't get properly published. And of course, that seems like that's what happened.
Well, you know, as powerful arguments for it being just another mutilated basking shark are, there are also some important things that you can't just gloss over. Now, Fujio Yasuda, the guy that photographed it and measured it, was a trained marine biologist that worked for the Taiyo Fisheries. Now, in 2006, there was a German documentary produced about the Zuiyo Maru carcass. It's like 90 minutes long, and part of what they did is they went and found Michihiko Yano and interviewed him. This is almost 30 years later.
Right.
And Marcus Himmler was kind enough to translate the German language interview into English. And 30 years later, Michihiko Yano said, "I don't believe that was a shark."
Right.
So this is the person that examined it closer than anybody else on the face of the planet.
Right.
30 years later, he's still not convinced it's a shark.
And that's interesting too, because even if he was, let's say, like maybe he was new to trawling or fishing, he's had 30 years to really look at a shark and determine whether or not what he saw was believably a shark. And of course, that isn't to say that he's necessarily correct. But that's a lot of time to think about what you saw, 30 years.
Yeah.
And after 30 years, he's at the very least not convinced yet that it was a shark. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's really unfortunate. You know, if they had just simply removed the head or the cranium and some vertebrae and maybe one of the flippers and preserved them somehow and brought it back, I don't think we'd be having this discussion. I believe it would have been conclusively identified as either a mutilated basking shark or something unknown.
I absolutely agree. Yeah,
You know, unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Right.
Because they had commercial interests to think about, you know, related to the whole reason that they were there to begin with, which was commercial fishing.
Mm.
And unfortunately, after the fact, you know, they meant to send boats back to find it, and they never found it.
Mm.
There's a newspaper article about the aftermath of that, if you'll let me read that real quick.
Of course.
Fine, yeah. So, I can hear, I'd find it.
There's something I was thinking about this whole thing actually, and one of the things was the professionalism and the perceived honesty of the Japanese people. You know, we perceive them perhaps almost stereotypically as a rigid and very honor-based, respectful culture, even now, even in this day and age.
Mm.
And actually, there's something that's very pervasive in Japanese culture, which is the same in many Far Eastern cultures, which is lying to save face, but also lying out of respect to save face for one's superior and not questioning one's superior. I'm wondering if there's some aspect, some angle in here where a senior person on board or a senior scientist, perhaps even the biologist, depending on how they were viewed or what their status was within the crew, made an assertion that was taken up by the newspapers, and later everybody had to roll with it because it would be a dishonor, it would be a disgrace to that person if they didn't. And in ranking or in status, they were above them. And that's something that stayed with me a little bit now. I think they've got something that's called tatame or something like that. I can't remember now. And I remember a story that my wife's father told me about teaching. This was South Korean pilots, but there are a lot of similarities between the cultures. Teaching South Korean pilots maneuvers in a helicopter. He was a helicopter pilot, and teaching them about a very dangerous maneuver that they were doing that they had to change, and they said that they couldn't change it. They couldn't tell their commander because it would dishonor him because the maneuver was his. And even though it endangered their lives and it was, it had to go, they couldn't let it go simply because to do so would dishonor him and make him lose face.
That is so interesting.
Mm.
That is so interesting.
I'm sure Japanese culture probably had some influence on what happened.
Mm.
You know, at least from the public end of it. So,
Mm.
anyway,
Right.
Here's the article from the Washington Post, July 22nd, 1977. Fishing firm embarrassed by big one it threw away. Tokyo, July 21st. Zoologists studied a fragment of skin, a handful of bones. Owners of the Japanese trawler that hauled the strange monster from the sea in April were trying to save a bit of face today. The captain of the fishing ship ordered the carcass of the sea creature dumped overboard for fear that it might pollute his catch, but now that pictures of the beast have been made public, the Taiyo Fishery Company, which owns the ship, has learned that a smelly plesiosaurus or whatever is worth more than a whole fleet load of fresh tuna.
Mm.
Officials have ordered other ships owned by the company to recover the carcass if they get a chance to, but their hopes were slight because almost 3 months had passed since the catch was made by the trawler Zuiyo Maru about 30 miles east of Christchurch, New Zealand. Soviet vessels were reported heading toward the area to join the hunt. Pictures taken aboard the Zuiyo Maru showed a reptilian creature about 32 feet long with 4 flippers and a long neck and tail. Michihiko Yano, the Taiyo official who took the pictures, estimated the beast had been dead for about a month. Although the internal organs were missing, some flesh remained. The ship reportedly brought samples of the flesh and bones back to Japan, and scientists were said to be studying these. Some have suggested that the creature may have been a plesiosaurus, a presumably extinct reptile that flourished 100 million years ago in the seas off eastern Australia, among other places.
You know, that's kind of one of the miracles of this case, really, I think, because you mentioned that, you know, we wouldn't be having this discussion, or we wouldn't have to have this discussion, I should say, if more of the animal had been saved. But we also, I think, really need to recognize how much of a miracle it is that we can have this discussion without any major impediments because of the fact that there were some samples taken back. I mean, in most cases like this, you don't have samples to work with. I think.
Well, not at that point in time. Now, one thing that's very important to understand, in 1977, the type of DNA technology that can be used today to identify an animal from a DNA sample did not exist.
Right.
The best they had to work with was comparative biochemistry.
Right.
And even that was somewhat of a primitive state compared to what it is today.
Yeah, exactly.
So the biological way they had to identify this animal was to compare the fibers that were cut from one of the fins or flippers with samples from other animals to see how closely it resembled them. My biggest criticism of the biochemistry analysis is that too limited a set of control data were used. They fixated on the shark idea and didn't look around to see, well, do reptiles have these kind of fibers?
Right.
Lo and behold, it turns out that sea turtles have a sac of fibers that goes around the bones of their flippers, in their flippers. Now, I've tried to find out if these flippers were collagen or what they were, if they were cartilage or what exactly they are, but they are a sac made of fibers. And we know now from exceptionally well-preserved fossils that plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs had fibers around their flipper bones too. And you know, we don't have chemical information from those fibers yet, but it's still, you know, interesting. And the argument is that the fibers pulled from the carcass were of a specialized type of collagen called the elastoidin, which are not just regular collagen fibers, but are collagen fibers that are bonded with molecules of the amino acid tyrosine. They're a specialized type of collagen that are normally only found in the fins of sharks and bony fishes.
Right.
So the argument that the fibers from the carcass were elastoidin fibers gave a lot of strength to the idea that the carcass was a shark, which we'll get into all that eventually. But I need to take a short break just to catch my breath here for a minute. So I'm going to pause the recording.
Sure.
Go for it. Thank you. Okay, we're back after taking a short break there. So there is a review of the events that took place on the ship in a paper written in 1997 by Glenn Cuban, who is a geologist, and I thought I would read that real quick with your permission.
Absolutely.
All right. Hang on. This is a paper called Sea Monster or Shark, an analysis of a supposed plesiosaur carcass knitted in 1977 by Glenn Cuban, published in the Reports of the National Center for Science Education, May-June 1997, Volume 17, Number 3. There's an abstract. It says, a decayed carcass accidentally netted by a Japanese trawler near New Zealand in 1977 has often been claimed by creationists and others to be a likely plesiosaur or prehistoric sea monster. Plesiosaurs were a group of long-necked predatory marine reptiles with 4 paddle-like limbs, thought to have gone extinct with the dinosaurs about 65 million years ago. However, several lines of evidence, including results from samples taken from the carcass before it was discarded, strongly point to the specimen being a shark, and most likely a basking shark. This should not be surprising since basking sharks are known to decompose into pseudo-plesiosaur forms, and their carcasses have been mistaken for sea monsters many times in the past. Unfortunately, the results of scientific studies on the carcass data received less media attention than the early sensational reports, allowing widespread misconceptions about this case to continue circulating. Therefore, a thorough review of its history and the pertinent evidence is warranted. Now I'm into the main part of the text. It says, on April 25th, 1977, a fishing vessel named the Zuiyo Maru of the Tayo Fishery Company Limited was trawling for mackerel about 30 miles east of Christchurch, New Zealand, when a large animal carcass became entangled in its nets at a depth of about 300 meters, almost 1,000 feet. As the massive creature, weighing about 4,000 pounds, was drawn toward the ship and then hoisted above the deck, Assistant Production Manager Michihiko Yano announced to the captain, Akira Tanaka, it's a rotten whale. However, as Yano got a better look at the creature and became less sure, about 17 other crew members also saw the carcass, some of whom speculated that it might be a giant turtle with the shell peeled off. However, no one on board could say for sure what it was. Despite the possible scientific significance of the find, the captain and the crew agreed that the foul-smelling corpse should be thrown overboard to avoid spoiling the fish catch. However, as the slimy carcass was being maneuvered over the ship in preparation for disposal, it slipped from its ropes and fell suddenly onto the deck. This allowed the 39-year-old Yano, a graduate of Yamaguchi Oceanological High School, to examine the creature more closely. Although still unable to identify the animal, Yano felt was definitely unusual, prompting him to take a set of measurements, along with 5 photographs using a camera borrowed from a shipmate. The total length of the carcass measured 10 meters, about 33 feet. Yano also removed 42 pieces of horny fiber from an anterior fin in hopes of aiding future identification efforts. The creature was then released over the side and sank back into its watery grave. All of this took place within an hour. About 2 months later, Yano made a sketch of the carcass, which unfortunately conflicts with some of his own measurements, photographs, and statements.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll get into that too. When Yano returned to Japan on a different boat on June 10, 1977, he promptly had his photos developed in the fishery's darkroom. Company executives were fascinated with the photos, some of which did appear to show an unusual animal with a long neck and small head. Local scientists were asked to look over the photos and remarked that they had never seen anything like it. Some speculated that it might be some kind of prehistoric creature, such as a plesiosaur. On July 20th, 1977, as the excitement and speculation about the find began to spread, officials from the fish company held a press conference to publicly announce their mysterious discovery. Although scientific analysis of the tissue sample and other data had not yet been completed, company representatives played up the sea monster angle. The same day, several Japanese newspapers published sensational front-page accounts of the find, soon followed by many other radio and television stories throughout Japan. Although some Japanese scientists remained cautious, others encouraged the plesiosaur idea. Professor Yoshinori Imazumi, director of animal research at Tokyo National Science, quoted Sai Shimbun as saying, "It's not a fish whale or any other mammal, it's a reptile, and the sketch looks very like a plesiosaur. This is a precious and important discovery for human beings. It seems to show these animals are not extinct after all." Tokyo Shikama of the Yokohama National University also supported the monster theme, stating it has to be a plesiosaurus. These creatures must still roam the seas off New Zealand feeding on fish. Wire Service reports 7/25/77. Now, American and European scientists interviewed about the carcass mystery generally downplayed the sea monster theory as reported by a number of newspapers and wire services. Paleontologist Bob Schaefer at the American Museum of New York stated that every 10 years or so a carcass is claimed to be a dinosaur, but always turns out to be a basking shark or an adolescent whale. L. Wyn Wheeler of the British Museum of Natural History agreed that the body was probably a shark. Explaining that sharks tend to decompose in an unusual manner, Wheeler added, greater experts than the Japanese fishermen have been foiled by the similarity of shark remains to a plesiosaur. Other Western scientists offered their own interpretations. Zoologist Alan Fraser Brunner, aquarium director of the Edinburgh Zoo in Scotland, suggested the body was a dead sea lion, despite the creature's immense size. Carl Hubbs of the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in La Jolla, California, felt it was probably a small whale, so rotten that most of the flight had slowed off. George Zug, curator of reptiles and amphibians at the Smithsonian Institute, proposed that the creature was a decayed leatherback turtle. The divergence among early scientific opinions in this case might be partly due to the fact that many biologists and zoologists are used to working with complete fresh specimens rather than badly decomposed carcasses, or worse, photos of such, in which both external and internal organs can be quite different from their appearance in living animals. On July 25, 1977, Taiyo Fishery Company issued a preliminary report on biochemical tests using ion exchange chromatography on the tissue samples. The report stated that the horny fiber sampled from the carcass was similar in nature to the fin rays of a group of living animals. The living animals referred to were sharks. However, the report failed to state this plainly, leading to further confusion by the Japanese media and the continued spread of monster mania. Toy manufacturers began gearing up to make wind-up models of the beast, while the company which made Yano's borrowed camera developed a whole advertising campaign around his sea monster photos. Dozens of fishing vessels from Japan, Russia, and Korea were reportedly steaming toward New Zealand in hopes of re-snagging the hastily discarded creature. Bubbling with excitement, one Japanese citizen confided that he thought sea monsters were imaginary creatures, but danced when I read in the newspaper that it was still alive. The Japanese government even issued a new postage stamp featuring a picture of a plesiosaur.
There we go.
Yeah, so the carcass controversy continued to make appearances in the popular press in America, but with less sensationalism. On July 26, 1977, the New York Times reported that Professor Fujio Yasuda, who initially promoted the carcass resembled a plesiosaur, acknowledged that initial chromatography tests showed a profile of amino acids closely resembling a control sample from a blue shark. On August 1st, 1977, Newsweek briefly discussed the South Pacific monster without taking sides. A few months later, a more detailed article by John Coster appeared in Oceans magazine. This account evidently the basis for many subsequent reports, many of which embellished or oversimplified various aspects of the story. Coster mentioned the preliminary tissue results and comments by Western scientists supporting the shark interpretation, but also quoted Yano and others suggesting that the issue was not yet settled. Coster himself suggested that the small size of the creature's head, well-defined spinal column, and lack of dorsal fin did not fit the shark identification. So,
well, certainly. Oh, sorry, go on.
Any comments?
You go, Carrick.
I was going to note, I remember looking over one of the articles that, or I should say one of the papers that you sent me, Scott, on the Zuiyo Maru examinations, and there was this great little list that it made of roughly 10 to 15 points for the shark theory versus inconsistent with sharks. And the dorsal fin one is interesting because I do wonder if the lack of dorsal fin should be called potentially attributable to it not being a shark, or especially considering that the back is one of the most exposed skeletal areas of the carcass, if that simply means the dorsal fin decomposed off of the body.
Well, you see, most people believe that you can see a dorsal fin in the pictures.
I think a dorsal fin is mentioned, actually, by Yano as well.
Well, you see, what even makes that even more confusing, I'm sure both of you are aware of the famous Valhalla sea serpent seen off Brazil in 1905, right?
Mm.
It looked very much like a plesiosaur, if the descriptions are accurate and the sketches are right.
Right.
Other than the fact that it had a squarish dorsal fin.
Mm.
So that even confuses things even more because it had a turtle head, a long 8-foot neck, and a squarish dorsal fin. And about the place you would expect to see one on a shark.
That's fascinating.
Is that the only description of a sea serpent with a dorsal fin? I think there have been
No,
others.
actually, there's more. You can find some in Bernard Heuvelmann's sea serpent book. In one of the papers that I wrote myself about the Zuiyo Maru carcass, I quote the other sightings. Let me see if I can find them real quick.
I'm taking a look at one of the front images of the specimen right now, and yeah, you're right. There does appear to be, at the very least, a dorsal fin-like flap of the flesh up here where a dorsal fin would typically be. Even has that kind of front curvature to it that a lot of dorsal fins obviously have.
That was one of the things that convinced me it was
I
a
would
shark
remind you as
originally.
well that ichthyosaurs had shark-like dorsal fins, and they were not sharks. They were marine reptiles.
Right.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is definitely something different to that. There was while you're looking for that information, Scott, there was something else I was wondering about with the mention of Glenn Kuban and the worry around this time of creationists latching onto information like this to disprove evolution, that big battle that was a lot more vibrant at that point in time, whether a lot of the discreditation by regular scientists who would be materialists by nature was to do with that essentially. And I think obviously you mentioned this, Scott. I know Kuban has mentioned this too, and I've thought this for a long time, that actually a living dinosaur would not disprove evolution in any sense at all. The only thing that would really disprove evolution is a topsy-turvy fossil, humans right down there with the dinosaurs.
You go somewhere and you find unambiguous evidence of a trilobite in the mouth of a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, or
that would mess up the timelines altogether. Or
the skeletal remains, fossilized remains of a human inside a T-Rex, something like that.
Exactly.
There we are.
Yeah.
But
a
living plesiosaur wouldn't do that in the same way that the coelacanth didn't do it. It's just a survivor.
I was going to say you got the coelacanth.
But I'm not sure if that was the situation back then. I think in that time period it was very possible that fight was perceived to be to be a winning move, a checkmate, so to speak. And I wonder if some of the disparaging remarks you see from some of the Western scientists, oh, it's just a sea lion, it's just this, it's just that. We see that a lot with Loch Ness sometimes, where actually the alternative to what people are describing is even more far-fetched, a giant turtle, something we've never experienced before, a seal of 35 feet in length, decaying, things that don't really make sense. The shark theory makes sense, but there are still a few aspects that don't make sense.
Part of the problem is that the general media dropped the ball, not bringing it into the context all the other pseudo-plesiosaur carcasses, which were well documented, that had been found before in other places, starting with the Strontia beast, which we'll get into all that. I'm just I'm trying to set up the basic what happened on board the boat. That's because they only had it on the boat for less than an hour.
And there's
so
the other
all
aspect.
the evidence, all the direct evidence related to the carcass was gathered and took place in that hour.
Exactly.
All the relevant things specific to that case.
Right. And then, of course, the just to some degree the mishandling of the analysis that ended up occurring.
Yeah. Well, the 1978 papers are, for the most part, really well done. And, the people that are insistent that it was a basking shark love to quote from those papers, except for the parts of the papers that contradict the basking shark idea.
Right, which again is highlighted so greatly in that.
I mean, it's there in the final 1978 papers. There were still doubters. And that's the part of the story that to me is so important, that needs to be brought back out into the light and say, well, wait a minute here. Everybody was not convinced it was a basking shark.
Right.
That is the truth. Most people were, but not everybody. And the people that
those people
were saying that it wasn't a basking shark were trained paleontologists and marine biologists.
Right.
So you can't just ignore what they were saying or just go, I don't like what they're saying, they're just wrong. Okay, why are they wrong? That's what needs to be discussed here.
Right, and it's important if they're wrong too, because the gripes often do really highlight, there are some kind of...
At the very least, if you're convinced it's a basking shark, this will at least illuminate why the matter was so confusing to even professional biologists. At the very
maybe that'll help.
It's worthwhile to discuss for that aspect, So
right, maybe that will help expand our understanding of why basking sharks get mistaken for this thing. A bit more often than other specimens do. Maybe it goes a bit further than what we know about them currently. And if that expands, that means that if it is totally, definitely a basking shark, that's fine. Maybe that will help us prevent this same potential misidentification further in the future if it becomes a bit more common knowledge.
That's why molecular science is so important to this whole question. Because regardless of what it looks like, you can take a tissue sample and subject that to biochemical analysis or DNA analysis and get a solid answer, most likely.
Something I don't know, actually, Scott, do the samples still exist?
Well, that's an interesting question. There is possibly one piece left in a museum in Japan. And I'll give you that information right now if you just let me dig it up. Hang on.
Sure.
At least it was there 20 years ago, so. And I was really surprised to find this.
Yeah, that would be great to have some more modern DNA testing done on that.
Yeah. Well, if this piece of one of the fibers is left at this museum in Japan, that can be done. Okay, this is from a blog from 1996. It's a blog called PaleoNet. and the date was March 5th, 1996. Read Japanese plesiosaur from Katsumi Abe. And here's what he said. He said, the Japanese plesiosaur was collected 30 miles off Christchurch in the morning of April 25th, 1977. It was reported after 3 months later when the fishing boat returned to Japan. The crew discarded it because of the terrible smell of decaying. We have only a few photos of the nearly whole body. It looks like a plesiosaur indeed, and a single bristle. I don't know the proper term of the fin. Later, a scientist reported biochemical similarity to a certain shark based on the composition ratio of amino acids in the bristle. Katsumi Abe, Shizuoka University, Life and Earth Sciences, Shizuoka, Japan. Now, obviously, the first thing I thought to do was reach out to this guy now, right? He was killed in a car accident.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, but this is what I found later on. It says, the co-author, Dr. Katsumi Abe, was killed in a tragic road accident while driving home from a seminar on 23rd August 1998. Beyond the high level of his scientific attainment, including mystery and the video recording of unrestricted tiny animals, his colleagues remember a sincere, open personality and a loving devotion to his family. So here's what I've done to follow up that potential lead. I've sent 2 emails to Shizuoka University, one that I translated into Japanese and another one in English. Never heard back from them. Then I contacted Sidney Pierce. Do you know who Sidney Pierce is?
No.
I've heard the name.
Okay, Sidney Pierce is the one that figured out that the giant octopus from St. Augustine was whale blubber.
Oh, interesting.
And he's down the road. He's up in Tampa. So I contacted him, and he was not interested in pursuing it. He said he was retired anyway. So then I turned around to a creationist biochemist that has been arguing that the Zuiyo Maru carcass is a shark. So he's pushing back against the idea that it's a plesiosaur. Right. He is a creationist. His name is Pierre Julstrom, and he's written several articles arguing that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a mutilated basking shark. And he seemed interested in trying to pursue this, but didn't have the money to pay for the biochemical analysis. So I've struck a dead end. I have not been able to confirm if that fiber is still at Shizuoka University. However, it is possible to retrieve a DNA signature from one of these elastoidin fibers because I found a paper on it.
Great.
So if there is one fiber left and it's not too contaminated or deteriorated, we might be able to get an answer out of that one fiber.
I mean, that would be amazing.
So
that would
it's a question of finding it.
I think as cryptozoologists or whatever it is that we're called these days, this is always the big problem. You know, it is essentially a genre without money in it, and those involved in it are self-made and rarely rich amateurs. And I think these things always
Can you see how desperate I am? We've got the possibility that one fiber was left in a university 25 years ago.
It would be amazing.
So the last information that we had that it was there is from 25 years ago, and the guy that said it was there is dead.
Right.
So I'm like, somebody shoot me,
And then, of course, you'd test it, and it would be spoiled, but at least you would have had the chance. And I think that's
in the original 1978 biochemical analysis because of the chemical preservative that it was put on aboard the ship. It was put in a preservative called sodium hypochlorite, which is apparently some kind of bleach.
Okay.
And they had to do the test twice to double check it by taking basking shark fibers and treating them with the same chemical and then redoing the test.
Oh, really? And they got
Yeah,
the same
this
result?
is in the 1978 basking shark biochemical analysis. So there's even questions there. I mean,
yeah, there's actually
maybe not much, but there is a little bit of wiggle room there, you know?
Yeah, there's a diagram here in one of the papers, a graph, I should say, for 4 different chemical traces. And this was, I believe, this is after the treatment by sodium hypochlorite. And we see that the comparison between the fibers taken from the carcass and the elastoidins of a basking shark sample are they're vastly different in the 3rd, 2nd, and 4th chemicals. And it's been suggested that that's because of the sodium hypochlorite, but as far as I know, there was not a sufficient control test for that afterwards.
Well, you know, the only fibers that the Zuiyo Maru flipper fibers were compared with, to my knowledge, were the elastoidin fibers from a blue shark, the first test, and then fibers from a basking shark.
Yeah, I believe
so what I'm saying is that there was a very limited set of control data used to test those fibers.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too, because, I mean, you know, with such a kind of decomposed carcass, it's not exactly up in the air for everything what it could be, but there's a few specimens that you could kind of look to, and only looking to 2 of them isn't exactly the best way to go about them, let alone to not follow up afterwards.
The people that are arguing that it was a basking shark are not only pointing to the biochemical analysis, they're also pointing to the great resemblance of the carcass to other known basking shark carcasses that look like plesiosaurs had been found in the past.
Yes.
It's hard to get around that argument. You put the 2 together, and it's like almost a slam dunk.
And
yeah, that's true.
It's within the size as well.
Even besides all that, there were still people willing to come forward very bravely and say, "Hey, wait a minute. You know, there are questions I have about this and that." And maybe now is the time to look at those counter arguments real quick.
Sure. And let's not forget the testimony of people on board the vessel as well, Scott. I mean, these are the people who saw the creature. I think it's not without merit that they would have been very used, especially in a culture like Japan where there's a heavy focus on food from the ocean. They would have been very used to trawling up sharks, fishing for sharks, as well as other catch, and seeing them in all different states of decomposition. And I think, you know, a 38-year-old with a 39-year-old ship's biologist, it's going to be hard pushed to fool this guy. He's going to know what he's looking at.
This is a quote from a paleontologist who worked on fossil plesiosaurs, right? This is from the collected papers in the carcass of an unidentified animal trawled off New Zealand by the Zuiyo Maru, published by La Société Franco-Japanese d'Oceanography, Tokyo, Japan, in July 1978. This is a paper called Comparison of the Unidentified Animal with Fossil Animals by Akio Obata and Yoshio Tomoda. Now, Akio Obata was a vertebrate paleontologist that, like I said, worked on plesiosaurs and published on plesiosaurs. Yoshio Tomoda was an invertebrate paleontologist, but he was the co-author. And this right here, the concluding remarks, is as close as anybody came in the scientific papers to saying it was a reptile. Now here's, I'm going to quote directly from the paper. Concluding remarks, there is still no decisive evidence to determine whether the animal in question was a shark or an undescribed reptile. General opinion favors identification as a shark. A possible method to approach a more accurate identification may be to focus on the basking shark, Cedorhinus maximus, which occurs in the cold waters of the northern hemisphere. Yet, a biologist who is inclined to the shark concept told us that he had an impression when he recently had an opportunity to see a large specimen of the basking shark that the animal in question would not be a basking shark. In this note, we dared to present an uncommon view posing several questions to the now prevailing general opinion. After all, whether the animal belongs to a group of sharks or whether it is a marine reptile, we do not know any genera or species which agree with it. Now, I'm sorry, that's from the final 1978 papers, and that sounds like, to me, a million miles away from it being proven to be a basking shark, in these guys' opinion.
Yeah, it seems like kind of bringing together all of the consistencies and inconsistencies these samples and the anatomy and the reports had with basking sharks. It really is probably the most accurate conclusion that we have, which is kind of the lack of a conclusion. We don't know for sure what it is.
Let's break down what they said there. They said there is still no decisive evidence to determine whether the animal in question was a shark or an undescribed reptile. Now, an undescribed reptile simply means an unknown giant reptile that lives in the sea. That's not saying a plesiosaur, it's not saying a mosasaur, it's not saying a giant sea turtle, it's saying an undescribed reptile, which is an undescribed marine reptile that we don't know about, or at least the possibility of that.
You know, that choice of wording is so interesting, too, because so much of the argument for the reptile, of course, is, well, it looks like a plesiosaur. And what's so interesting about the fact that they didn't particularly name a plesiosaur, that would seem to indicate that perhaps there are some generally reptilian features that don't necessarily say directly plesiosaur or directly this or directly that, but maybe do suggest, generally speaking, a reptile. And that would be very interesting because, of course, the biggest...
That opens the door for convergent evolution of something else that's evolved to look like a plesiosaur.
Right. Well, we see that in some aquatic mammals as well. Yeah. It's mentioned a bit during the documentary that we put out recently, that things like leopard seals, even though they're mammalian, anatomically speaking, and in their predation, they're quite similar to older aquatic reptiles.
Yeah. Well, now, see, the full paper that I just quoted from, there's a detailed analysis comparing the body proportions of the animal as recorded by Michihiko Yano compared with the body proportions of known fossil plesiosaurs and even known fossil mosasaurs. Right. And they couldn't find a match with any of them. And they said, based on study of known fossil plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, we couldn't find any species of mosasaur or plesiosaur that matched the animal in question.
In size, particularly, that's meant, right?
Well, the size was about right. I mean, there were mosasaurs and plesiosaurs that got 40 feet long. Right. So the size wasn't the question. The thing that didn't match was, and this is one thing I should have explained, and Cuban, the part of his paper that I quoted from, mentions this, is there's the famous sketch of the body that you see reproduced a lot that Yano did 3 months after he got back. And the thing is, based on his measurements, the body proportions are actually a much more elongated trunk than what you see in his sketch.
Right.
There's an adjusted version of that. Let me dig it up real quick. Let me see here. And you'll see what I'm talking about. So you go for a minute while I find this picture.
Sure. Well, talking about size comparisons and anatomical comparisons to any known species, whether it be extant or extinct, there's one particularly interesting account from, I should say allegedly, because there's not exactly a perfectly cited source that I've seen just yet, although I'm sure one must exist somewhere, from some of the crew of the trawler that say some of them noted that the back fins were roughly very similar in size to the front fins,
Yeah,
which is of course not a feature you'd see in a shark. That's a tetrapod feature.
That is mentioned. I thought that was, yeah, it was
okay.
very startling actually.
Do you see the picture I just sent?
Yeah, and there it is. There's actually the comparison there with the fins being almost identical in size.
Yeah,
Whether
well,
they're
see,
the wrong dimensions or not, they're the same dimensions.
The top picture is the sketch, the original sketch that Yano did 3 months after the fact.
Right.
The bottom image is the same sketch adjusted for the measurements that he took on the ship. And as you can see, if you go with the measurements he took, it's got a much more elongated trunk.
Yeah, well, there's that idea of the convergent evolution, so to speak, because you have a very plesiosaur-looking animal with very unplesiosaur-like proportions, but at the same time, you have, even adjusted for the correct dimensions, the fact remains, one of the most significant facts about all this is that one of the things that seems to really just set it apart from a shark are those flippers. I mean, those are not the flippers of a shark, and maybe the dead flesh has decomposed in a way where maybe flesh is overlapping and makes it look bigger. That could have been the case, but unfortunately we don't really seem to have a clearer version of that.
The elongation of the body and the position of the back flippers figures really strongly into the other assertions that it was not a basking shark, which I will explain eventually. But looking at the adjusted image on the bottom there, getting back to the paper by Obata and Tomoda, they compared the readjusted body proportions with those of known fossil plesiosaurs and known fossil mosasaurs. So what their conclusion was is that the body was too elongated to be any kind of known fossil plesiosaur. There's no type of plesiosaur that we know from the fossil record that has a body that elongated in the middle.
Right.
All right, now going to mosasaurs, there are mosasaur bodies that elongated, but they don't have the long neck like a plesiosaur. So based on those two arguments, they said, well, we can't match it with any known type of fossil plesiosaur or mosasaur, so we think we can rule out it being a known type of plesiosaur or mosasaur. However, now quantifying that, we have to say that they're working with fossils of animals that lived 65, 66 million years ago.
Right.
That's not taking into account what could have happened in an additional 65 or 66 million years to either a mosasaur or a plesiosaur. It's going against the trends that we know about plesiosaur evolution, but it's not impossible.
Right. Well, we all mentioned the coelacanth earlier, and the interesting thing about the modern coelacanths is that they're actually quite larger than their prehistoric ancestors were, and they were in a relatively contained spot in the world for evolution. So if you had something maybe that had more range, like an open sea plesiosaur or plesiosaur-like animal, maybe you'd actually have room not just for size adjustment, but for anatomical adjustment too.
Yeah. But now,
it's important
remembering... Oh, go ahead, Andy.
I just said it's important to, when we're talking about this, the known fossil record, is that it's not a complete record. It's fragmentary.
Yes.
Essentially it's a giant assumption based upon what we found. And I think, as you say, things may have developed and changed since then, sure, but things may have stayed the same. We just haven't found them. We haven't found their antecedents in the fossil record.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, exactly.
You often hear the argument that, well, if plesiosaurs or mosasaurs had survived beyond the KT event, we'd find the remains. Well, they do find the remains, but they're fragmentary, and because they're so probable, let's say they're reworked. Oh, yeah, it got reworked out of its original fossil deposits, but it's actually from the Mesozoic. So there's a lot of goalposts moving there too. So
There's so much goalposts moving, and I think in every genre in which we inhabit, we just have to remember that careers are based upon it, and careers are based upon paradigms, and you have to. And there's been so many examples of paradigm shifting when eventually people look and say, actually, no, we don't believe that anymore. Like Crystal Palace, Crystal Palace Park is very close to where I live, and in there you have those 19th century dinosaurs that were drawn up, that were created, these huge models and iguanodons and plesiosaurs and all kinds of things, and anatomically, most of them are pretty off base.
Yeah,
but that's the best that they knew around about that time. Those were the
back
reconstructions.
then, they thought ichthyosaurs didn't have dorsal fins or tail flukes and were amphibious.
Yep, amphibious. That's right.
That
and they're
information
depicted
didn't come to light till the 1890s.
That's right.
We've learned a lot about plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, and mosasaurs in the 40 years since that carcass was discovered. So a lot of that stuff has relevance to reanalyzing the Zuiyo Maru case, because now they know that a lot of these Mesozoic marine reptiles were a lot fishier than we assumed they were. Like now they know that mosasaurs had tail flukes like an ichthyosaur.
Right. And there's,
we're still
along with
things.
Right. And, along with the anatomical features of these, not just this specimen, but also reptiles that we already know of, that would suggest anatomical similarities. We have features of the carcass that might even suggest that, let's hypothetically assume that this was some kind of new species. It might actually be indicating that it's hard to find them in the fossil record. There's a passage here in one of the papers about a substance that was, what would you say, suspected to be blubber-like on the subject. It reads, "The waxy substance that covers the carcass, both in the photos and eyewitness descriptions, is called adipocere. Adipocere is formed from the saponification of fatty acids. The presence of this much adipocere would seem to indicate that in life, this animal possessed a layer of blubber, which is clearly inconsistent with a shark identification." And that's interesting because at the same time, if you have an animal, like a shark or like, a blubber-like animal that has blubber or cartilage mostly making up all of it, I mean, there's a reason we don't find megalodon skeletons. We find teeth because it's pretty much the only bone a shark body is their teeth.
A few years ago,
That's a great point.
It was found in a ichthyosaur with fossilized adipocere. Exactly the same thing you're talking about.
Right. And there you have it. There's an example of
fossilized on plesiosaurs.
Right. Well, maybe you have something there that I suppose that does kind of call into question the whole, maybe it's not that well preserved in the fossil record, but that's interesting because Adipocere is still not consistent with many sharks, although there are some anatomical features of the carcass that might be mistranslated as to not be aligned with a shark. For instance, some of the fishermen on board said, along with the kind of the less documented eyewitness descriptions that we've been going over, that there was red muscle seemingly present. What's interesting is that not a lot of sharks have red muscle. A few of them do, and one of them happens to be basking sharks.
Well, also, most people don't know this either. Basking sharks have a layer of white fat.
Yes, right, which might explain the adipocere substance.
So do whale sharks.
Mm.
Yeah. So, getting back to the elongation of the body and the position of the back flippers or fins, that was another major piece of argument that it could be a fish or a basking shark. Now let me go to that paper. It's a different paper. It's by Fujio Yasuda.
Go for it.
Who's an ichthyologist. You've seen the famous clip from the Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World where they interview him?
I think so, a while back, yeah.
All right, well, so this is his argument based on different evidence that it was not a fish or a basking shark. Let me just bring this up real quick. Let me see here. All right. This is from the collected papers. It's a paper called Comparison of the Unidentified Animal with Fishes by Fujio Yasuda and Yasuhiko Taki. It says, on the assumption that there was a pair of large posterior limbs or fins, the animal had an extraordinarily long trunk. In no known fish species attaining a large size is the trunk so elongate. If the animal were a fish and had ordinary body proportions, a fin situated in such a posterior part of the body could not be but the lower lobe of the caudal fin. Further, if it was a fish, there should be a pair of pelvic fins in the case of figure 1b and one or more dorsal or anal fins, figure 1c and 1d. The enormous size of the body and the structure of the vertebrae and of the anterior limbs or fins, among others, clearly indicate the animal is not a bony fish. When the affiliation of the animal is looked for in fishes, it must be done in sharks. Assuming that the unidentified is a shark, the body plans as in figure 1a and b are impossible. Some sharks, such as the frill shark, Chlamydosalacus anguinus, have a small head and backward position large pelvic fins as in the unidentified animal, and no dorsal fin in the anterior and middle parts of the body. However, their body size is far smaller than that of the unidentified animal, and their pelvic fins are in a more advanced position. The basking shark, Cedronus maximus, and the whale shark, Rhicodon typus, are known to attain lengths of more than 10 meters. However, the former species has a larger head than in the animal under study, a large anterior dorsal fin in the middle of the trunk midway between the pectoral and pelvic fins, a posterior dorsal fin, an anal fin, and pelvic fins in more advanced position than in the unidentified animal. The latter species has the same number of fins and a large first dorsal fin situated in the posterior half of the body. In order to be concluded that the unidentified animal is a basking shark or a whale shark, we must then assume that, one, while the pectoral fins and lower lobe of the caudal fin had remained attached to the body, the two dorsal fins, pelvic fins, anal fin, and upper lobe of the caudal fin had all been lost or otherwise overlooked by the observers. Two, anterior parts of the skull had been lost. And three, Michihiko Yano counted by mistake a single lobe of a fin as two. We consider it difficult to arrive at a conclusion based on so many assumptions. Incorporating all these observations, we are not able to find any known living fish species which agree with the unidentified animal trawled off New Zealand. If it is a species of shark, it may represent a species unknown to science.
Now there's an interesting idea.
Yeah, so...
And that might make the, amino acid testing a bit more actually accurate. Maybe we're not looking at a mistake, but maybe we're looking at something that is characteristic of some kind of shark or offshoot of basking shark that we're not yet aware of, something that has very similar chemical traces, but are just different enough to make it distinct.
When you're trying to argue that it could be an unknown animal, it's much easier to argue that it could be an unknown shark than an unknown reptile. The skeptics seem to find that a lot more palatable,
It's just... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, sorry. I just listening in, and it's so interesting, and looking at all of the evidence, and really the back and forth. The entire thing is it's kind of like it's a character witness situation. The evidence is inconclusive. There's not enough really remaining, and lots of reputable sources, including the original ship's marine biologist and others who've been involved in the case, have very differing opinions on the evidence. So it's a character witness situation. What do we think of the characters who made the claim and those who've since examined it, and how would we do we accept their positions, their conclusions, or do we not? And it doesn't really seem to be anything on either side that would switch it. over to one conclusion or the other. And that's always been my opinion on it. Yes, it's probably really. Let's look at it. Are plesiosaurs still existing in the world? Well, there's anecdotal evidence of that, but the fact that one was trawled up, it's probably most likely a shark or a fish of some kind.
Well, you know, the whole case for the idea of there being living plesiosaurs still around today doesn't rest completely on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
No, I know that.
Zuiyo Maru carcass could be a basking shark, and you've still got all this other evidence.
Absolutely, but I think in terms of probability, it's most likely one. If we're to even look at these things, plesiosaurs, if living, being very rare animals, probably most likely. However, there are, like the testimony of the people on board the ship and some of the conclusions of the scientists who later examined the diagrams and pictures, there are some very strong elements to the case.
Yeah. Well,
it seems to me like it's a case of character. Do we believe the characters
ever going to conclusively settle the matter is if that fiber is still at Zuiyo University.
Yeah, and I think we should get it. We should get it along with your Carrick, with your footage for Baudet as well. I think we just do a big fundraiser. We'll get them all in. We'll get the Baudet footage. We'll get the fiber, and that would be amazing. If there are any super rich
somebody
fanatic
with boots
we
on the ground,
will do the work for you.
Japanese cryptozoologist to go there and find out if that fiber is still there.
It would be amazing because it's it's still, and it must be Japanese listeners to the show, that it's evident. It's like the it's like the it's almost exactly the same as what happened on Orkney. Only there are different elements to that story. Different elements to that story because essentially in Orkney there were some remains. I think there still are in one of the museums. But the creature was the Strontium beast. But the creature was 55 feet in length, with part of the tail missing. So it's above. Yep. It's beyond the dimensions, even with the tail missing, of the largest known basking shark. So what could that be? At least that's, to me, the most outstanding part of that story.
There was a marine biologist that wanted to do tests nowadays, and because the samples that are left of the Strontium beast are in such poor shape, the museum would not let her get samples to retest. Yes. And her idea was that there was the possibility that the Strontium beast could be an unknown type of shark that only resembled a basking shark, which is getting back to the idea we were just discussing relative to Zuiyo Maru.
Again, I think that's more likely. There was also other weird aspects about the Strontium beast, that it was described as having a fibrous spine that almost shimmered or glowed in the dark when it was brushed.
Well, that was probably muscle fibers breaking down.
That would make
sense. That's one thing overlooked a bit when talking about, I think, the similarities between these samples and sharks is there's not just a lot of things that we don't know about what would potentially be an unknown reptile or unknown large fish of some kind, but there's some things that are kind of missed in the analysis of whether or not it could be a shark. Like mentioned before, there's the whole, there was red mussel argument, and most people might say like, sharks don't have red mussel. Well, it turns out the most relevant sharks in the case actually do have some red mussel, and also have white tissue, like you mentioned, fatty tissue, and I think more than anything, the confusion around the Zuiyo Maru case is really, what would you say, exemplary, or, I think that's the word, for just a mishandled case, because there's a lot of confirmation bias going into a lot of the more amateur examination. There's a lot of ignoring done of points on both sides through that, and obviously that doesn't help paint a very accurate image of what we actually know about this carcass. And on top of all of that, the fact that we just really don't look into this sort of thing very often now. I mean, most people who know about the Zuiyo Maru case have no idea about the chemical study that really, I mean, it doesn't match up very well. And there's plenty of reasons that are completely reasonable in the ways of sharks for why that might be the case. But it's still significant, Scott, for us to actually mention that.
A lot of the misconceptions that have snowballed over the last 40 years have led to a lot of these polarized opinions. And obviously, both sides that are screaming plesiosaur and basking shark can't definitely be right. You know.
Well, that's the whole point. You know, there's no way to know what's correct. And you might say, oh, well, that's the conclusion. And really, more so, that's the call to action to try and actually test more for a conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
it's...
the sort of molecular technology we're working with today is advanced way beyond what it was 40 years ago. So now we can do things like Loch Ness environmental DNA studies and DNA studies on reputed relic hominoid hairs and all kinds of stuff that we couldn't do 40, 50 years ago, you know. So if this happens again, and it has happened again, at least with pseudoplesiosaurs, they have done DNA tests on some of these more recent pseudoplesiosaur carcasses and confirmed that they were basking shark carcasses.
That's interesting. That lots of the modern examples of what we see as carcasses and washups are quickly eliminated from this category due to the availability of very effective testing.
Do you mind break for today and pick this up in a couple of days?
Sure,
absolutely. It's almost
we're about 90 minutes. I figured maybe we'll do another hour.
Yeah.
2.5 hours will be the first part.
That sounds fantastic.
Great. Yeah.
That's great.
And then
I've enjoyed
come back for part 2 and do another 2.5 hours, and that's 5 hours. I mean, if we ain't beat it to death at that point, then we got problems.
Absolutely agreed.
All right.
I think, by the way, Scott, before we got, I think it was Dr. Yvonne Simpson. She was the
yes.
She was the scientist that I think she tried to get in 2012, but it was
and she was working with Jeff Swinney.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, and he's a British or Scottish theologist, I think, at the University of Edinburgh, and he's done a lot of work on the pseudoplesiosaurs as well. All right, I'm going to stop recording now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we're back to our Zuiyo Maru discussion. We've taken a break for about 3 days, but it's only a few seconds if you're listening to the show. So, one important thing that needs to be addressed is that the initial press reports didn't seem to be aware of or didn't highlight the fact that there have been a bunch of other cases like the Zuiyo Maru case, at least superficially, where sea monster carcasses resembling plesiosaurs or sea serpents had washed up in various parts of the world and had eventually been found to be mutilated basking shark carcasses. So you look at a plesiosaur and you look at a basking shark and you're scratching your head, how is that possible? Well, I'm about to explain this. Okay, if you look at the basking shark, it's a giant filter-feeding shark that swims through the water with its mouth open. Its gills have hair-like fibers that capture plankton, and then when it closes its mouth, the water washes the collected plankton down into its stomach. It's a filter feeder like baleen whales. If you look at the baleen in the mouths of whales, it works the same way. It looks like hair, and it captures these little planktonic organisms, shrimps, and other types of marine plankton. And when they close their mouth, the water washes it into their stomach. And if you'll notice, a lot of these filter-feeding animals get very large, at least the oceanic ones. So the two largest known species of sharks that we know about are the whale shark and the basking shark. So they're very different animals, though. They're different orders of sharks, and they're built differently. The whale shark is built like a tank. It's a very compact, got a small, well, not a small, but a compact-looking frog-like head. Got a very thick hide. It's not built to easily fall apart, even if it dies. I found a picture of one that was dead that was sitting on the bottom, and it still was pretty much well intact. And the basking shark is the other extreme. You look at the skeleton of a basking shark, and it's built so flimsy of all these different parts, it's basically built to fall apart. And what I'm getting at here is that you look at the intact head of a basking shark, and what you see is this small turtle-like cranium where the eye sockets would be, and then the upper jaw and the lower jaw is a totally separate piece connected to that. This giant jaw for where with a wide open mouth, it's meant to swim through the water and take in all this water and get that plankton. And then behind the giant jaws are the gills and the gill structure. And this is going back to where the front fins or pectoral fins are, and there's a girdle that holds that connected to the spinal column. So when a basking shark dies, what happens is the jaws and all those gills fall away from the spinal column and the pectoral girdle. And what you're left with is this tiny cranium. Well, it's not really tiny, but compared to the rest of the head, it's very tiny. That looks like a turtle skull, missing a lower jaw. But it's still got eye sockets in it. And there are actually on top and on the bottom of this cranium are holes that look like eye sockets as well. And then you've got the vertebrae, like 6 or 7 vertebrae, going back to where the pectoral girdle joins the spinal column. So what you're left with is this animal with a large body, what looks like a long neck and a small turtle-like head with a pair of front flippers, and if the back pelvic fins have not rotted off, it's got a set of back flippers too. So if you see this, you look at the intact head of a basking shark and you pull the jaws and the gill apparatus away, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So this happens naturally as a dead basking shark carcass is floating around, and occasionally one of these carcasses washes ashore. And because it looks sort of like a plesiosaur, people that don't know about the post-mortem situation with a basking shark are looking at this thing going, what is this? It looks like a dinosaur. So this has happened multiple times. And it's safe to speculate that probably hundreds of years ago, these carcasses would wash ashore on a beach, and some primitive society, like say the Vikings or Native American Indians or somebody like that, would find it on the beach, and they have absolutely no frame of reference, so it was a sea monster to them. In other words, what I'm trying to say is we don't know if mutilated basking sharks might be partially responsible for some of the legends of primitive societies concerning sea monsters and sea serpents. If you get what I'm talking about here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that kind of folklore still exists today. Whenever an unidentified carcass washes up, there's tons of media that immediately goes to sea monster, and of course that creates some levers.
Well, the thing is, at the time that the Zuiyo Maru case happened, any smart newspaper editor or writer could have very easily went looking through their archives and found other cases like the Zuiyo Maru case, where these carcasses turned out to be basking sharks. So it's a shame that they didn't put that in the original context, because it's very relevant. And the fact that this had happened so many times before is one of the reasons that the people that were investigating the Zuiyo Maru case zeroed in on the basking shark as a possible answer, because there was precedent.
Right.
And the first one to figure this out was a Scottish anatomist named Everhard Home in 1809. If you'll hang on a minute, I'll just go dig up the story about it and read it real quick.
Sure.
Yeah. So this will take me a minute to bring it up here, but sort of a overview. One of the unusual things about the Strontian beast that you don't hear too many people talk about was that when it was initially discovered, there were some internal organs left. One of these was the stomach. And one of the features about the stomach is it had an oddball spiral valve in the intestinal part of it. And this spiral intestinal valve is a noted anatomical feature of sharks and also sturgeons. So the fact that a spiral intestinal valve was reported for the stomach of the Strontian beast is an important piece of evidence to suggest that it was a shark. Yeah. All right, hang on a second here. Where I'm at here. Let's see.
Now, do we have any descriptions of what the organs of the Zuiyo Maru carcass looked like, or were none of them left?
There were none left with the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
None left, okay.
No, it was all the internal organs were gone.
Right. I know most of the major ones were. I didn't realize all of them were. That is a shame.
Yes. So, you know, the whole belly was gone. All you had was the flanks of the body, the pectoral girdle, pectoral fins, pelvic fins, but we don't know if there was a pelvic girdle there or not. There's no description of it. There may have been. Most likely there probably was, but there's no description of it. The cranium and the spinal column and the tail.
Right.
So, okay, so this is talking about the Strontian beast. This is a review. I'll just read it real quick. It says, although stories of sea serpents and mythical sea dwellers abound in Orkney, there have actually been a surprising number of documented historical creature sightings that have now entered the lore of the islands. Perhaps the most famous of these encounters took place in Stronsay. Before I go any further, I should explain where this place is. If you go north of Loch Ness, the very northern end of Scotland, there's a set of islands called the Orkney Islands, and Stronsay is one of the islands in the Orkney Island chain. So we're talking the extreme north of Scotland.
Right.
All right, so there in 1808, the first and perhaps best known of a series of episodes relating to the carcasses of what appeared to be long-necked sea creatures were washed ashore. The Strontian beast was first sighted on September 25th, 1808, lying on rocks at Rothiesholme Head in the southeast of the island. There, John Peace, a local man fishing off the coast, was puzzled by the sight of seabirds flocking around what looked like an animal's corpse on the rocks. Turning his little boat and watched by another Stronsay man, George Shearer, Peace made his way to the carcass. But what he found was unlike anything he had encountered before. Lying on the rocks were the remains of a large serpent-like creature with a long eel-like neck and 3 pairs of legs. At the time, the corpse was inaccessible, so closer examination was impossible. However, 10 days later, one of Orkney's notorious gales blew the decomposing remains ashore, where they were found just below the watermark, or the high water mark. Shearer now had his chance to examine the corpse, which he did meticulously, studying it and measuring the dimensions of the sea monster. The beast was described as serpentine, measuring exactly 55 feet long, with a neck measuring 10 feet 3 inches long. The head was like that of a sheep with eyes bigger than a seal's. Its skin was gray and rough to the touch. However, if stroked from the head down the back, it was said to be smooth as velvet. 6 limbs extended from the body, and a bristly mane of long, wiry hair grew from the beast's shoulders down to its tail. These silver-colored bristles were said to glow eerily in the dark. The flesh was described as being like coarse, ill-colored beef, entirely covered with fat and tallow, and without the least resemblance or affinity to fish. The skin, which was gray-colored and had an elastic texture, was said to be about 2 inches thick in parts. By the end of September, news of Stronsay's monster had spread far and wide. Because the remains had rotted away to practically nothing, the 4 men who had originally examined the carcass were taken to Kirkwall. There they had to swear to the magistrate that their information was the truth. Before long, details of the incredible find reached the ears of the Natural History Society in Edinburgh. At the Society's meeting in November 1808, the creature was given the Latin name Halcydrus pontoppidanus. The name meaning Pontoppidanus, water snake of the sea, was in honor of the 18th century Norwegian bishop who collected reports of sea monsters. Shortly afterward, the naturalist Sir Everard Home read of the Stronsay beast. Intrigued by the tales of a sea monster, he viewed what was left of the evidence. He was convinced, however, that the creature was nothing more than the remains of a decomposing basking shark, an animal fairly common in the waters around Orkney. Comparing the vertebrae of the monster with those known to belong to a basking shark, Home found them to be identical. But how could the long-necked creature washed up on the Stronsay beast be the remains of a basking shark? The answer lies in the physiology of the basking shark, and in particular how it decays after death. First, the shark's jaws, which are attached only by a small piece of flesh, drop off, leaving what looks like the remains of a long neck and small skull. Then, as only the upper half of the animal's tail fin carries the spine, the lower half rots away and provides a convincing serpentine tail. Then the dorsal fin begins to decompose. The remaining rays can have the appearance of a hair-like mane. The monster's 6 legs can be explained away as the remains of the shark's lower fins. But the mystery doesn't end there. Even if the Stronsay beast was nothing more than a dead basking shark, an element of mystery still surrounds the saga. The longest recorded basking shark measured a mere 40 feet, 15 feet smaller than the remains of the Stronsay beast. At 55 feet from tip to tail, the shark that decomposed to form the Stronsay beast must have been a monster in its own right. So was the Stronsay beast really a shark, or is there another explanation? an unknown species of giant sharks, perhaps. With all such tales as these, sometimes it's better not to know. Okay, well, that article there is somewhat mistaken because, as I explained to you guys earlier, Everhard Home maintained that the carcass was mismeasured and that it was actually 36 feet long.
See, I have a problem with that. My problem with that essentially is Everard Home was based in London. He never saw the shark. The shark was viewed by the two farmers and the carpenter. You think they would have some idea of the size, at least how to measure something.
If I remember right, he based his estimates on the length on the size of the cranium and the size of the pelvic or the pectoral, which were preserved back then. They've since been lost.
But based upon that size, estimating the entire size of the creature, based upon what the creature should have been, a basking shark or something else. So if it was a different kind of animal or a different kind of shark that hadn't been encountered before, how can you really correctly anticipate that size? I think
that was part of the reason that Yvonne Simpson and Jeff Swinney wanted to go back a few years ago. What was this, 2005? Somewhere in there.
Later, I think. Yeah.
2013 or 12, somewhere in there.
2012. I think it was
2012. Okay, they wanted to go back and re-examine the remains molecularly to determine and confirm that it was a basking shark, because they had the idea that it might be a different kind of shark, possibly. Yeah. And the reason they weren't able to do that is that the remains of the Strontibeast are apparently in such fragile condition, the museum in Edinburgh wouldn't let them take samples because of the condition of the remains that they still have at the museum, which are not on display, but which are locked away in storage. So.
And I think the skull and paw, they were destroyed in, I think, in the Second World War, in the German bombing raid, weren't they? So I think the remains that now exist, they're other remains. I don't know what the description is exactly.
What's left now are 3 vertebrae.
Yeah.
Preserved in a jar full of alcohol or some kind of chemical preservative.
That's right. Is that in the National Library of Scotland?
Possibly. I was thinking it was at the University of Edinburgh, but I don't know. Are they in the same building, possibly?
I don't know. I think maybe the National Library of Scotland is in the University of Edinburgh, which I'm going to find out for you. Something I should know.
Well, let me dig up the papers, the original paper by Home, and see what he says in it. Okay? Hang on a minute. So you and Carrick fill up the dead air while I'm looking for that.
We will.
We will. It's interesting because, I mean, it's just so, in a way, the greatest part about cases like this is, if nothing else, the knowledge that basking sharks can look almost exactly like what we'd expect a modern plesiosaur to look like is so interesting. Especially with the case of like length. Length is interesting because you can have a sized up basking shark, but I wonder what the proportions would look like. We discussed last time a bit of like the fins and the Maru carcass look like. And to have a sized up basking shark is one thing, but what about one that's fins are in the wrong place? And I would like to know what the original sketch maybe said about proportions rather than just size.
Well, I think relative to the Zuiyo Maru case, there is some question about whether some of the crew members and maybe Yano himself may have mistaken anal and second dorsal fins for pelvic appendages. We'll get to that eventually.
Yeah, that's a one I want to touch on for sure when we get to it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
One thing you have to understand too is that sometimes the mutilated basking shark can be so decomposed that the flanks fall off the body, and what you're left with is nothing but the cranium and the spinal column, and it looks like a giant snake.
Right.
That
I've
happened
seen that.
in Youngstown, Massachusetts in 1939. I have a picture of that one. So it didn't look like a plesiosaur. It looked like a giant snake. And there were some serious arguments later in like the 1840s and 50s and maybe 1860s that some people thought the Strontia beast was an oarfish. But that doesn't add up either.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like an oarfish really only fits the one profile of it being long, but plenty of types of fish are long, and plenty of them fit as an oarfish.
An oarfish is laterally flattened. You can look at the images of the Strontia beast and tell it's got a rounded body.
Well, that and oarfish have such pronounced spines as well. You would think that would be something that is such a striking feature, at least in small remnants, but there's none on the Strontia beast.
One of the reasons they thought that it might be an oarfish is because of the supposed mane going down the back. And that seems to have been muscle fibers breaking down. Right.
Now, there was a description of the Strontia beast that you've mentioned, Scott, that said that certain, I think like the tips of the appendages or some of the fibers seem to glow in low light conditions. I wonder if there's a particularly high amount of phosphorus found in that area of the world.
Could be, or it could just be the properties of the muscle fibers breaking down. They might be shiny and reflect light. I just don't know.
We are finding more and more species of animals that have, under certain conditions, the ability to give off UV light. And maybe this is an early example of that kind of thing. But given it was so early on, I kind of doubt that it was particularly UV. But who knows? Maybe in the right conditions it does give it off without the need for a specific kind of bulb. Yeah, it's one of the stranger ones, because that's a hard one to reconcile. I wonder if there's any known sharks that give off that kind of light. I don't know.
I would think. Well, I think that either the 6-gill shark or the 7-gill shark has green eyes that are bioluminescent.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So here I have the paper by Everhard Holmes. Let's see what it says here. He's comparing the Strontia beast with another basking shark that was 36 feet long. And maybe where he's going with this is that he's saying that the size of the cranium and the pectoral girdle from the Strontia beast was roughly the same size as the 36-foot basking shark he was comparing it to. Let me see. Says, okay, the name of the paper is an anatomical account of the Squalus maximus of Linnaeus, which in the structure of its stomach forms an intermediate link to the gradation of animals between whales and cartilaginous fishes. By Everhard Holmes, read May 11th, 1809. The fish from which the following account is taken was entangled in the herring nets belonging to the fishermen of Hastings off that coast, and about halfway across the channel on the night of 13th of November, 1808. It was brought ashore at Hastings the following day, blah, 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 blah. The fish is a male, 36 feet long, 36 feet 6 inches long from the anterior part of the head to the longest extreme of the tail, and about 9 feet from the extreme point of the dorsal fin to the middle line of the body. Now let me skip ahead and find the Strontia beast here. Let's see. All right. Let's see. I cannot close the present paper without mentioning that nearly about the same period, 2 other squali of large dimensions were thrown upon our coast. The probable cause of this event is the season being uncommonly boisterous and tempestuous. So he's saying there was a lot of storms.
Right.
It's very stormy.
All right. On the 3rd of January, 1809, a fish was thrown ashore at Penryn in Cornwall. On hearing of it from a person on the spot, I sat down a drawing of the subject of this paper to compare it with, and the fish proves to be one of the same species, and a male measuring 31 feet in length. The other was thrown ashore on the 7th of October, 1808, at Rothy's home in the estate of Gilbert Mason, Esquire, in Stronsay, one of the Orkney Isles. It had been lying on some sunken rocks 11 days before, was in a half-putrid state, and the seafowl were in great numbers feeding on it. Those who saw it reported that the skin was rough in one direction and the skin was like satin in the other. At the time of this being examined, the skin and a great many parts of the fish were wanting. Mr. Mason, with a zeal for science which does him infinite credit, upon hearing the strange accounts which were given of this sea monster, got his brother Malcolm Lang and Dr. Grant, an eminent physician, both justices of the peace, to take depositions on the spot from which those persons who had seen the fish, that its real appearance might be ascertained. This examination, however, did not take place till 6 weeks after the fish was thrown ashore. These depositions were sent to Sir Joseph Banks, who put them into my hands. I also received a short time later from my friend Mr. Lang, in consequence of a request I made for the purpose, that part of the skull which contained the brain, the upper jaw, having been separated from it, a considerable number of the vertebrae of the back united by their natural attachments, a portion of one of the pectoral fins, with the cartilages that unite it to the spine, and a long and short cartilage forming the support of one of the gills. On comparing these different parts with those of the Squalus maximus, they were found to agree not only in their form, but also in their dimensions. This led to the opinion of the fish being a squalus, a very different one from what was formed by those who saw it in the mutilated state, in which it was thrown ashore, and who called it a sea snake. In the different depositions, several parts are accurately described, such as the valvular intestine, which was taken from the stomach, and the bristles of the mane, which are described as ligamentous fibers. One of them is in my possession, is of the same kind of the fibers forming the margins of the fins of the Squalus maximus. So there he said, in his own words, that he got the cranium and some of the vertebrae and the pectoral girdle with one of the pectoral fins of the strontia beast in his possession. And he said not only did it match the remains of the other 2 basking sharks that he had, but that it was the same relative size.
See, now that's much stronger. But one of the things I think that's overlooked a lot, that actually speaks for it being a shark more than anything else, is the description of 6 limbs, which the last 2 I would assume would be claspers.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I hadn't got around to explain it yet, but that's exactly what happened. Is that male basking sharks have double penises. They're underneath their pelvic fins. And they're really weird looking. They look like crab claws. And if they're separated away, you know, like started to pull away from the body, they would be separate from the pelvic fins and would look like another set of appendages.
Right. Well, there's that.
Yeah, and to even back that up even more, there was a monster washed up in Framboise, Nova Scotia in 1976 that had these appendages like crab claws, and the rest of the body was pretty rotted, but that's what it was. It was a basking shark, and those 2 claw-looking things were the claspers. It was a male basking shark. I've got a picture of that, and I'll put it in the slideshow.
I imagine, too, that as the carcass decomposes more and more, things like the pelvic girdle become maybe somewhat detached, and you get not only the appearance of things that look like different appendages, but perhaps even longer than they're actually supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, one thing you need to understand is that some people that have looked at the photographs of the Zuiyo Maru carcass maintain that what you're looking at or what you think you're looking at is not necessarily what you're looking at.
Mm.
And part of that is if you look at the cranium of a basking shark with jaws off of it, you know, the part that looks like a turtle skull, you have normal eye sockets or otic capsules on the sides of the head. But as I said earlier, you've also got holes on top of the skull that if the cranium is turned sideways, that can look like an eye hole too.
Right.
So there are several diagrams that the pro basking shark people have done that are saying that what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass that looks like an eye is in fact this epiphyseal foramen opening in the top of the skull.
Yeah, right. I've got one pulled up right now that illustrates that perfectly. And by chance, it also illustrates that, that pelvic girdle that attaches the pelvic fin. If it lost more of the mass around that area, it would very much look almost the same length as the front flippers, which obviously is one of the points that people tend to say suggests a tetrapod of some kind.
Yeah, well, you see, another thing that's interesting is that when you look at the pictures of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, where it's hanging up on the winch, you see that split down the middle of the back.
Mm.
You naturally assume, well, that must be the spinal cord, right?
Right.
Well, no. That may possibly be the side of the animal, and what you're seeing, that furrow there, is not the spinal cord, but is the muscles of the trunk musculature have decomposed and they're pulling away from each other in two different sheets.
Mm.
What they call myokomata muscle folds.
Mm.
In fish and in some primitive tetrapods, there are sheets of connective tissue that separate the different segments of the axial musculature, and these are called myomeres. Collectively, those sheets of connective tissue are called myokomata.
Mm.
And the more primitive you get in fishes, these myokomata muscle tissue structures have folds in them. And
Interesting.
most fish and sharks have these zigzag muscle folds in their myokomata. You can still see myokomata in things like salamanders and in some primitive reptiles. They may have existed in plesiosaurs, I don't know. They probably existed in mosasaurs, I would think.
Mm. So,
one of the arguments that was used to argue that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a shark is the argument that those could possibly be evidence of complex zigzag muscle folds in the axial trunk musculature, which would be indicative of a fish.
Right, yeah, and especially on land.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to bring it back to the idea about the skull and what the eyes, or quote-unquote eyes, might actually be. I'm looking at that comparison photo you sent that suggests that this what appears to be a spinal column is actually the side of the animal with the folds, and it's interesting because if you look at it under that lens, those two eye-like things on the front of the Zuiyo Maru carcass actually line up, it seems, almost perfectly with where that notch in the basking shark cranium would be.
Yeah. And if you look at the picture where you see it from the back,
That's
you
the one,
see
yeah.
what looks like a dorsal fin laying over to the right side.
Mm.
And that even, if you turn it sideways, you can see, well, okay, that's the dorsal fin, and that muscle split is running up the side of the animal instead of on the back.
Mm.
But now, at the same time, that's extremely ambiguous. Because, as I was talking earlier in the show about plesiosaur vertebrae, the neural spines, the transverse processes, and rib attachments on the plesiosaur vertebrae were loosely connected with cartilage or spongy bone.
Right.
And this is so the plesiosaur could have some spinal flexibility in its neck vertebrae and back vertebrae and tail vertebrae. So the thing is, they find the fossilized plesiosaur vertebrae normally with a lot of these processes broken off until the only thing left is this centerpiece, which looks like a hockey puck and also looks like a basking shark vertebrae in shape. So what I'm saying is it's possible that that could be the spinal column of the animal, and what looks like it's being split apart could be missing vertebral processes that have broken off the vertebrae, and those spaces are where those neural spines and transverse processes used to be.
Which hypothetically would make sense, because out of all the things to start decomposing before the bones, that would be one of them.
Yeah. You know, I mean, we really don't know all the different ways that a plesiosaur could decompose.
Right. And it's one of those things that really, again, highlights the similarities between basking sharks and plesiosaurs, at least in appearance. Looking at the photo with the shark being lifted, it has so many similarities. And again, that side looks very much like it could be what looks like a spinal column on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Yeah. But then, of course, you have the photo that compares the spinal column and the bases of the gastral ribs with the Zuiyo Maru carcass, and that also looks really quite similar.
Well,
so it's hard to tell.
One of the signature anatomical features of plesiosaur skeletons was that across their belly, in between the limb girdles, they had this strip of bones called gastralia, belly ribs. Now, whether the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a plesiosaur or a basking shark, the whole bottom part of the animal is gone.
Right.
So if there were gastral ribs, they're gone by the point that it's deteriorated and they brought it on the ship. So we don't know if it had those or not. We're not even sure if there's evidence for a remaining pectoral girdle, a pelvic girdle on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Right.
There seems to be one in Yano's drawing, but is that just an assumption that he made for the drawing? But there doesn't seem to be any mention of it in the accounts of the observations on the ship.
Right, and of course Yano's drawing has received a bit of updating from Yano and from some other sources as time's gone on, so there definitely is a tiny bit of question about how accurate the original sketches were.
The measurements, though, were made on board the ship, and I think recorded the very same day, so you can have more confidence in the actual measurements he made.
Right.
But part of the problem with that is the same problem you have with stories of giant snakes. They would bring these giant snake skins back and claim it came from a 40-foot snake or a 50-foot snake. And the problem with that is that when you dry these skins, they become stretched out. So you can't really rely on the skin of an animal to estimate the size of the original animal. And what I'm saying is that the state of decomposition that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was in, it's possible that during the course of trying to measurement, some of the measurements got off because the body was rotten and parts of it may have stretched while they were trying to measure it. I don't know, but that is possible.
Especially with it decomposing in the ocean. I mean, salt water turns biological material rather gelatinous and stretchy. So that's completely within the realm of possibility.
One estimate about how long they believed the carcass had been in the water before they found it was a month. And that's in one of the forensics papers in the scientific papers.
Now, was that one of the initial releases from the Japanese labs, or was that later on?
That was in the 1978 papers.
Okay, right. So that's pretty hot off the finding. Okay.
Well, guys, I think we've run out of time for part one, so we're going to have to pick this discussion up at the beginning of part two.
Sure thing.
That's okay. Yeah. You'll have to forgive me, guys. I'm on the back of 12 hours again, and I am pretty pretty finished at the moment.
Hey, no worries.
My brain is frozen.
No worries. You work pretty hard with this stuff, and both of us got some pretty good segments in, I think. So I think we should be set.
Yeah, I mean,
and Scott, you laid down some amazing scientific background there as well that really made people think. For me, for my mind, for my very unscientific mind, and not having a basis in biology, it's the six limbs for me on this for the Stronzer. But I think the side view that you're talking about for the Zuiyo Maru as well, I mean, that's a great way of looking at it, actually. You know, that we're looking at perspective.
It's, it's a very important point that the pro-shark advocates bring up, and you can't just ignore it. I mean, if you're trying to engage the skeptics in a serious argument, you've got to at least acknowledge their points.
Yeah, absolutely. Because an inaccurate point is one that can stand up to scrutiny. And the basking shark theory, for the most part, certainly can. In a way, we're more so attacking the methods used to conclude the basking shark hypothesis than we are the basking shark hypothesis itself.
Well, looking at it realistically, it's very unlikely that the case will ever be settled.
Oh, right.
Everyone's satisfaction. I mean, it's like the Patterson film. It's been ripped apart, torn apart, examined every possible way, and you're still not sure it could go either way. So the only thing we can do is at the end of the day is say, well, there's some compelling evidence here. It's not a conclusive case, but it has some interesting evidence attached to it, and just sit it on the shelf and say, well, that's what it is. It is what it is, and look for better evidence.
Right.
But still, most people don't seem to be aware of how compelling the evidence in this case is, and I think we have a duty to explain to people the complexities of this thing and make them aware of just exactly what the situation is.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely.
And like I said, a lot of the people that are insistent that it could only be a shark are just stopping the argument in 1978 and not bringing any new evidence in relative to the original debate. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fill in 40 years of things that we've learned about fossil marine reptiles and living marine reptiles and sharks relevant to this whole argument, which I think needs to be done.
I agree. Could not agree more.
So maybe, Scott, in the next section in Carrick, the arguments for it being a plesiosaur, what could they be? How can we investigate that?
I'll get to that eventually, but what I want to do first is go over the anatomical arguments that have been used to say that it was a shark. And then I want to go very deep into the whole biochemical thing, and then we can come back to the plesiosaur stuff after that.
Well, even with the biochemical thing, as far as something kind of concrete goes, that's most of what we have to suggest plesiosaur, or at least not basking shark. That's our strongest evidence, because the operation was, I guess you could say, botched in a way, because certain details weren't, certain measures weren't taken to make sure the results were actually accurate. So
it's ambiguous. It depends on your point of view. I mean, what parts of that analysis do you find relevant? If you take out the parts that point toward it being a shark, you may find the results extremely relevant.
Right.
But if you're questioning that, you're going to look at the stuff that didn't add up. So that's the parts you're taking away from it. So, it's a mixed bag.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
by the way, before we leave, the National Library of Scotland is the George IV Bridge building in the centre of Edinburgh. So it doesn't seem to be in the university, unless it's one of the university buildings, perhaps. But it doesn't
maybe they've
classified
it as historical object, and it's got more value as a historical object than it does as an anatomical specimen. I don't know.
Yeah,
could be.
I would imagine it's in a big sort of in a big archive somewhere. I mean, there's a few of them, by the way. So it could be there's a few buildings that are owned by the National Libraries. It could be in one of them.
The fact that it's looked more as a historical object now than a biological specimen may explain why they were reluctant to give any of it away to the biologists to examine.
Could be. Could very well be.
Yeah.
I think it's a shame they didn't give them a little piece of it, you know? They wouldn't have needed much.
I was under the impression the opinion was that it wouldn't survive, wouldn't survive further experimentation due to its age or whatever the excuse was. There was some concern for keeping it in its current state.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
We don't know the details, so maybe their arguments are valid. I just don't know.
Yeah, perhaps.
All right, well, I'm going to pull the plug on this.
All right.
I'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Yep. Have fun.
See you guys.
Take it easy, my friend. Bye.
In September 1977, this Japanese fishing boat was off the east coast of New Zealand when it trawled up in its nets a mystifying carcass. The Japanese TV networks were excited enough to helicopter teams out over the South Pacific and winch their reporters down onto the ship at sea. On the deck of the Zuiyo Maru, the skipper talked to journalists.
On April the 25th at about 10:30, we noticed something big caught in the nets. It was a red, fleshy object which smelled very strongly. We didn't know what it was, so I went for my camera and flash gun.
Sadly, the body itself was afterwards thrown back. But early in 1980, one of the world's leading fisheries experts, Professor Fujio Yasuda, arrived for a conference in London with such evidence as remains.
This is all the evidence about the unknown creature dredged from the sea by the Zuiyo Maru off New Zealand on the 25th of April 1977. These photographs were taken by Mr. Yano of Taiyo Fisheries. The real half of the body was rotten and dropped off. As you can see in this photograph, the surface of the body is covered with a fat-like substance. This is the drawing made by Mr. Yano after measuring the creature. I can't think of any known fish which has this shape. I can't tell what this creature is, but I assure you that it is completely unknown to us.
Blog Talk Radio.
Radio brings you The Haunted Sea with host Scott Mardis.
Hello, this is Scott Mardis. Welcome to part 2 of our roundtable discussion about the Zuiyo Maru case. Joining me for this, as last time, are Andy McGrath. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Scott. How you doing?
Good. And Carrick St. Laurent. Hello, Carrick.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. So, I want to try to avoid backtracking and spending half the episode talking about things that we talked about in the last episode. So I'm encouraging the audience is that if you haven't heard part one of this, please go back and listen to the first part so we don't have to go back and review all this stuff. We're going to be hopping around different things today. One thing that I definitely want to get into on this episode is the meat of the whole biochemistry argument for it being a shark, which is very important because the fibers that were taken from the fin or flipper are the hardest evidence we have to work with. It's the only physical evidence that was there, biological, to work with in this case. I would include the photographs as hard evidence as well, but you can't biologically analyze a photograph. So the only biological pieces of this animal that were available for study were the tissue samples taken from one of the fins. So that constitutes the only physical evidence in this case that could be analyzed. Now, before we get into that, I want to discuss some of the anatomical features that were used to argue that it was a shark. But I also want to look at the credentials of the people that said that they thought it was a reptile. Who are these people? Now, hang on a second here. Let's see. I'm looking for the chat option here. Let's see.
Close to the bottom. Yeah, bottom left.
Let's see. Hang on here.
No problem.
I found it. Now let me find the image I'm looking for. Let's see. Bear with me here.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Let me see. Okay. You guys got that image?
Yes,
yeah.
we do.
All right, hang on a second here. All right, the first person that was quoted in the press as saying that it was a plesiosaur was this man. This is Yoshinori Imazumi. March 11th, 1914 to April 7th, 2007, was a Japanese zoologist. He is known for describing the Inamote cat in 1967. He was the director of the zoological department of the National Museum of Nature and Science in Japan. And here's what he says. It's not a fish, whale, or any other mammal, said Professor Yoshinori Imazumi of Japan's National Science Museum in the Asahi Shimbun newspaper story that broke the news to the world. It's a reptile, and the sketch looks very like a plesiosaur. This was a precious and important discovery for human beings that seems to show that these animals are not extinct after all.
Wonderful.
So, I just told you his credentials. So,
Right. I think that's wonderful.
this guy was respected in the field of zoology, and you must give his opinion some weight. But now we have to look at this in context, too. The story had just broke. There had not really been any real in-depth analysis of the testimony of the crew, to my knowledge. And perhaps it's possible that this guy did not know about the extensive history of mutilated basket sharks. I don't know. But anyway, you can take that for what it is. Now let me find the other slides I'm looking for here. Let's see. Bear with me.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay, this slide I just sent you is about Tokyo Shikama. All right, hang on here.
Tokyo Shikama.
Okay, so his credentials are Tokyo Shikama, 1912 to 1978, Japanese malacologist and paleontologist. Now, a malacologist is somebody that studies gastropods and mollusks, and can include the study of cephalopods as well. Okay, so here's what he had to say. He was also quoted in newspapers around the same time. It says, Tokyo Shikama, a scholar of ancient animals at Yokohama National University, said, it has to be a plesiosaurus. These creatures must still roam the seas off New Zealand feeding on fish. He called the area an ideal habitat, abounding in fish and with a surface temperature of about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This is from Wire Service Reports, July 25th, 1977. And related to Tokyo Shikama, there's a rare defense of his opinion by an American biologist from a different source. This is from an article that appeared in Starlog magazine in 1977. And here's what it says. Tokyo Shikama, an ancient animal expert at Yokohama National University, identified the creature indeed as being a plesiosaur, and a University of Chicago biology professor, Lee Van Valen, agreed, saying, if Shikama says it's a plesiosaur, it must be a plesiosaur. He's worked on marine mammals and is a respected expert. Van Valen added that he is fairly well convinced there is something big in Loch Ness as well. Okay. Not long after the initial reports, there were biochemical comparisons done with fin fibers from a blue shark. And it was found to be similar in nature biochemically to the elastoidin fibers from the fins of a blue shark. Now, when this came out, there's a quote from Shikama regarding that result. And here's what he said. He says, even if the tissue contains the same protein as the shark's, it is rash to say that the monster is a shark, said Professor Tokyo Shikama, a paleontologist at Yokohama National University. The finding is not enough to refute a speculation that the monster is a plesiosaur.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's,
so these are hard quotes.
And these are strong credentials. They're strong
exactly.
credentials.
So, again, this is in the early stages of the investigation. So, you could make the argument, well, they didn't really know that much at this point about the carcass. And he's basing his opinion on scant information. Nevertheless, you can't just sweep this guy's opinion under the rug, even under those circumstances.
Right.
All right, so finally, this is after the main part of the investigation was done by the scientists that met at Tokyo University of Fisheries and had this conference to really study in depth the evidence. At the end of the day, there was one or two people there that didn't say it was a plesiosaur, but did say it was possible that it was, quote, an undescribed reptile. Now, the lead The lead person that expressed that opinion was Zuiyo Obata. Hang on a second here, and I'll send you that slide. All right, you got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to read his credentials.
Heard it.
Zuiyo Obata, Japanese paleontologist, born November 15th, 1929, Fukuoka, Japan, died September 19th, 2015, education, Kyushu University. Now, this guy worked on both vertebrate and invertebrate paleontology, wrote several papers about plesiosaurs. So he knew about plesiosaurs and probably mosasaurs as well. But he also worked on ammonites, which were the shelled squids that were contemporaries with the plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, and which a lot of them fed on. So here is a list of some of his papers that he wrote. I'm just going to read through them real quick. Let's see. This is from 1972, Preliminary Report on the Cretaceous Reptile Fossils from Hokkaido, Memories of the National Science Museum, number 5. This is from 1989, an Upper Cretaceous plesiosaur, family Elasmosauridae, from the Wakanai area, Hokkaido, Bulletin of the National Science Museum, Tokyo, Series C15. Here's another one from 2007, Geological Age and Environments of the Plesiosaurs and Mosasaurs from Japan, in Jubilee publication in commemoration of Professor Kamai's 80th birthday, Office of the Jubilee Events, in commemoration of Professor Kamai's 80th birthday, Tokyo. So obviously, here's another one from 1970, Discovery of an Elasmosaur from the Upper Cretaceous, Futaba Group, Journal of Geological Society of Japan, number 76. Okay, so that obviously establishes right there from these 3 or 4 papers that he's written on plesiosaurs and mosasaurs that he knows about marine reptiles. Right? So we've established that fact right there. Then coming back to the collected papers on the carcass of an unidentified animal trawled off New Zealand, these are the concluding remarks of his paper, which he co-authored with another invertebrate paleontologist named Yoshio Tomoda. The paper is called Comparison of the Unidentified Animal with Fossil Animals. Concluding remarks. There is still no decisive evidence to determine whether the animal in question was a shark or an undescribed reptile. General opinion favors identification as a shark. A possible method to approach a more accurate identification may be to focus on the basking shark, Cedorhinus maximus, which occurs in the cold waters of the northern hemisphere. Yet, a biologist who's inclined to the shark concept told us he had an impression when he recently had an opportunity to see a large specimen of the basking shark, that the animal in question would not be a basking shark. In this note, we dared to present an uncommon view, posing several questions to the now prevailing general opinion. After all, whether the animal belongs to a group of sharks or whether it is a marine reptile, we do not know any genera or species that agree with it. So basically, we have a guy that has worked on plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, not saying it was a plesiosaur or a mosasaur, but saying that it was possible that it was an undescribed reptile, which, like I said before, that's an unknown type of giant sea-dwelling reptile that we don't know about.
Right.
And apparently, it's got a long neck. If it was a reptile, it has a long neck like a plesiosaur, so it resembles a plesiosaur if it was a reptile. So, given so many unknown factors, just because it's an undescribed reptile does not rule out the possibility that it could be something descended millions of years removed from a plesiosaur or a mosasaur that we don't know about. So this is after most of the main investigation had been done. This is in the final papers from 1978 that everybody likes to quote from to prove it's a shark. So there you go. That's the best case that can be made for that thing being a reptile.
Right.
Are those three sets of quotes from those three zoologists, paleontologists, paleobiologists, whatever you want to call them. So that's as good as it gets in the state of the original investigation. Now, since that happened, I have uncovered other evidence that I think that you can add to that says that some of the evidence that was used to prove it was a shark is kind of ambiguous and could be applied to a reptile as well. Yeah. So, go ahead.
I was just going to comment one thing about Obata's analysis. It's so interesting that he didn't go with plesiosaur or mosasaur, but seemed to. His testimony suggests that there is something about the carcass that is not even specifically plesiosaur-like, but is strangely reptile-like. I think that was a very interesting point for him to make.
As I explained it earlier in the first episode, earlier in that paper, they did direct comparisons with known types of fossil plesiosaurs and mosasaurs.
Yes, right.
And they came to the conclusion that the body was too elongated to fit with any kind of known plesiosaur, and the neck was too long to fit with any type of mosasaur. So you had an animal with an elongated body like a mosasaur, but with an elongated neck like a sea turtle or a plesiosaur. So it didn't really fit either one. At least the known fossil types.
Right.
But as I've stressed before, we're dealing with an animal that's 66 or 65 million years removed from any of those fossil types. So we don't know what 60 million years of evolution could have done to one of these animals.
And I think that's a good point, Scott. I think it's like imagining, for example, that there are no big cats in the world now, and all we have as evidence of their existence are saber-toothed tigers. And then suddenly somebody finds a decomposing lion or tiger or leopard or whatever. And we say, well, it doesn't really fit anything that we have on record for that time. Maybe it is this, maybe it's not that. It does appear to be a cat of some kind. We don't know what it is. And surely, since we've seen over time, whatever the perspective is, that animals do change, even according to the environmental conditions, and vary.
Well, we don't even really know. We don't really know all the types that were running around 60 million years ago, much less today. Because we're constantly finding new types of marine reptiles and new types of dinosaurs, and some really weird ones that we didn't know about.
Yeah, the fossil record is considerably extensive, but in all reality, what we have in the fossil record, not just for marine reptiles, but for any species, is it's quite small. It's rare that a corpse fossilizes. So you're right. We're working with a very limited view of those time frames.
Absolutely.
Trying to be conservative, though, what we can say is that based on the trends that we know about the evolution of plesiosaurs and the evolution of mosasaurs, it doesn't fit either one. From what we know in the fossil record. But there could have been some side branch that maybe we don't even know about yet that could account for this animal. I don't know.
And again, I would say it's because it's that record, it's fragmentary. And to view it any other way I think is a mistake, because as you said, we are finding new forms all the time, new species all the time. And the assumption about how the animal would have evolved or developed over time is based on that fragmentary evidence, and perhaps we'll find more in the future that will prove otherwise. There are new ideas coming around all the time. However, could it also just be an unknown form of shark, something that also doesn't exist in the fossil record, as far as we know? And
well, now that you mentioned that, I would mention the fact that about 5 months before the Zuiyo Maru carcass was found, they pulled up a big sea anchor off Hawaii and brought up the first megamouth shark, which was totally unknown in Hawaii. A totally unknown type of filter-feeding shark that apparently is distantly related to the basking sharks. So there you go. That's another possibility.
And huge.
Yeah.
A huge animal.
Yeah. So that the Zuiyo Maru thing happened right on the heels of the discovery of megamouth.
That's very interesting that it wasn't assumed to be one of those, right? Especially as it was on the heels. I think it's an interesting thing. I still come back to that point of many of the carcasses that have been found since that time and since investigative science has moved on have been determined absolutely to be basking sharks, and it's strange that we have that gap between them, between this particular sighting and what came out of it, and then everything afterwards almost conclusively being a shark or a basking shark or some other known species.
The problem is they didn't bring the carcass or enough of the carcass back to settle the matter. Most of the times, one thing that sets the Zuiyo Maru case apart from all these other cases, that all these other basking sharks have been found washed up on the beach. So it was not a problem to get access to take part of the skull or some of the vertebrae, or to get a piece of tissue to do a DNA analysis on to conclusively identify what it was. Now, I maintain that if the cranium and some of the vertebrae, maybe one of the flippers, were brought back up the Zuiyo Maru carcass, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. They would know for sure what it was.
Right.
Fortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So that's the dividing line right there.
But still, these, as you point out with these slides, these reputable scientists, and especially reputable scientists in a country like Japan, where your reputation is everything, not only about you, but about your entire family, would take such a risk on something like this that could possibly have been a shark. It surprises me. It really does surprise me that they would have taken such a huge risk and been so academically positioned to make such statements as well.
Well, I can see people, like I said, I can see people brushing aside the opinions of Imazumi and Shikama, because at that point in time when those quotes were made, there hadn't really been an in-depth analysis of the evidence. But looking at what Obata said is a different story. This was the end result of an in-depth look at the evidence. So even at the end of the day, somebody was bold enough to say it could have been a reptile. So there you go. That's the important part there.
Right.
You take what Obata said, who was knowledgeable about plesiosaurs and mosasaurs, and add that to what Shikama and Imazumi said, then you've got something to work with. Yeah. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to pause the recording and let's take a little break here.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're back now. And I think the next thing I want to discuss is the fact that the man that examined the carcass closer than anyone else on board the ship, the man that photographed it 5 times, took the measurements and cut the tissue samples, Mr. Michihiko Yano, who was a trained marine biologist that worked on board the ship for Taiyo Fisheries, was interviewed 29 years after the event and still maintains that he didn't think it was a shark. So that, to me, that's very important. So there was a German documentary made in 2006 about the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Michihiko Yano was interviewed for the documentary, and my German colleague, Marcus Hemmler, was kind enough to translate the interview from the German documentary into English. So what I'm about to read to you is the transcript, the English translation of Yano's interview for that documentary. Now I just have to bring up the file. Okay, so this is directly from Michihiko Yano himself. All right, hang on. Okay. The first part of this is written by Marcus Hemmler. Scott Martis pointed me to this German documentary, Monster aus der Tiefe, Übungskant Erziatri, from German television channel ZDF 2006, mainly about the Zuiyo Maru carcass of 1977. I have translated the interview of Michihiko Yano from German to English. Now this is the quotes from Yano. I do not know the exact dimensions anymore, but the head was about 3/4 of a meter long. We tied a rope around the neck and pulled up the carcass. At the front, 2 fins were visible, as can be seen in the photos, and in the back, I believe, too. All internal organs were gone. When we pulled up the carcass from the net, white fat dripped out like tofu. You could also see red meat like a whale. If the crew had said back then, that's a shark, I would not have taken any pictures. But we had never seen anything like it. What was it? We knew about sharks. We processed sharks every day. We were very experienced in that. So there you go. That's from Michihiko Yano himself.
That's the first hand, that's the eyewitness. That's still huge. And again, I asked the question, why do we always, these people, these amazing credentials, when they present something to us that's hard to believe, why do we find a way to discredit them or brush it off? It's a strange...
Well, you know, it's very complicated. You look at the basic facts in the case now, and the way they were understood in 1978, you know, just taking the basic facts, the fact that the biochemical analysis in comparison to elastoid fibers from a basking shark were extremely close. You add to that the great resemblance of the carcass in the photographs to other well-documented cases of mutilated basking sharks that had happened before and have happened since. It's not unreasonable to say that the most parsimonious interpretation was that it was simply a mutilated basking shark.
Of course. Right. The most logical explanation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, you know, using Occam's razor, that is the simplest explanation. However, if you look further afield, outside of the limited set of control data that they used to compare it with, you find other information that makes a lot of the features that they pointed to as being confirmatory of it being a shark, makes those features ambiguous and reopens the question to an extent.
Okay.
Now you take that information and add it to the opinions of Imazumi, Obata, and Shikama, and you just, seriously, I mean, if you're being honest, you can't just sweep all this under the rug. Now, looking at it realistically at this late date, the only chance we've ever got, and it's a very thin one, of conclusively closing this case is based on the possibility that one fiber was still in existence in Shizuoka University in 1996, 25 years ago. We don't know if it's still there or not. Even if it is, and we could get access to it, we don't know what 40 years of deterioration could have done to that one little piece of fiber that might hamper any ability to try to get a usable DNA sequence out of it now.
Right.
It is possible, but it's a very slim possibility. So, other than that possibility, we're left with an open-ended case that depends on what your point of view is. You know, if you've got an absolutely closed mind that it could be absolutely nothing but a shark or a basking shark, then there's probably very little that's going to change your opinion. However, I think that looking at this case today, in the scope of wider evidence concerning things that we've learned about fossil marine reptiles in the last 40 years, that makes a lot of the knowledge that we have about things like plesiosaurs and mosasaurs and ichthyosaurs much more fishy-like than we initially assumed, and looking at things like leatherback turtles and other things, you know, you can go back and re-examine some of this stuff and say, hey, wait a minute. There's even stuff related to the fibers in elastoidin that weren't mentioned in the original studies that may give us pause to say, hey, wait a minute. And I'm going to address all that, but I think the first thing we need to do, moving toward the biochemical analysis, is let's look at the first biochemical analysis where the fibers from the carcass were compared with a blue shark before the basking shark studies were done.
Right.
So what I've got to do now is go find that information. If you will bear with me for a minute, I'll dig that up. Feel free to talk while I'm looking for that.
Okay. Can we slag people off, or are you going to edit it out, or what? Kidding. Go, Carrick, go.
Well, I was going to say I think it's super interesting, Scott, that you point out the whole. It could really easily go either way if you look at the case in a very holistic sense. And in that way, relating it to the biochemical analysis that we're about to take a look at here, I think that that's exactly the right way to look at this, in the sense that we have fairly sound, maybe not totally sound, but fairly sound conclusions that can be come to. And really the meat of the case is in the process of the examination and why it produced such an ambiguous feeling case, rather than the fact that it produced an ambiguous case.
Well, I mean, best case possible scenario, you want to argue that this thing is a reptile, you've got a highly doubtful maybe at best. Still, that's better than nothing.
Right.
I mean, if you're coming at this question from the direction that we are, that we've been investigating these stories of plesiosaur-like, alleged plesiosaur-like water monsters, and you're looking for evidence that they are flesh and blood animals, you can't ignore this case.
Right.
Because you had reputable biologists that were bold enough to come forward in the face of much opposition to say that, hey, this might have been a reptile.
And that's the most interesting question, I think, for me at least, about this case is why? And I think that
why would they take that risk, Carrick? Why would they take that risk?
You know, I didn't make them say this. They said it themselves.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
But look at the statement again. We knew about sharks. We processed sharks every day. We were very experienced in that. If the crew had said back then it's a shark, I would not have taken any pictures. We'd never seen anything like it. That's an eyewitness, first-hand eyewitness, the person that made a report. And I think this is the kind of stuff we don't invest enough into sometimes. People, especially people in that part of the world who eat a wide variety of food from the sea, they are going to be very experienced in that.
Well, you see, you know, we haven't gone over all the evidence yet. There are counter arguments to that. There are places in the scientific paper where certain ichthyologists took the fibers and showed them to shark fin processors. You know, these type of fibers in sharks are used for shark fin soup. The fibers from the carcass were taken and shown to professional shark fin processors who recognized them as elastoidin fibers.
Okay.
So, there's counter evidence in that direction too. And one thing that we haven't got to yet is that in late 1977, a basking shark was brought ashore by some Japanese fishermen and purposely trimmed to look like the carcass. And it does bear a strong resemblance to the carcass. They cut the jaws off and they cut the gills off and purposely trimmed it to look like the carcass. And we'll get to that eventually, but let's, this is an article that was published in Oceans Magazine in November 1977 called What Was the New Zealand Monster? So I'm going to find the section where they're talking about the blue shark comparison. Let's see. Let me see here. Bear with me.
No problem.
There's just so much material here to go over, you know? I wish there was a way I could just open all the PDFs at once and have it laid out.
Does this make you
but unfortunately. All right, here we go. This is from the same article. It says, besides taking pictures of the creature, Yano had snipped some tissue samples of fibrous material from one of the fins for analysis. As soon as he returned, tests began on these specimens. About a week after the news of the monster first broke, on July 21st, the early reports came in. Using a method known as ion exchange chromatography to determine the amino acid... Oh, hang on a second here. Using a method known as ion exchange chromatography to determine the amino acid structure of the protein in the fiber strands, Yano had given him Dr. Shigeru Kimura, a biochemist at the Tokyo University of Fisheries, found that for every 1,000 units of amino acids in the monster tissue, 40 were of a type called tyrosine. The amino acid structure of a bluefin shark averaged 44 units of tyrosine per 1,000 of amino acids, which Kimura said represented a remarkable correlation. Among fish, it is known that only sharks and rays have the type of protein called elastoidin, Dr. Kimura said. As for reptiles, I do not think there is relevant data, even abroad. He added that the protein could not have come from a mammal's skin or hair. Thus, chemically, the monster may have been either a fish or possibly a reptile, but not a mammal. So.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then here's that same quote from Shikama again. says, even if the tissue contains the same protein as the shark's, it is rash to say that the monster is a shark, said Professor Tokyo Shikama, a paleontologist at Yokohama National University. The finding is not enough to refute a speculation that the monster is a plesiosaur.
And I think that really, that quote is so summative of all of the biochemical analyses that were done. It is, in my opinion, looking at all of this, I don't think there were enough control tests that were done, and we'll find that as we talk more about it.
That's one thing I'm going to explain as we move along. First, what I want to do is establish the parameters of the basking shark biochemical analysis from the final papers, and then backtrack from there, moving in a reptile direction. You'll see the logic of where I'm going with all this.
All right.
Now, there is a newspaper article that I have about the blue shark comparison. I just got to find it here. Let's see. Okay, this is from the New York Times. I believe July 25th, 1977. All right. Let me just read this real quick. Japanese say that sea creature could be related to shark species. Tokyo, July 25th. A marine biologist says a 30-foot, 2-ton sea creature netted by a Japanese trawler off New Zealand in April showed a biochemical makeup similar to that of a kind of shark. A spokesman for Professor Fujio Yasuda of Tokyo Fisheries University said today that a gas chromatography analysis of a whisker-like specimen from the creature showed it contained various amino acids seen in a species of shark, Cryonoche glauca, that usually grows to a maximum length of 18 feet. Yasuda stressed that the report is strictly tentative, and what it shows is that only that the monster could have been a shark, not that it was nothing but a shark, the spokesman said. Prior to the chemical analysis, the professor said the creature resembled an extinct sea reptile of 130 million years ago. The trawler Zuiyo Maru fished up the dead creature and sent a specimen and photographs to Tokyo for analysis. The rotted carcass was thrown back because crewmen feared it would contaminate the catch. All right, so why don't we break for now, and we'll pick this back up on the next session, and we'll get into the basking shark biochemical analysis.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm flagging very seriously.
That's all right. You had a busy day at work. I mean, we got time.
Out of the house by 6 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm home tomorrow, though. I'm home, so that's something
awesome.
I can, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to stop moaning. It's a British pastime. I've got to.
Okay, so what we need to do now is go to the much lauded 1978 paper that everyone points to as saying, see, the biochemical test proved that it was a basking shark. So what I intend to do here is us go through that paper point by point and first establish the arguments that were used to say that biochemically it was a basking shark. Then once we get to that point, we'll start bringing in new evidence to deconstruct that argument. So, this is from the collected papers on the carcass of an unidentified animal trawled off New Zealand by the Zuiyo Maru, published by the Franco-Japanese Société d'Oceanography in July 1978, based on a series of papers that came out of a conference held by a bunch of scientists at the Tokyo University of Fisheries. The name of this paper is The Morphology and Chemical Composition of Horny Fibers from an Unidentified Creature Captured off the Coast of New Zealand. The primary author is a biochemist named Shigeru Kimura, and his co-authors are Katsuyuki Fuji, Hajime Sato, Tsuyoshige Seta, and Minoru Kubota, who I'm all assuming are probably biochemists as well. Now, if you'll remember from earlier in this episode, Shigeru Kimura is the one that did the initial biochemistry test comparing the carcass fibers with those from a blue shark, Prionice glauca, and found that they were very similar. Okay, so I'm going to read the abstract of the paper here. Abstract: the only material evidence horny fiber from an unidentified creature captured off the coast of New Zealand was characterized with respect to its hydrothermal behavior, electron microscope observation, and chemical composition. From the combined results, the horny fiber was identified as a unique collagenous fiber, elastoidin, which has been reported to occur only in shark fins. Especially, it was almost identical to a basking shark elastoidin in its amino acid composition. Thus, these findings may lead to the conclusion that the unidentified creature is a basking shark or a closely related species to it. Now I'm off into the main part of the paper. It says, on April 25th, 1977, the Zuiyo Maru of Taiyo Fishery Company, a Japanese fishing trawler, happened to drag up the corpse of a big strange creature resembling the legendary Nessie about 30 miles east off the coast of Christchurch, New Zealand. The creature measured up to 10 meters long. The dead body, however, was soon thrown away for fear of contaminating other fish with putrid substances. Just before it was thrown away, Michihiko Yano, one of the crewmen, had pulled out several horny fibers from the half-decayed pectoral fin or foreleg. These horny fibers resemble a unique collagenous fiber elastoidin from the fins of sharks, class chondrichthyes in their appearance. On the other hand, Yano's color photographs and sketches of the creature, as well as many verbal reports of the crewman, seem to support the possibility that it is not a fish. Thus, it would be expected that a biochemical study of the isolated horny fiber may provide significant information about this unidentified creature. The present paper reports the morphological and chemical characteristics of the horny fiber in relation to those of shark elastoidin. Materials and methods. Samples: 2 pieces of the horny fibers from the pectoral fin about 100 centimeters in length of the creature were kindly provided by Professor Fujio Yasuda, Tokyo University of Fisheries, who was requested by Taiyo Fishery Company to give an opinion of the creature. According to Yano's report, the horny fibers were washed with water in order to remove their terrible smell, treated with an antiseptic solution of about 0.4% sodium hypochlorite at room temperature for 12 hours, then air dried on the trawler. Direct comparison was made with the elastoidin from the basking shark Cedarinis maximus, because some adult basking sharks are comparable to the creature in their whole body length. Elastoidins were prepared from a fresh pectoral fin about 40 centimeters in length, and any loose substance surrounding the elastoidin was removed by washing it with water. Electron microscopy. The horny fibers were macerated in 1% acetic acid, washed with physiological saline, and fixed for 2 hours with 2.5% glutaldehyde in 1.1 M-phosphate buffer, pH 73 at 4 degrees Celsius. After washing with the same buffer, they were post-fixed for 1 hour and 1% osmium tetraoxide at 4 degrees Celsius. A portion of them was ion spattered with gold and examined in a U3 type scanning electron microscope. Another portion was dehydrated with an ethanol series embedded in spur resin in sections longitudinally. These sections were stained with lead citrate and uranyl acetate and examined in an HS/9 transmission electron microscope. All right, well, now, obviously that's mostly gibberish to what, but obviously they treat it with chemicals and all that stuff, which I'm assuming is the normal process they do to make this stuff show up better in an electron microscope.
Right. And it's interesting that it's noted that 12 hours was the wait time for it, because there is obviously some concern over how much time is needed for that sample to start degrading because of its preservation method.
Well, I'm sure there's method to their madness.
Right.
Anyway, moving along, it says chemical analysis. Amino acid compositions of the horny fiber and the shark elastoidin were determined by an amino acid analyzer, JLC 3BC liquid chromatograph. The samples were hydrolyzed in 6-degree hypochlorite at 110 degrees Celsius for 24 hours under reduced pressure. 2 kinds of carbohydrate-linked hydroxylysines, glucosilgalactosylhydroxylysine and galactohydroxylysine were estimated by the amino acid analyzer according to the method as described by Kimura, 1972, in samples hydrolyzed in 2 NKOH at 105 degrees Celsius for 20 hours. Furthermore, reducible cross-links were identified using the method reported by Tanzer et al. 1973. The samples were reduced with tritiated sodium borohydride, hydrolyzed in 3N-HCl at 107 degrees Celsius for 48 hours, and then fractioned on a 0.9 by 15 centimeter column of Aminex A5, whatever that means. Okay, now results and discussion. Now we're moving on. So basically the section we just discussed was materials and methods. It's outlining all the different preparation techniques that were used on the fibers before the tests were done, including the electron microscope, hydrothermal test, and the amino acid test. Now here we go with the actual tests and the results. Results and discussion. Morphology, which is the shape of the physical parameters of these fibers. The horny fibers were rigid needle-like fibers with a translucent light brown color, which taper toward both ends. This fiber shrinks sharply to about 1/3 of its original length at approximately 63 degrees Celsius when heated in water. On cooling, the shrunk fiber became re-elongated gradually. Figure 2 compares the wet horny fibers before and after heat treatment. Both having the same original length of 3.5 centimeters. This type of hydrothermal behavior was characteristic of elastoidin. In this connection, the basking shark elastoidin was found to have a shrinkage temperature of approximately 65 degrees Celsius. So there was a 2 degrees Celsius difference in the shrinkage temperature of the basking shark elastoidin and the carcass fibers.
Interesting.
What the significance of that is, I do not know. does anyone. Anyway, moving along to the electron microscope examination, it says, the scanning electron micrograph shown in Figure 3 exhibited that the horny fiber was composed of numerous protofibrils arrayed parallel to the fiber axis. Furthermore, the transmission electron micrograph of longitudinal section of the horny fiber is given in Figure 4. Let's see. Which the particular band pattern was observed over the entire field of view in the electron microscope. The major periodic striation of 450 to 500 amps was rather shorter than that of 600 to 700 amps for typical collagen. A similar characteristic pattern was previously observed by McGavin, 1962, in the longitudinal section of basking shark elastoidin. So basically what they're saying there, these rings that go around the collagen fibril are shorter in elastoidin than they are for normal collagens. And they're saying that you see that same sort of pattern in basking shark elastoidin when it's looked at under an electron microscope.
Right.
All right. So here we go with the actual biochemical test. It says chemical characteristics. The amino acid composition of the horny fiber is shown in Table 1, indicating that more than 95% of the horny fiber by weight was accounted for by these amino acids. Although its composition was characteristic of collagenous proteins, an unusual feature of the horny fiber was found to be the high tyrosine content of 43 residues for every 1,000 amino acid residues, compared with about 5 residues or less per 1,000 residues for collagen. In this respect, the horny fiber resembled elastoidins thus far known, especially the basking shark elastoidin listed in Table 1 was closely similar to the horny fiber, although that it was obviously rich in tyrosine and histidine as compared with the horny fiber. Now, if you'll remember, the tests that were done on the blue shark elastoidin, I think, was about 44 units for every 1,000 units was tyrosine.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So this is coming along the same parameters. Anyway, going back to the text, it says, in this regard, it is noteworthy that the horny fiber preparation had been treated with a dilute sodium hypochlorite solution, which is a strong oxidizing reagent. The aqueous sodium hypochlorite solution is very unstable, so that the sodium hypochlorite concentration, 0.4%, reported by Yano, should be considered as maximal. The action of sodium hypochlorite on collagenous proteins is not yet clear, but some amino acids were reported to be susceptible to the oxidation by chemical oxidizing reagents. Thus, the basking shark elastoidins were treated with 0.4% and 0.007% solutions of sodium hypochlorite at room temperature for 24 hours and then analyzed for their amino acids. So in other words, they took the basking shark elastoidins, treated them with the same chemical treatment that the carcass fibers had been treated with, and then redid the test.
Right.
To see what the results were. Thus, the basking shark elastoidins were treated with 0.04% and 0.007% solutions of sodium hypochlorite at room temperature for 24 hours and then analyzed for their amino acids. Figure 5 shows that tyrosine histidine, cysteine, and methionine residues for the elastordin were specifically decomposed by the action of sodium hypochlorite, whereas other amino acid residues remained intact. Thus, the horny fiber was found to have a strong resemblance to the elastordin treated with the 0.007% sodium hypochlorite rather than the intact elastordin in its amino acid composition. This striking similarity was confirmed by a difference index which was proposed by Metzger et al. 1968. That is, the difference index calculated for the horny fiber and the sodium hypochlorite treated elastordin was the extremely low value of 0.95%. 0.95, suggesting that both proteins were almost identical with each other. The results of the determinations of the carbohydrate-linked hydrolactines in the horny fiber and the elastordin are presented in Table 2. No significant difference was observed. They contained the total glycosylated hydroxylysine of approximately 2 residues per 1,000 residues, and about 40% of their total hydroxylysine was glycosylated. Moreover, the distribution of the disaccharide unit, GLE-GAL, and the monosaccharide unit, GAL, was found to be about 1-to-1 in both samples. In contrast to the amino acid composition described above, there was a marked difference between the horny fiber and the elastordin in the reducible cross-links, which are polyfunctional amino acids derived from lysine, hydroxylysine, and/or histidine residues. After the reduction with NAB3H4, the radioactivity of tritium incorporated into the horny fiber was about 110 CPM per UG of hydroxyproline, which is 1/7 of the specific radioactivity of the elastordin. The fact indicated that the horny fiber contained the extremely low amount of reducible cross-links compared to the elastordin. Chromatographic patterns of the radioactive compounds, Figure 6, showed that each of the horny fiber and the elastordin exhibited a unique pattern of the reducible cross-link formation. The horny fiber contained the comparable amounts of hydroxylysinolusine, and histidinohydroxymerodesmosine. Did you guys get that?
Yeah.
Which are commonly observed in skin and tendon collagen. On the other hand, lysinolusine was found to be the major reducible cross-link in the elastordin. It is generally said that reducible cross-links are liable to decompose under relatively mild conditions. In addition, it has been reported that the specific radioactivity, which represents the total amount of reducible compounds, and the proportion of the reducible cross-links of collagen are found to decrease with age. Conceivably, the extremely low content and unique composition of the reducible cross-links in the horny fiber may be due to 1, the age-related changes in the reducible cross-links, or 2, the partial destruction of the reducible cross-links by sodium hypochlorite. At the present time, the effect of sodium hypochlorite on chemical structures of the reducible cross-links remains to be elucidated. So that tells me right there are questions regarding the effect of what exactly sodium hypochlorite could do to those fibers.
Right. Well, you've got that question, and I think the not exact but quite close similarity of the horny fibers to known elastoidin might also raise the question, since elastoidin is a type of collagen, if there is a detectable difference, maybe similar to that one, in other types of collagen compared to elastoidins.
Yeah, well, you see, we're opening up Pandora's box here, and
Yeah, right.
we'll take it out one piece at a time. But so here's the last paragraph of the paper. Thank God. All right, it says, it is certain that the sodium hypochlorite treatment of the horny fiber of the trawler threw our interpretation of the experimental results into confusion. Let me read that sentence one more time. Just take in the significance of that. It is certain that the sodium hypochlorite treatment of the horny fiber on the trawler threw our interpretation of the experimental results into confusion.
Wow.
All right? So that's right there saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not sure exactly 100% what's going on here.
Mm.
All right, now moving on, it says, the composite studies, however, indicated that the horny fiber was almost identical to the basking shark elastoidin in its morphology and amino acid composition. If the horny fiber was pulled out from an animal belonging to other classes except the chondrichthyes, it should be significantly different from the basking shark elastoidin in its amino acid composition, judging from the present knowledge of comparative biochemistry of collagenous protein. These results strongly suggest that the unidentified creature is a basking shark or a closely related species to it.
Mm.
So that's the end of the paper.
Wow.
So in one paragraph, they're talking about experimental results thrown into confusion. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of,
Yeah.
even within the limited amount of control data that they used here, there's still questions.
Right, and it really
you've got a
does.
firm conclusion, you don't have experimental results and confusion.
Yeah,
Now
that's
they're arguing that within the shaky parameters of the test that they did, it points toward it being a basking shark, when all they've compared it with are elastoidin fibers from a basking shark.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like the experiment overall has ignored the potential closeness of two very different substances. I mean, if this,
there's a lot of unanswered questions here.
yeah,
We know that there's another shark that gets as big as the basking shark, lives a similar lifestyle, called the whale shark.
right.
Now, you can look at the photographs and you can compare that with the cranium of a whale shark and clearly tell that morphologically, based on the neurocranium, that creature was not a whale shark.
Right, so if it was going to be...
Where I'm going with this argument is why couldn't they have gotten the elastoidin of a whale shark to use as control data against the biochemical test?
Or even some other kind of collagen-like material that isn't elastoidin. Because, elastoidin collagen...
All they used was the blue shark elastoidin in the first test and the basking shark fibers in the second test. What if they had done a test on whale shark elastoidin and found it was almost identical too?
Right. Well,
So
again...
what that would have told you is that you could not identify the species based solely on elastoidin fibers alone. But they didn't do that. And I don't know why they didn't do that, because that's not a very big leap, to just check other big shark species to make sure that you could identify a shark. Look how similar the results of the basking shark and the blue shark were.
That's the thing, is that these materials, whether they both be elastoidins of different species or whether they be collagens and other collagens or collagens and elastoidins, they're all so similar that using even just elastoidins might not have been enough. Maybe collagen that wasn't elastoidin should have been used to see if it was more similar to that.
Is the difference in tyrosine amount based on the size of the elastoidin fibers rather than the species? I don't know. Now, molecular biology has moved so far in advance from where it was in 1978. Now they can do a lot of stuff that they couldn't do back then.
Right.
I'm looking at this test from the perspective of what was the state of molecular biology in 1978 compared to what it is now.
Absolutely.
So within the limited parameters of the control data they use, they make a convincing argument.
That's the problem, though, is only within the parameters, and the parameters are too small to really be that conclusive.
Yeah, but now the people that are inclined to say it was a basking shark are working from more than just this biochemical analysis.
Right.
They're working from comparison with other mutilated basking shark carcasses, of the photographic evidence of the carcass, the testimony of the crew, and the physical morphology of the carcass compared to sharks and marine reptiles.
Right.
Now, we're not done analyzing that part of the argument yet, but we need to really deal with this biochemical aspect right now. So that is the whole of the 1978 papers, and I know a lot of it was meaningless gibberish to the audience. A biochemist would probably understand it fairly easy. Someone that's used to working with all these chemicals and doing all these preparatory things to these fibers in preparation for the test that you're going to do on.
Right.
They use all these chemicals and processes, and they heat things up and they cool them down. And this causes chemical reactions to get the chemicals that you want to analyze separated from other ones. They do a lot of the same stuff in modern day DNA analysis because they have to separate the DNA fragments from other materials, and then they have to use chemical reagents to clone the DNA fragments that they've separated from other material to grow strands big enough to analyze it, if you can follow me there.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated
That's a lot of what
process.
they do in modern DNA analysis.
Right.
To create DNA strands from fragments and all this to retrieve the original DNA strands and fragments of what they want to study.
Right.
Okay, where was I? Let's take a little break here.
Sounds good.
Yep. Okay, so I should point out that there were criticisms of the biochemical results from other scientists elsewhere in the 1978 papers. So with your permission, I'm going to go over those.
Go right ahead.
All right. The first is in the paper by Ikuo Obata and Yoshio Tomoda. Comparison of the unidentified animal with fossil animals. And if you'll remember, Ikuo Obata and Yoshio Tomoda were the ones that said they thought it could be an unidentified reptile. Okay, here's what they say in their paper. This is a direct quote. It says, the results of the amino acid composition of the horny fibers from the anterior fin provide strong support to the opinion that it was an the animal was a species of shark. However, no chemical substances have thus far provided to be truly diagnostic for the classification of higher taxa of vertebrates. In spite of the modern biologists and paleontologists' eager desire to utilize chemical characteristics as clues to investigate animal phylogeny. As to the amino acid composition under discussion, we have been informed that comparative studies of some groups of animals show the existence of many amino acids common to all groups dealt with. It may be that qualitative data are not very useful for the discussion of phylogenetic relationships of animals. It is stated that some biochemists intend just to increase knowledge on the ratio of each amino acid composition in various animals. In this connection, the analysis of chondroitin sulfuric acid in animals, recently developed by Dr. Zuiyo Yamagata, was shown that the components differ between groups of animals. This method will make a great contribution toward the phylogenetic study of vertebrates. At the advice of Dr. Fujio Igami, Mitsubi Kaisei Institute of Life Science, we had Dr. Yamagata analyze 38 megagrams of dried horny fiber. From the sample 38 megagrams in dry weight, the presence of 38 mu moles of uronic acid was detected. This suggests the occurrence of mucopolysaccharide, but the scanty amount of the sample available was not permitted to verify its presence in the horny fiber. So there, you've got one criticism of the biochemical results. Let me find this other paper. Just a second here. Let's see. Bear with me here a second.
No problem.
Okay, this is a paper. It says, what the giant carcass trawled off New Zealand suggests to an ichthyologist by Tokiharu Abe. That the giant carcass trawled by the fishing vessel Zuiyo Maru, 30 miles off Christchurch, New Zealand, on April 25, 1977, represents a giant shark is now believed to be true by some biochemists and biologists. Many people appear to have been disappointed to learn that the carcass seems not to be that of a living fossil and appear to regard the unusual excitement shown by Japanese journalists as ending in much ado about nothing. But the carcass has stimulated the writer's interest in the distribution and differences of ceratotrichia among lower vertebrates. Shark fin processors, to a few of whom the writer showed the ceratotrichia of the carcass for identification, are fairly knowledgeable about the differences in the nature of ceratotrichia of every fin of the majority of the sharks and guitar fishes handled by fish markets in Tokyo. At first, they identified the ceratotrichia of the carcass with that of a certain shark and later with that of the basking shark. Thanks to the efforts of some staff members of the Department of Science, the Asahi Press, Tokyo, samples of dried ceratotrichia of the basking shark, Cedorinus maximus, from a shark fin processor were made available to the writer for comparison with those from the carcass. The ceratotrichia from these two sources resemble each other remarkably. In the absence of knowledge about ceratotrichia of other giant sharks, he is unable to state for certain whether the carcass was that of the basking shark or not. This short note is intended to expedite research into the distribution of ceratotrichia among various taxa of animals, both living and fossil, and differences between the fins of a single animal and between species or higher taxa. As stated by Zangerl in 1973, cartilaginous fin rays are present in modern, including Mesozoic elasmobranchs, but they are not often reduced in size, and ceratotrichia form the major fin supports regardless of the state of reduction of the cartilage radials. In Paleozoic elasmobranchs, ceratotrichia were considered to be absent except for some xenocants, where they were present in the paired and unpaired fins. Zangerl described a Pennsylvanian shark, that's the geologic period, Trichorhynchus precursor, as a new genus and new species based on the presumed pectoral fin, which is characterized by the presence of ceratotrichia covering presumed hidden radial elements as in modern forms. This suggests the possibility of finding ceratotrichia in other animals, both living and fossil. The writer expresses his sincere thanks to Mr. Matsuyo Kawada and his two sons, Kochi and Terumi Kawada, for their help in identifying the ceratotrichia of the carcass from off New Zealand, to Dr. Humphrey Greenwood, British Museum, Professor Eugenie Clark, Mr. Charles McCann, and Miss Mahoko Horiguchi for their prompt replies to the writer's inquiries pertaining to the carcass off New Zealand and sea serpents, to Dr. Shigeru Kimura for valuable information about ceratotrichia, to the staff members of the Department of Sciences, the Asahi Press, Tokyo, and Professor Fujio Yasuda for their kindness in giving him opportunities to see ceratotrichia from the carcass from off New Zealand and those of the basking shark. So what he's talking about, when he was talking about ceratotrichia over radial elements, if you look at the way the pectoral fin and pelvic fins of sharks are built, you know how in a vertebrate limb you've got, at least in the leg bone, you've got a humerus, and then the tibia and fibula, and then the foot bones, right? You follow me?
Yep.
Okay, you look at a plesiosaur flipper, and you see the same humerus bone, and then you see these two short bones that correspond with the tibia and fibula. And then you've got the carpal bones, which are the flipper bones, which point to a wedge almost like a pizza slice.
Okay.
All right, so that's typically what the flipper of a secondarily aquatic tetrapod looks like. The basic construction of it. In an arm bone, it would be the what are they called? The radius and ulna, and the humerus. And a leg bone, the same bone, would be called a femur.
Right.
So, sorry if I confused you there for a second. So anyway, that's essentially the way flippers are built in animals like sea turtles and whales and seals, particularly the front flippers. So anyway, you look at the inside of a shark fin, and you've got these blocks of cartilage called radials, which take up the same function as the femur, the tibia and the fibula, and the humerus and the radius and ulna in a vertebrate limb, right?
Right.
Below those radial elements is where the elastoid and the ceratotrichia or actinotrichia in bony fish, which is the same thing, occurs. So you've got, in a fish fin, you've got these radial elements, and then below that you've got rays. In different types of fish, In more advanced fish, you have rays that are partially made out of cartilage called lepidotrichia. And there's even a specialized type in lungfish called camptotrichia. Anyway, in bony fish, the elastoidin fibers are much shorter than what you see in sharks. They're real long in sharks. They're usually very short in bony fishes. And they sit on top of a cartilaginous piece, a cartilaginous ray called lepidotrichia. And then beyond that, you got this short fiber, the actinotrichia or elastoid in a bony fish. However, you can look at the skeletons of sailfish and see long elastoid fibers like you see in sharks. So I've got pictures of that. I'll put it in the slideshow. So anyway, basically what this Dr. Abe was talking about is he's talking about the discovery of this shark that apparently had elastoidin fibers over the radio elements. So, moving along, and we'll come back to this, there has been found exceptionally preserved plesiosaur and ichthyosaur flippers that have collagen-like fibers of some kind over the toe flipper bones.
Huh.
So
Interesting.
there may possibly be something along the lines of, analogous at least, in function to ceratotrichia. Which we'll get back to that. There's one more paper from the scientific papers regarding the fibers that I want to read real quick.
All right.
Hang on. I just got to find it. So give me some feedback here while I'm looking for that.
I mean, kind of the same as what I guess I've been saying so far, which is just it's a lot more complicated than most people paint it to be. And mostly because there's so many damn similarities between what could be marine or prehistoric reptiles and shark anatomy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot.
As I said earlier in the shows, I mentioned the fact that we're finding out much more about these marine reptiles than we knew 40 years ago, and we're finding out that a lot of them were a lot more fishier in their biology than we initially assumed they were.
Right.
That we're starting to find fish-like features in mosasaurs and plesiosaurs that we thought only existed in ichthyosaurs. But now we're finding out that the plesiosaurs and mosasaurs were a lot fishier than we initially thought they were.
Right.
Andy, you've talked about going to see the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, that's actually not too far from me.
At the time that the Crystal Palace dinosaurs were made, they didn't know that ichthyosaurs had dorsal fins and fish-like tails.
That's right.
And if you look at the models,
if
you look at the models from the Crystal Palace of the ichthyosaurs, they're shown sitting on rocks because they thought at that point in time that ichthyosaurs were amphibious. They didn't realize that ichthyosaurs had shark-like dorsal fins and shark-like lunate caudal fins until they discovered exceptionally well-preserved ichthyosaurs in Holzmaden in Germany that had skin impressions around the bones. And they found the skin impressions of the dorsal fin and the caudal fins. Then they realized they were much more fishier than they initially thought. But now the same thing is happening with mosasaurs and plesiosaurs. So here's the other paper. This is from the 1978 papers. And this was about an additional biochemical test that the results were not available by the time that the papers were published. Somewhere in my archives, I was able to find a reference to the later results of this test that came out after the initial papers were published. And I'll have to dig and find it, but this is a different type of biochemical test that was done on the fibers by a different set of scientists. So I'm going to read this real quick. It's very short.
Got it.
Okay, this is from the 1978 papers. It says, preparation of antibody to fin fiber by Tetsukichi Niwaguchi, Takako Inui, and Toru Kishi. The detailed biochemical analysis made by Kimura et al. Of the horny fiber from the carcass of the unidentified animal trawled off New Zealand has revealed that the fiber is closely similar in amino acid to the horny fin rays of the basking shark. Apart from their chemical study, a series of experiments is in progress in our laboratory in the hopes of providing immunological data for the identification of the horny fiber of the animal, of the unidentified animal. Though collagens are generally known to be at best weak antigens, several studies have shown that immunogenicity of solubilized human and collagen, calf collagens. In order to obtain antibody against the horny fin fiber of the unidentified animal, rabbits were immunized with non-treated or solubilized fin fiber from the carcass. It is planned to verify the presence of antibody by means of complement fixation for non-treated fiber and by means of complement fixation and or Australoni technique for solubilized fiber, and to test the cross-reaction of anti-serum with the horny fin rays of the basking shark. Following are the procedures for the experiment, part of which we have already been undertaken and part of which are still left to be completed. Preparation of antibody. 1. Experiment with non-treated fiber as an antigen. A piece of the horny fiber is powdered and suspended in physiological saline solution at a concentration of 10 milligrams of powder per milliliter. To the suspension is then added the same volume of complete Freund's adjuvant. This suspension is injected into the toe pads of a 2-kilogram rabbit at a dosage of 10 megagrams powder per animal 2 times in an interval of 2 weeks. The rabbits are bled 3 weeks after second injection. 2. Experiment with solubilized fiber as an antigen. The fin fiber is solubilized following the methods of Gallup and Seipter, 1963. Other procedures are the same as described above. 2. Examination of antibody and cross-reaction. Antibody to the non-treated fibers. The reaction of the anti-serum with the powdered fiber of the unidentified animal and with the powdered fin ray from the basking shark is performed by means of complement fixation. 2. Antibody of the solubilized fibers. The reaction of the anti-serum with the solubilized fiber of the unidentified animal and with the solubilized fin ray of the basking shark is examined by Australoni technique and complement fixation method. The results of these immunological tests will provide an answer to the question whether or not the horny fin fiber of the unidentified animal from New Zealand is identical with the horny fin rays ceratotrichia of the basking shark. Also interesting are experiments with fin rays of other species of sharks. So apparently, this group of tests was going to involve tests with the elastoid from other types of sharks. So somewhere in my archive, I recall reading that there were results eventually that came out of those tests. I just got to dig them out.
Okay.
So hopefully by our next session, I will find those, and we'll go over that too.
Great.
So I think maybe we should take a break for the day and pick this back up with the next session.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Sounds good, Scott.
We managed to get quite a bit done today, though.
Hmm.
Hey, this is Scott Martis. We're back for another recording session on part 2 of our Zuiyo Maru special. Unfortunately, Carrick St. Laurent could not make it for this session because he had some kind of college thing that came up. So it's just me and Andy McGrath. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Scott. How are you?
Good. One thing I wanted to explain about our last recording session, 2 things. There is one part where you hear me talking extremely loud while I'm trying to read one of these papers. And the reason why I was talking so loud is one of my cats was trying to jump on the computer, and I was trying to continue reading the paper and at the same time warn the cat off of jumping on the computer. So obviously nobody could see the visual element of this, but that's what was going on.
I don't remember you speaking loudly.
Well, you can hear it earlier in this episode from the last recording session. And the other thing I want to clear up is, yes, I know the difference between a humerus and a femur. The only reason that I got them mixed up when I was talking about them is I was talking about them in the context of plesiosaurs. You look at a human arm and a human leg, and you can obviously tell the difference. But you look at 4 plesiosaur flippers, they all look the same. The femur bone and the humerus bone of a plesiosaur look almost exactly alike. So the difference between a leg and an arm on a plesiosaur is almost meaningless.
It's a positional difference.
Yeah. Whether they're connected to the pelvic girdle or the pectoral girdle is about the only real difference that I can. So, you got 2 bones in each back leg and each foreleg that correspond with each other. In the back flipper, it would be the the tibia and fibula, and the femur. In the front flipper, it would be the humerus, the radius, and the ulna, like same bones you see in our arms. And then the hand bones would be the carpals, and the foot bones would be the tarsals. So anyway, I just want to get that cleared up. So anyway, last time we were talking, we left off at the paper about antibody to fin fiber, the tests they were doing with the rabbits.
That's right.
And I thought somewhere in my archives that I had a follow-up on that, because when the papers were published in 1978, they had not gotten their results in, so the results of those tests were not part of the 1978 papers. But I recall reading somewhere about that somebody had followed up on that, but I couldn't find it. But anyway, the basic idea of how those tests work is they were injecting these rabbits with serum from the Zuiyo Maru fibers and also from basking shark elastoidins to get the rabbits to produce antibody for each of them. Then they were going to compare those antibodies that they retrieved from the rabbits to see how similar they were.
Wow.
So it's complex biochemistry stuff, but anyway, that's essentially my understanding of what they were trying to do.
And it was successful?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find that follow-up. I dug through my archives. Since the last time we spoke, I have done nothing but dug in archives, getting ready for this next section. So, one thing that was said in the original papers that I want to point out, in the paper by Obata and Tomoda, which was the only one of the papers that had an open mind about the creature being a reptile, they made a mistake, an error. And I'm just going to read it real quickly from the paper. It says, comparison with fossil animals. They're comparing the carcass data with a plesiosaur. And it says, if the unidentified animal were a plesiosaur, it would have paired fins with a characteristic fibrows of phalange, but phalange were not observed in the carcass. A structure like the horny fiber of the fins is found in cetaceans, but not in marine reptiles. It is therefore no wonder that one may assume the animal to be a shark. So anyway, they were working under the assumption that the flippers of marine reptiles, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, sea turtles, didn't have any fin rays. And that is simply not the truth, which I'm about to demonstrate here. But before we move on to that, I want to address another point. Give me a second here.
That's okay.
Yeah, let's see. All right. Now, based on what was going on in 1978, we know that shark fin processors that make a living, or made a living back then, processing shark fins for shark fin soup, were shown the fibers from the carcass and identified them as fibers similar to what they were used to working with. So based on that visual identification by shark finners, a lot of emphasis was put on the fact that these fibers from the carcass look like shark fin fibers. And that was impressive to a lot of people that were leaning toward the shark idea. Now, as we get into this, you'll see that fibers, the collagen fibers, which is basically what an elastoid fiber is, it's a modified collagen fiber that happens to have non-collagenous elements bonded with it at a molecular level. But it's basically a collagen fiber. If you look at isolated collagen fibers and elastoidins, just looking at them morphologically, they look pretty much exactly alike. So what I'm saying is I think you could have took any kind of collagen fibers from an animal and isolated them and went and showed them to shark fin processors, and they probably would have said, oh, that looks like fibers we process from shark fins. So I don't know how
fibers in general would have a similarity to one another.
I don't know how much stock you can put in that. And another interesting question I looked into is, just based on the biochemistry, from a shark fiber, from a shark elastoidin fiber, would you be able to tell what species of shark it was? And I seem to have found some questions of that possibility as well. Hang on, let me find it. Let me see here. Okay, this is from a master's thesis at the University of Rhode Island from 1994 by Adele M. Al-Khwarizmi. And it's a master's thesis called Physicochemical Characterization of Shark Fins from 1994. And here's what it says. Amino acid analysis. As indicated in Table 25, the amino acid profile of elastoidin extracted from different shark species reveals no significant difference in chemical composition of their protein. The distribution of amino acids of elastoidin follow the general pattern of typical collagen. The glycine content is high and the percentage of nonpolar amino acids is in the same range of the collagen. The hydroxy amino acid, hydroxyproline, is lower in elastoidin, which offset by a higher serine and threonine. So they used 3 different types of elastoidins in this study. They used elastoid from a hammerhead shark, a guitar fish, which is a type of shark relative very closely related to the sawfish, which you know is also a type of chondrichthyon, but it's not technically classified as a shark.
Mm-hmm.
They also use elastoids from a dogfish. And basically what the amino acid composition of all 3 of these different types of sharks was all the same. And the point I'm getting at here is, what if in 1978 they had pulled elastoidins from a whale shark, which we're pretty sure that the Zuiyo Maru carcass, if it was a shark, was not a whale shark based on the configuration of the neurocranium of a whale shark, which is very different from that of a basking shark.
Like a hammerhead almost.
Yeah. Technically, the whale shark is what they call an erectolobiform. That would include the wobbegong sharks and a couple of others. Maybe the angel shark. I'm not positively sure on that, but I suspect it probably is. But it's a totally different kind of shark from a basking shark. But my point is here, looking at these different sharks that all have the same elastoidin content, is that I would think, based on the test, the biochemistry test from 1978, whatever type of elastoidin you would have used would have only indicated that this pointed to the fibers from the carcass being like elastoidin fibers from a shark. I don't think you could have narrowed it down to a species based on the amino acid content. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
From the test they did in 1978. Maybe visually, if you looked at the different fibers, morphologically, you could tell the difference. But I'm saying just based on biochemistry, there doesn't seem to be any specific amino acid difference between the different elastoidins of different types of sharks.
That's very surprising.
Yeah, I just, I was curious about that and decided to look into the question, and that's what I come up with. I mean, it's not a slam dunk, but it's pretty suggestive.
It raises a lot of questions, Scott, that's for sure.
All right, so moving on. Before we get into any other evidence that would seem to pull the biochemistry evidence back toward a reptilian direction, I want to deal with the one thing that most of the skeptics point to say this is the final nail in the coffin of the case for this carcass being a reptile. So let me bring this up. Let's see here. I'm having to jump around to find what I'm looking for here.
That's okay. Take
All right.
your time.
So let me set this up for you. Okay, as I explained earlier from our last recording session, bony fish have elastoidin fibers too. They're particularly large in sharks and they're called ceratotrichia. The ones in bony fishes are shorter and are called actinotrichia, but it's still the same thing. It's just a smaller fiber. And it sits on top of a different type of fin ray called lepidotrichia, which is made out of cartilage. And still further removed from sharks and other bony fishes, the lungfish have their own type of ray, and it's called camptotrichia, and it's made out of bone. So what I'm talking about here is that there's evidence that if you follow the evolutionary paradigm, the idea is that when specific types of fish that were ancestral to tetrapods developed limbs instead of fins to progress on land, supposedly these the genetic machinery that makes actinotrichia and ceratotrichia was lost in that transition. You follow me?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, so this is a paper from Nature magazine or journal from 2010, and it's called Loss of Fish Actinotrichia Proteins and the Fin to Limb Transition by Jing Zhang and co-authors. I'm going to read the abstract here. It says, the early development of teleos paired fins is strikingly similar to that of tetrapod limb buds and is controlled by similar mechanisms. One early morphological difference between pectoral fins and limbs is in the fate of the apical ectodermal ridge, AER, the distal epidermis that rims the bud. Whereas the AER of tetrapods regresses after specification of the skeletal progenitors, the AER of teleos fish forms a fold that elongates. Formation of the fin fold is accompanied by the synthesis of two rows of rigid, unmineralized fibrils called the actinotrichia, which keep the fold straight and guide the migration of mesenchymal cells within the fold. The actinotrichia are made of elastoidin, the components of which, apart from collagen, are unknown. Here we show that two zebrafish proteins, which we name actinodin 1 and actinodin 2, are essential structural components of elastoidin. The presence of actinodin sequences in several teleos fish and in the elephant shark, Calorhynchus milli, which occupies a basal phylogenetic position, but not in tetrapods, suggests that these genes have been lost during tetrapod species evolution. Double gene knockdown of AND1 and AND2 in zebrafish embryos results in the absence of actinotrichia and in impaired fin folds. Gene expression profiles in embryos lacking AND1 and AND2 function are consistent with pectoral fin truncation and may offer a potential explanation for the polydactyly observed in early tetrapod fossils. We propose that the loss of both actinodins and actinotrichia during evolution may have led to the loss of lepidotrichia and may have contributed to the fin to limb transition. Now, you get the basic understanding of that, right?
So, what directly are they implying? Yeah, what's the comparative?
They're implying that the genes that produced elastoidin do not exist in tetrapods. They were lost in the evolution from fish to tetrapods. These genes, the AND1 and AND2, which allegedly produce the elastoidin. So you follow me?
Yeah, that bit I've got. Okay.
Yeah, so the closest, according to current schemes, the closest living fish to tetrapods, or to the tetrapod ancestor, are the lungfish.
Okay.
Right? Now, have you ever heard of a prehistoric lobe-finned fish called Eusthenopteron?
No.
Well, anyway, it was closer related to tetrapods than the living lungfish. It's extinct. It's been gone, I think, since the early Carboniferous.
Okay.
But it was one of the fish that was on the road to becoming a tetrapod. Then you've got other ones like Pandorictes, and then the earliest tetrapod they have is this thing called Acanthostega. It's very fishy, and it still has fin rays in its tail. And there's another one, too, called Ichthyostega. But the fin rays that Ichthyostega and Acanthostega have are lepidotrichia. They have no elastoid in their tail fin rays.
Okay.
So that ties in with this, too. So basically, somebody that's trying to debunk the idea that the Zuiyo Maru carcass could be anything other than a fish points to this and says, see,
yeah.
the fibers
from that
in the
perspective,
Zuiyo
it
Maru
would seem
carcass
conclusive.
were elastoidin, and because elastoidin was lost above all fish in the transition from fish to tetrapods, no tetrapod can have elastoidin. You see the argument?
I see it.
All right.
But is that correct?
Well, I'm fixing to try to deconstruct some of this. If you'll bear with me. Now we're headed in the other direction. All right, let me see here. This is a similar paper. And this paper is about lungfish genetic sequence. And it opens up the possibility that maybe some of these genes that were supposedly lost may simply be turned off rather than completely lost. All right, so this is also from Nature, from 2016. This is a paper called The Lungfish Transcriptome, a glimpse into molecular evolution events at the transition from water to land, by Maria Assunta Biscotti and co-authors. And here's the abstract. It says, lungfish and coelacanths are the only living sarcopterygian fish. The phylogenetic relationship of lungfish to the last common ancestor of tetrapods and their close morphological similarity to their fossil ancestors makes this species uniquely interesting. However, their genome size, the largest among vertebrates, is hampering the generation of a whole genome sequence. To provide a partial solution to the problem, a high-coverage lungfish reference transcriptome was generated and assembled. The present findings indicate that lungfish, not coelacanths, are the closest relatives to land-adapted vertebrates, whereas protein-coding genes evolved at a very slow rate, possibly reflecting a living fossil status. Transposable elements appear to be active and show high diversity, suggesting a role for them in the remarkable expansion of the lungfish genome. Analysis of single genes and gene families documented changes connected to the water-to-land transition and demonstrated the value of the lungfish reference transcriptome for comparative studies of vertebrate evolution. Now, moving into the actual paper, here is where we have some indication that it's possible that maybe all those A and D genes weren't completely lost across that transition. It says, okay, now just bear with this. You'll hear what I'm talking about here.
That's good. I'm listening.
We're talking deep science here, okay? Evolutionary retentions and innovations, fin to limb. Actinotrichia are skeletal elements in the fins of Actinotrichia rayfin fish and are homologous to the Ceratotrichia found in chondrichthyes. Both are made of elastoid and a mix of collagenous and non-collagenous proteins. In zebrafish, the actinogen proteins, A and D, of the non-collagen fraction are essential components of Actinotrichia. Outside rayfin fish, sequences encoding these proteins have been identified in the shark C. milli and in Latimeria shalomnae, which is the coelacanth. Actinotrichia of greatly reduced size can still be identified in the fins of Latimeria shalomnae. The fin rays of lungfish or Camptotrichia lack actinotrichia and show a unique structure and organization. Actinogen genes have never been detected in any of the tetrapod genomes sequenced to date. This constitutes a notable difference in the otherwise very similar early development of tetrapod limb and fish fin buds. Since loss of these genes during evolution may be related to the water-to-land transition, A and D genes were sought in P. annectans. That's a type of lungfish. The result was a single partial and transcript incomplete at the 5-inch end, likely due to low expression in the tissues analyzed. Analysis of the amino acid sequence disclosed 11 repeats of a motif constituted by the 9 amino acids C, ND, PXX, D, PXC, characteristics of these proteins. Phylogenetic analysis of A and D sequences from representative gnathostomes attributed the lungfish sequence to the A and D 1-2 group. This sequence obtained in the present study allows to trace the evolutionary history of the A and D gene family. The gnathostome ancestor had 2 genes, A and D 1-2 and A and D 3-4. In the teleos ancestor, they underwent a duplication event that led to 4 paralogous genes as a result of teleos genome duplication. The A and D gene homologues detected in lungfish put forward the loss of A and D 1-2 to the tetrapod ancestor. However, the disappearance of the A and D 3-4 gene remains unclear. The gene is still found in coelacanths, but not in the P. annectans transcriptome. Although its absence could merely be related to the lack of expression of the tissues analyzed, which do not include RNA sequence from fin tissue, it is possible that A and D 3-4 was lost in the common ancestor of lungfish and tetrapods after the split from coelacanths. The lack of evidence for pseudogeneralization of the P. annectans A and D 1/2 gene, a 1-2 gene, suggests that it may have been recruited for the formation of Camptotrichia, which supports the fins in dipnoi. Rapunzel, RPZ, is a recently identified zebrafish gene family comprising 5 paralogous genes that is involved in the number and size of fin ray segments. Their specific functions are not entirely clear. Functional redundancy is likely. Like A and D genes, RPZ homologous genes have not been described in the tetrapod clade. 10 non-redundant sequences pertaining to the RPZ gene family were identified in the lungfish transcriptome. This finding might be related to the morphology of lungfish appendages, which present numerous serially repeated elements. The phylogenetic analysis highlighted species-specific duplication events with 4 sequences assigned for the RPZ1, RPZ2, and the 6 assigned to the RPZ, RP5 subgroups. Detection of these genes in lungfish and Actinopterygia suggests their presence in the common ancestor of Actinopterygia and Sarcopterygia, whereas the absence in Latimeria and tetrapods would indicate 2 independent lineage-specific gene loss events. So my understanding of this, there seems to be some question as to whether the AND34 gene is completely lost in the lungfishes or whether it's just dormant.
But, I mean, if it's dormant in the lungfish, surely it should be able to be detected.
Well,
if it isn't detectable, then it's not there.
Well, it depends. Well, the whole point of this paper here is they're still trying to map the lungfish genome.
Mm.
And they're just getting bits and pieces of it, trying to put that together.
Sure.
You follow me?
Understand.
So they haven't got the complete lungfish genome mapped out yet, apparently. So.
Well, that's more.
Maybe it's hiding somewhere there, you know.
Yeah, I think that's more than plausible. I mean, what we're looking for here really is through that wide link is the possibility.
What I'm saying is there's a very slight chance that it made it across a tetrapod boundary and could be dormant in tetrapods.
I see.
All right, which brings us to the next idea, is that what if it was a dormant gene, and when marine reptiles reinvaded the water, perhaps something similar was turned on, a similar genetic machinery, and created elastoidin-like fibers in marine reptiles. So that brings us to our next thing, but if you don't mind, I kind of like to have a little break here.
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
All this reading just wears me out.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're back. So now, let's look at the possible evidence for elastoidin. Very interesting, and obviously very relevant to this whole question. This is a paper that was written in 1982. And unfortunately, I've not been able to find any kind of follow-up. I don't know why, but this is from the Journal of Molecular Evolution, 1982, volume 18, pages 121 through 129. It's a paper called A Comparison of Lizard Claw Keratin Proteins with Those of Avian Beak and Claw by J.M. Gillespie, R.C. Marshall, and E.F. Woods. Division of Protein Chemistry, CSIRO, the company they worked for. All right, so I'm going to read the abstract, just to give you an idea what this is about.
Great.
All right, so it says, summary. The outer shell of translucent keratin has been dissected from the claws of the lizard Varanus gouldi. It is free of calcium and hydroxyproline, in contrast to the fibrous support, and contains proteins rich in glycine, 28 residues, and half cysteine, 13%. These proteins have been obtained in soluble form by treatment from 2 mercaptolithanol in 8M urea at pH 11, followed by alkylation with iodoceti acetate to give S-carboxymethanol carotenes. The three major components resolved by SDS polysaccharide gel electrophoresis have been isolated by fractional precipitation with ammonium sulfate followed by chromatography on DEAE cellulose or Cepidex. Two of the components, low in tryptophan content, appear to be homologous and are relatively homologous with respect to both size and charge, whereas the third, a tryptophan-rich material, appears to contain about 20 different molecular species as judged by gel electrophoresis in urea at pH 8.9. The molecular weight of two of the isolated components, the tryptophan-rich and the major of the two tryptophan-poor components, are about 13,000 as determined by equilibrium ultracentrifugation studies. The major lizard claw proteins are therefore similar in size and glycine content to the proteins of avian beak and claw, but differ in containing more cysteine and less tyrosine. On the other hand, the reptilian proteins resemble the mammalian high tyrosine proteins, type 2, in cysteine content and overall amino acid composition, but differ in size, with the lizard proteins being larger. It is suggested, however, they're unlikely to be homologous. Okay, now let me get to the relevant part here.
Okay.
Okay, this is, all right, give me a second here. All right. Results. Composition of the morphological constituents of claw. The three morphological components of claw, namely the fibrous internal support, the outer shell of translucent keratin, and the white membranous lining, were subjected to amino acid and mineral analysis. The fibrous core, Table 1, contains both calcium and hydroxyproline, suggesting that it is bone. Although no X-ray diffraction pattern similar to that of collagen could be obtained. The high content of tyrosine and the comparatively low contents of hydroxyproline, glycine, and alanine suggest the presence of either a very unusual type of collagen or a collagen-like protein such as elastoidin. The white membranous lining of the keratin shell is similar in overall composition to the shell itself and is presumed to be part of the keratin complex, although it contains 50% more tyrosine and differs significantly in a number of other amino acids. So the key sentence here is the high content of tyrosine and comparatively low contents of hydroxyproline, glycine, and alanine suggests the presence of either a very unusual type of collagen or a collagen-like protein such as elastoidin.
It's amazing.
There you go. So there's possible evidence of elastoidin in the claws of a lizard.
That's amazing. You know, I wonder about the
Go ahead.
I just wonder about how we determined from things like plesiosaur fossils and other similar comparative animals at that time that elastoidin wasn't present.
We've got fossilized collagen fibers in the flippers of ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. But the problem is the dicey problem of getting reliable biochemistry information from these fossilized fibers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they're so old, and there's a lot of controversy. They've been supposedly getting reliable genetic material from fossils of dinosaurs and some marine reptiles, but it's still controversial because they're not sure whether the proteins they're getting out of there have been modified during the fossilization process.
During the fossilization, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's all sorts of questions. So it's gradually being halfway accepted, but it's still controversial.
Yeah, I mean, because the exclusion is, you could say, is largely based upon an assumption itself, isn't it, from the fossil evidence? And I mean, that's not a get out of jail free card. It doesn't mean we suddenly get to assign it to this carcass, but it does seem to leave a larger gap for something like that.
If you know about the alleged evolution of plesiosaurs from ancestors that had legs with feet, lizard-like creatures called nothosaurs, which had claws, and you look at this evidence for elastoidin-like collagen fibers, at least physically they resemble these fibers. They're definitely collagen fibers. That much has been established. Whether they're specialized collagen fibers like elastoidin, we don't know yet.
Don't know.
But taking this evidence from the lizard claw and adding that to the fibers that have been found in exceptionally well-preserved plesiosaur flippers, you look at the stages of evolution that plesiosaurs went through from their nothosaur ancestors, and it's not a great leap to say that possibly if there is elastoidin in the claws of lizards, maybe there was elastoidin in the claws of nothosaurs, and during the course of evolution, as these feet with claws were evolving into flippers, that elastoidin that was in the claws may have become fibrous and moved into the plesiosaur flipper. You follow me?
I do follow you.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at the evidence from plesiosaur.
Yeah, let's see.
Hang on. Let me find it. Let's see. Holzmann plesiosaur. Where is it? Oh, bear with me.
Okay.
Damn it. I spend half my time trying to find stuff.
I mean, I'm living the same life, Scott.
All right. Now let me enlarge it so I can read it. Okay, Holzmaden is a place in Germany that is known for its exceptionally well-preserved marine reptiles in limestone. Lots of soft tissue preservation has been found in Holzmaden. If I remember right, the original Archaeopteryx is from Holzmaden, the one that preserved the feathers. So they didn't know that ichthyosaurs had tail fins and dorsal fins until they discovered exceptionally well-preserved ones from Holzmaden in the 1890s, which I mentioned earlier. So this is a plesiosaur from Holzmaden. This is from a journal called Science and Nature, I assume, 2017, volume 104, number 51. This is a paper called New Insights on the Systematics, Paleoecology, and Paleobiology of a Plesiosaurian with Soft Tissue Preservation from the Terrarium of Holzmaden, Germany. The main author is Peggy Vincent. Now, let's see, I'll read the abstract. Let's see. Abstract. The Poseidon and Schiefer Formation Terracean of Hosmoden, Baden-Württemberg, in southwestern Germany has yielded several excellently preserved plesiosaurian specimens and received considerable research attention. The plesiosaurians found within these deposits are always significantly outnumbered by ichthyosaurs. And close examination of these rare specimens is crucial to a better understanding of the diversity and paleoecology of plesiosauria in this very peculiar ecosystem. The plesiosaurian specimen SMNS 51945 found in this area is a juvenile individual consisting of a partial crushed skull and an exquisitely preserved postcranial skeleton. Its anatomical characters seem to differ from the long-necked plesiosauroids Microclitus brachypterygius and Coeliosaurus guillemia that are the most abundant taxa within the plesiosaurian assemblage. The postcranial skeleton preserves very likely soft tissues composed of buff-colored and dark-colored structures around the vertebral column and hind limb of the animal. A network of buff-colored fibers located posterior to the hind limb most likely represents phosphatized collagen fibers as already found in some ichthyosaur specimens, confirming that the wing area in plesiosaurians was much larger than that suggested by skeletal remains alone. The specimen also contains gastroliths, sand-sized grains mainly composed of quartz in the stomach cavity, suggesting the animal spent at least some of its time in shallow coastal waters, tens of hundreds of kilometers from the final place of burial. Now let me move on into the actual paper and get to the part about the flipper. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me find it here. Let me see. Bear with me here.
Go first.
Let's see. So basically what they're saying here, and this has been suggested other places as well, is that if you were to go back in time and see a plesiosaur flipper on one alive, the bony skeleton that you see inside the flipper with the toe bones was probably only half the physical flipper. They're saying here that probably half the flipper was made up of fibers
okay.
and flesh. In other words, the back end of the flipper was just a fleshy margin, which probably would have helped it move like a wing. You know, they flew underwater. You already knew that.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see. Soft tissues. Buff-colored and dark-colored structures are present around the neck, tail, and hind limb of the animal. They are found adjacent to the ventral and dorsal surface of the vertebral column and at the posterior margin of the hind limb, adjacent to the fibula. Let's see. Just navigating around this paper is a pain in the butt. Hang on.
That's okay.
There's so much information here, it's ridiculous. Let me see here. I think I found it. Let's see. Let's see. Because the occurrence of potential soft tissue is exceptional In plesiosaurians, it was decided to avoid destructive analysis that may have helped to establish their chemical or ultrastructural composition. Nevertheless, there is striking resemblance between the dark and buff-colored materials surrounding the neck, tail, and hind limb of SMNS 51945 and the soft tissues documented in several ichthyosaur and cephalopod specimens from the same strata, as well as Centimurian and Colovian Oxfordian ichthyosaurs from the UK and Cretaceous fish from Brazil. In all these fossils, the buff-colored material was interpreted as phosphatized muscle tissue. In the Holzmann ichthyosaur specimen, the buff-colored material was identified as mainly composed of calcium phosphate using dispersive X-ray spectrography and was also interpreted as phosphatized muscle tissues. Let's see. Okay, hang on. Oh, Christ, I can't find it. Hang on a minute.
That's okay, dude. Don't worry.
I'm getting there.
I'm assuming you're editing these bits together anyway.
Well, it's just, the paper's so big and there's so much stuff in it.
No rush at all.
Hang on. All right, here we go. These fibers, which show striking resemblance in size, orientation, and organization in the fibers located posteriorly to the hind limb of SMNS 51945, were interpreted as phosphatized collagen fibers that help to stiffen the dorsal fin in Stenopterygius, which is an ichthyosaur. So what they're saying here is that the fibers from the plesiosaur flipper are very similar to the collagen fibers from the dorsal fin of an ichthyosaur. Mm-hmm. It can thus be hypothesized that the network of fibers located posterior to the left hind limb and SMNS 51943 also represent phosphatized collagen fibers. The scant soft tissue preservation observed in SMNS 51945 has implication for the general body outline and locomotion of plesiosaurians. Assuming that the buff-colored material located posterior to the left hind limb represents phosphatized collagen fibers, it can be hypothesized that such structures, as in the collagen fibers of the dorsal fin of the extinct great white shark, Carcharodon carcharias, resulted in considerable stiffening of the subparts constituting the paddles. Importantly, this buff-colored material extends posteriorly for about the same width as the limb itself. Considering that the bone elements of the skeleton are in close articulation, it can be reasonably assumed that the posterior extension of the soft tissues of the limb underwent limited displacement after burial. So as you just heard me say, they're likening these fibers to the fibers that are found also in the dorsal fin of the great white shark.
Yeah, I think that's an amazing correlation.
Well, you know what kind of fibers, part of the fibers in the dorsal fin of a great white shark are?
What are they?
Elastoidin.
I was hoping you would say that.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I was hoping you would say that.
Come on, I mean, how can you ignore all this, you know?
There's a link. I mean, there's what you're saying is there's definitely a link. I don't know who quite got sealed the deal on it, but it's a plausible line of investigation, that's for sure.
I mean, you can't just, you've got elastoidin-like fibers in the well-preserved flipper of a plesiosaur. You can't just ignore that, and that's direct evidence that contradicts what Obata and Tomoda were talking about in their paper that
Well, they didn't know.
The limb supports of marine reptiles are solely skeletal. That's a direct contradiction.
And clearly they didn't know that wasn't available.
I'm not blaming them. I'm saying they didn't know. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
and they were pro-reptile, and they didn't know about this. If they'd known about this, well, the plesiosaur material didn't emerge until 2017.
There you go.
Richard Owen described fibers in an ichthyosaur flipper in 1841. So there was ichthyosaur evidence.
Yeah, I just think it's, again, that exclusion, that original exclusion that was used without evidence at the time, we didn't know whether plesiosaurs had that type of fiber in their flippers. Now that evidence is available, what do you think would happen if we got back to the original evidence and managed to retest?
Let's put one and two together. You've got one paper talking about possibly elastoidin in lizard claw keratin, which is lizard's a reptile.
Mm-hmm.
And then, on the other hand, you've got possibly elastoidin-like fibers in the flipper of a plesiosaur.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Putting the two of these together, come on,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Really, anybody that says you're supposed to ignore this is an idiot. In my opinion, I'm sorry.
So again, coming back to that, you mentioned in the earlier part of these conversations that the original overreach by both the creationist camp and the scientific community has led to a sort of an avoidance of the matter, an uncomfortable checkmate, which nobody's come back to this evidence again for fear of either embarrassment or opening up.
Well, a lot of the shark arguments are stuck in 1978, and it shouldn't be that way. We've got technology now that blows the technology that was available in 1978 to pieces for identifying shark carcasses that look like plesiosaurs. But that doesn't give us direct information about the Zuiyo Maru carcass, because these techniques are reliant on biological analysis of a physical specimen. So unless we can get a piece of the Zuiyo Maru carcass that still exists today, we can't apply that technology to the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Yeah.
So,
I think
it's a sort of a circular argument.
In a way, but I think you've definitely put forward more plausible reasons for that research to continue.
If there's still pieces of that carcass at Shizuoka University, we might have a fighting chance to solve this mystery once and for all.
I'm going to call them. And try to ask about it, try to get through to somebody at least who might know about its whereabouts.
Yeah.
It would be quite old, as you say, and it would be interesting for us to do a little research on what could happen to a sample of that age. What could happen over time. Would it even be valid? You mentioned the bleaching method that was used initially.
Yeah,
with the fiber as well. Yeah.
That's probably probably still residues of that still on the fibers. I would think. I don't know.
Yeah, I should think so.
But with the techniques they got today, they can identify the fibers from a basket shark from a bowl of soup. Now,
there you go.
That's environmental DNA right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if we could just, even if the fibers degraded with the type of technology they have now, that might not matter. I just don't know.
I really hope
it would behoove us to try,
I definitely would like to try. I think there's enough in here for a new serious investigation.
Yeah.
And I think the link that you've made today definitely at least makes it plausible now.
Well, my original intentions
for an unknown creature.
My original intentions were to go from the lizard to the ichthyosaur to the plesiosaur, and then modern sea turtle evidence. We've just about run out of time today, but I think what we're going to do is when we pick up episode 3, we'll discuss the ichthyosaur and modern sea turtle evidence of fibers.
And by that time, hopefully, I would have got some feedback from
yeah,
the
I
university.
mean, you know, another avenue to go at this too is to try to get some fibers from a leatherback turtle flipper and compare them with the data from the papers from 1978, and also if we can get access to a still existing piece of the original carcass, compare that too, you know?
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
There's
I
all
will be
sorts
calling
of
them
directions
this week with my
we
best
could
Japanese.
go on this if we had access to the material we needed and the technology we needed, you know?
Yeah.
And believe me, it's not from lack of trying. I've done everything I could to try to do something about this.
It may be close, but it's worth trying.
Yeah.
And definitely worth trying and just seeing how far we can get. I think there's so much in this to prompt a new exhaustive investigation.
Yeah.
I'd love to be a part of it.
I mean, we've already talked about so much important stuff relative to this case. But we still got so much more relevant stuff to talk about. Pro-shark and pro-marine reptile.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's two sides to every story, and the shark people have a convincing case as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm not trying to back away from that. I'm just trying to take it in chunks. You know, I'm trying to sort of baby feed it to the audience so they'll understand the complexities of what's going on with this whole case, you know?
Yeah, it's not a cut.
I mean, in other words, in order to get a rational idea of what we're talking about, you've got to not only know about shark anatomy and shark biology, you've got to know a lot about fossil marine reptiles and living marine reptiles and all this stuff too, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And as we said before, scientific politics figures into this too.
Well, I think philosophical slant of people, I've started to realize that after reevaluating my own, once I rewrote my initial book, reevaluating my own philosophical prejudice and thinking, actually, a lot of what you're espousing here, Andy, you know, you can't justify. It's just philosophically what you would prefer.
Well, you know, if I was
it's
talking,
really opened up my eyes, you know, as to how that affects.
Nonsense, and somebody told me to shut up, I'd shut up. But I'm not talking nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense.
And anybody tells me to shut up about this can kiss my ass, because what I'm talking about here is science.
I like it.
I am talking science.
No, I like
I just
it.
happen to be talking science that perhaps they don't want to hear, but it's still science.
It's important. It's important because people don't ask the risky questions anymore. They just don't do it. Because if you're in...
I totally understand the concept of parsimony. But what I'm saying is that there's so much additional information that has popped up since 1978 that's relevant to the analysis of this carcass, things that we didn't know about, that we need to step back and take a second look at this.
Yeah. And not for one camp or the other, just to establish the final results, because I think it's going to be we'll be Switzerland in this. We'll be neutral.
Well,
right? And
I hate to say it, but we've run out of time for this episode. So we'll get back to this after I get back from Altamaha.
Oh, that's right. You're going down to see Alti this week.
Yeah. So anyway, we're on a roll here, I think.
Yeah, enthralling, absolutely devastating information.
I'm sure some people will be livid about what I said in this program, but that's their problem.
That's a good thing. It'll get them thinking about the case again. And if they want to disprove it, if they want to prove you wrong, they might come up with some more evidence we don't have.
Am I getting my stuff out of the Weekly World News, or am I arguing from science journals? I'm giving you the quotes right there, you know? All right, well, I'll see you next go round.
Awesome. See you soon.
Yep.
Blog Talk Radio.
Radio brings you The Haunted Sea with host Scott Martis.
Hello, this is Scott Martis. Welcome to part 3 of our discussion about the Zuiyo Maru carcass with my guests, Carrick St. Laurent and Andy McGrath. Hello, guys.
Hey, Jing.
So, when we left off last time, we were talking about the presence of collagen fibers in the flippers of marine reptiles. And they have discovered collagen fibers in an exceptionally well-preserved plesiosaur flipper from Germany. And additionally on top of that, there is the possibility of elastoidin in lizard claw, which is obviously a reptile. Only found one study that mentions it, no follow-ups, and this is from 1982. So it's a, you know, it's a straw to grasp at, but we've got no more modern information, so it's a possibility. But this is all very interesting when you look at it in the context of elastoidin is only supposed to occur in fishes. And we also went over the genetic arguments, or the evolutionary arguments about why they believe that the genetic machinery that created elastoidin was lost in the transition from fish to tetrapods. Now, relative to that, I found an interesting paper that I'm not going to go into too deep, because if we go into this too deep, we'll go down the rabbit hole. And I'm trying to avoid that, but I'm going to try to summarize this real quickly.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Can I just say curiouser and curiouser, because you said down the rabbit hole?
Yeah. Well, we can't go too far down the, you know, if we go too far down this rabbit hole, we'll be talking about this one thing for 2 hours. So I'm just going to kind of skim over it here.
Cool.
All right.
I just got to enlarge the text here so I can see it. Hang on. My computer is really pokey, so
I'm in the same place.
Yeah. All right. This is a paper from a journal called Frontiers in Cell and Developmental Biology. From, let's see. Hang on. July of 2018. A paper called Problems in Fish to Tetrapod Transition, Genetic Expeditions into Old Specimens. And basically what it says at one point in this paper is that there seems to be evidence that the elastoidin in paired fins has a different origin than the elastoidin in, say, a dorsal fin or a caudal fin of a fish. So in other words, they're saying that there may be different origins for the elastoidin in paired appendages or paired fins in fish than there is from the elastoidin in dorsal fins and caudal fins. And there's a lot of questions they ask in this paper, which are too deep for us to go into here, that may question all this stuff about, well, you know, tetrapods form their limbs one way and fish fins are formed another way. Mm. So there are questions. Mm. Coming back to the plesiosaur flipper, there's an interesting thing in there. I was wondering why they had not done any microscopic examination of it or any trying to retrieve any biochemical information from it. And I've got an answer.
All right.
This is from the same paper that describes the collagen fibers from the plesiosaur flipper, which is called New Insights on the Systematic Paleoecology and Paleobiology of a Plesiosaurian with Soft Tissue Preservation from the Toarcian of Holzmaden, Germany from 2017. And here's what it says. It says, because the occurrence of potential soft tissue is exceptional in plesiosaurians, it was decided to avoid destructive analysis that may have helped to establish their chemical or ultrastructural composition. Nevertheless, there is striking resemblance between the dark and buff-colored materials surrounding the neck, tail, and hind limb of SMNS 51945 and the soft tissues documented in several ichthyosaur and cephalopod specimens from the same strata, as well as Centimurian, Colovian, Oxfordian ichthyosaurs from the UK, and Cretaceous fish from Brazil. In all these fossils, the buff-colored material was interpreted as phosphatized muscle tissue. In the Holzmaden ichthyosaur specimen SMNS 10013, this buff-colored material was identified as mainly composed of calcium phosphate using energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy, and also interpreted as phosphatized muscle tissues. So, it's collagen fibers. They suspect it may be muscle fibers, but they're not sure. So, anyway.
Well, that's interesting because that might tie a bit into not just the physical descriptions that may or may not be accurate from the fishermen who saw this particular carcass, but the fact that they were unwilling to do this biochemical analysis on this particular specimen might kind of be the same sort of deal that we had with the flaws that might be present in the biochemical analysis of the actual Zuiyo Maru carcass as well. Maybe.
Well, what they were basically saying is that there's a lot more of this fibrous material preserved in ichthyosaurs than there is in plesiosaurs.
Yes, right.
Which is true. And they're saying they didn't want to destroy the integrity of the fossils since the preservation is so rare, but they did compare it to studies that have been done on ichthyosaur fibers from ichthyosaur paddles. So now is probably the time to go into that evidence, and it's very the information about the ichthyosaur fibers are very contradictory, as you'll see. And then there's modern evidence of fibers in the flippers of sea turtles, particularly leatherback turtles.
Right, right.
So let me go over that. Let me see here. I'll try to send you the picture here. Hang on. Let's see. Let's see here. Bear with me here.
No problem.
Let's see. All right, you guys got that picture?
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Got it.
This is the first evidence that came to light of elastoid-like fibers in the fin of an ichthyosaur.
Yeah, right along the edge there. Wow.
Yes. Most of the time, when they have skin impressions of the outlines of ichthyosaur flippers, there's no fibers. They're very rarely preserved. But in this case, it was very good preserved. So, in other words, these fibers set on top of the flipper bones, as you can see in the picture. Now, I'm going to read some of the text here.
Right.
This is from by Richard Owen, a description of some of the soft parts of the integument of the hind fin of the ichthyosaurus, indicating the shape of the fin when recent. Transactions of the Geological Society of London, Series 2, Volume 6, Part 1, 1841.
Wow.
All right, so this is from his article. I think you guys know who Richard Owen is, right?
Yes.
The famous anatomist that gave dinosaurs their name, dinosaur.
Yes.
Very famous English zoologist.
Richard who?
Paleontologist. All right, so I'm going to read from the text here. It says, it appears to be the posterior fin of Ichthyosaurus communis. The impressions and fractured portions of the two middle series of phalangeal ossicles, which are the toe bones, are nearly complete, and there are terminal portions of the two outer rows, making 6 digits in all. The impression and a thin layer of the dark, colorized integument of the terminal half of the fin are most distinctly preserved and exposed on the fractured surface of the lias matrix. That's the surrounding matrix of the fossil around the bones, the strata it came out of. The contour of the extremity of the fin is thus clearly defined and is accurately represented in the subjoined figure, plate XX. The anterior margin is formed by a smooth, unbroken, well-defined line and appears to have been merely a duplicature of the integument, which is the skin. But the whole of the posterior margin exhibits the remains and impressions of a series of rays by which the fold of the integument has been supported. Immediately posterior to the digital ossicles, there is a band of carbonaceous matter varying from 2 to 4 lines in breadth and extending in an obtuse pointed form for 1.5 inches beyond the digital ossicles. This I take to be the remains of the dense ligamentous matter which immediately invested the bones of the paddle. Its fiber structure is distinctly displayed. The rays above mentioned are continued from the posterior edge of this carbonized ligamentous matter in which their bases appear to have been implanted. They extend with a slight curve obliquely downwards to the edge of the integumentary impression. The upper rays are directed more transversely, but they gradually lie more in the direction of the axis of the fin as they approach its termination. The most interesting feature in these rays that they bifurcate as they approach the edge of the fin, the two branches diverging in a very slight degree and thus repeating, as it were, the character of the digits themselves. From the rarity of their preservation and their appearance and coexistence in the present instance with remains of the integument, it is evident that they were not osseous, but probably either cartilaginous or the albuminous horn-like tissue in which the marginal rays consist in the fins of the sharks and other plagiostomous fishes. So right there, he's comparing those fibers in the ichthyosaur fin to elastoidin fibers.
Right, right.
Yeah.
It seems more and more, the more that we examine elastoidin and collagen the more we find that there's not just so little difference, but it's so common in marine species. It's almost stable.
What's interesting is I've got a montage that I put together that shows the same ichthyosaur fin alongside images of basking shark elastoidin and the elastoidin from a sailfish. So if you'll hang on, I'll send you that. Hang on.
Sure.
That's interesting. It's interesting that with his thoughts on this being present, with this available evidence being present for so long, it's strange that it wasn't referenced in any way when this carcass, the Maru carcass, was first examined, and the elastoidin exclusion, became the primary game changer at that point. It's strange that somebody didn't look back and say, well, actually, look here from history, we actually have a very early example of this.
Well, that paper was around in 1978. He was already 140 years old.
Yes, what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
And if they'd have just dug around and looked a little bit,
they
would have seen this, and this might have been a game changer in 1978.
Yeah.
Especially.
If you look at the image I just sent you, that's the ichthyosaur paddle in the middle. The one on the left is the pectoral fin of a sailfish, which is a bony fish.
Right.
And the yellow image on the right is basking shark elastoid.
Just especially with that basking shark, it's not even just like it looks similar, it's that it looks nearly identical. I mean, it's even along the same anatomical area as the ichthyosaurs.
The thing is, though, there seems to be a lot of debate in the scientific literature about what these ichthyosaur fibers are, which is what I'm about to demonstrate. And I'm also going to show you here, just a second here, I can send you another image. Hang on.
I've actually got a question about that basking shark image. I'm noticing that the fibers are located kind of near the longest point of the flipper, whereas in the ichthyosaur it runs up the entire side. Does it also run up the entire side in the basking shark?
Well, the difference is that the basking shark and its fin doesn't have any bones like you would see in an ichthyosaur.
Oh, right, okay.
So that makes a difference right there.
Right, and that's why on the sailfish you see it actually go up the entire side because it's bony. Okay, I see.
Yeah. All right, where's the image I'm looking for? Okay, what you're looking at here, there's the ichthyosaur paddle in the middle. The one on the left is the actual flipper of the Zuiyo Maru carcass as it was laying on the deck of the ship. You can see the fibers hanging out of it, right?
Yeah, right.
And the one on the extreme right is the plesiosaur flipper from Germany with the fibers hanging out of it. If you look on the right edge,
you can see the impressions right there, yeah.
You can see the fibers hanging out. That's what I'm saying. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Right. There you go. There's direct comparisons.
See, that's intriguing because I guess part of what the question comes down to, at least to some extent, might be, well, on the anatomy of the flipper of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, do we have fibers that ran up the entire side of the flipper, or are they concentrated to that tip? It's kind of hard to tell with the image quality.
Well, from what I see, it seems to be all over. Hang on a second here.
It does. There is some of that yellow substance off to the right of that image, and that's interesting because I guess
I have an isolated image of just the flipper of the Zuiyo Maru. Hang on.
Yeah, that would be pretty atypical of a basking shark, I suppose, then.
Yeah. Hang on a second here.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's just the Zuiyo Maru flipper.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Wow.
So you got
it does
fibers
cool, yeah.
all over it.
It does, and that's not what you're supposed to see with a basking shark.
Well, hang on a second here.
Is
That's
that
kind of
correct?
complicated.
You're not supposed to
Okay.
see a basking shark?
Wait a minute. Okay, here's another image.
Hmm.
And what you're looking at here, on the left is the Zuiyo Maru flipper.
Right.
On the right is the fin or flipper of the Parker's Cove, Nova Scotia monster from 2002. That definitely was a basking shark.
That's interesting.
So you can see some resemblance there too. So
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
the bottom two images are microscopic images of the Zuiyo Maru fibers at different
Oh,
scales.
wow, really?
So, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, so I guess the diagram is a bit misleading then. It does look like you can expect to see basking shark, at least their carcasses, have fibers that extend further up the side with their appendages.
That's one thing I've been trying to emphasize here is that the evidence is extremely ambiguous.
Yeah, yeah. And again, that ties back to the whole thing about fibers and about collagens and about elastoidins, is that the more, as time goes on, the more common we find that they actually are in marine species.
Yeah, the only way that we're ever going to be able to resolve this case is with a remaining tissue sample of the Zuiyo Maru carcass itself.
Right.
And a DNA analysis of that is the only way we're ever going to solve this case. So if there's a piece of it out there somewhere, we need to find it.
We talked about that plenty of times. Yeah, that would definitely be the way forward.
I'm on that mission at the moment. I'm trying to get some sort of response from the university.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay, now this that I just sent you was from a paper written in 1924 by a paleontologist named Andrews. Now these are images from a different flipper, but you can see the way the fibers are curling up on the edge like you saw in the one described by Owen, right?
Yeah, wow.
Now, this is something really confusing about what Andrews says in his paper. Now, let me find that. Bear with me here. Oh, where is it? Hang on a minute.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
It's a lot to sort through.
I'm telling you, you just don't know. I imagine a lot of people would see all this stuff and just go, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Well, I'm sure it's what's happened for the past, what has it been now, 30, 50 years or so?
It's certainly a lot easier to wave your hand and say, oh, it was a rotten shark, than it is to go through all this.
Crazy.
Okay, here we go. Andrews, 1924. Notes on the ichthyosaurian paddle showing traces of soft tissue by C.W. Andrews from March 1924. Let's see. This is from an ichthyosaur found at Barrow-on-Soar, somewhere in England, probably around Lyme Regis, preserved in the Oxford Museum. Let's see, but now Andrews took some issue with Owen's original description. And I just got to find that. The most remarkable structure is that seen on the front border of the fin. Here, running about at right angles to the axis of the fin, there's a series of straight rod-like rays separated by intervals of 2 millimeters. These rods, when not obscured by fragments of the wrinkled skin, are quite definite structures. They sometimes seem to be formed by the fusion of several thinner rods, and although often broken up into short lengths, do not seem to have been definitely segmented. From the proximal border of each rod, a series of fibers, presumably muscular, curved outward and upward to the distal border of the next rod higher up, so that the border of the fin appears to be divided into narrow areas disposed at right angles to the axis of the fin and crossed by curved bundles of fibers, which sometimes appear to bifurcate or split in two. The rods themselves are continued onto the central portion of the paddle, and in a few cases they seem to have extended into the posterior fin. Similar rod-like structures are described and figured by Owen, 1841. He seems to have regarded them as marking the divisions between scales. So far as I'm aware, no instance of such rays has been recorded in other reptilia, and I've not been able to find any comparable structure. Okay, let me see here. Now this is the part that I'm confused about. Now you see from the figure that it looks exactly like the figure from 1841 by Owen, right?
Right.
Okay, this is how the paper ends. It says, there is no trace of the bifurcating rays of cartilaginous or albuminous horn-like substance described by Owen, although I have been able to see them in his specimen, and his figure seems to be somewhat misleading. I don't know what to make about that. But that's what it says.
He thought of this.
It looks identical to me to the other illustration.
Yeah,
the hair like, and it looks just like the elastoidin fibers and the elastoidin from the sailfish too. So I don't know what to think about that.
That's so strange, because it's not even, the strangest part of it isn't even that it's...
Well, that's what it says.
Yeah.
So make of it what you will, but,
Could the dispute
I'm not
be...
trying to cover anything up.
No.
I'm presenting contradictory evidence here.
But with two well noted scientists existing around about the same time, could it be that essentially this is a big claim, and therefore it's being disputed? But the dispute doesn't seem to be very clear, other than to say
that's what I'm saying.
What it appears to show is not
what the hell is he talking about?
Which happens in science
the fibers
all the time.
look exactly the same to me. I don't understand this.
But it happens in science all the time, especially when something is groundbreaking or perhaps even pushing the paradigm slightly. Is he perhaps saying, yes, it appears to be that way, but it can't be what it is?
Well, I don't know how to interpret it.
That's the weirdest thing, is it doesn't even suggest an alternate explanation. It's like there's no... It's as though he saw this image and just didn't see this fibrous material, which is strange, because obviously it's there. It's in the diagram.
It's like essentially he's saying, look at this, it looks exactly like the thing that Owen described in 1841, but it's not the same stuff, because I said so. I mean, I don't know what,
Yeah,
how
it's a shame there's no explanation for it. Strange.
And it gets even weirder, as I'm about to demonstrate. You don't mind if we take a quick break, do you?
No, not at all. I'm going to water myself, actually. So.
All this reading just wears me out.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. All right, we took a short break, and now we're going to pick up where we left off with the ichthyosaurs. Now, you saw how confusing that last paper was. Well, now it gets even weirder. Hang on. Let me see here. I just got to find what I'm looking for here. Hang on. All right. Hang on. Let's see here. Bear with me.
No problem.
Okay. There is a South African molecular paleontologist named Thigardin Wingham Soliar that has done all kinds of studies on ichthyosaur fibers and dinosaur skin fibers, and he's also done work on the collagen fibers inside the fins of sharks. So he's written all kinds of relevant information to the debate we're going over here today. And this is from a paper he wrote in 2003. And he's talking about the fibers described by Owen. This particular paper is called Evolution of Birds, Ichthyosaur Integumental Fibers Conform to Dromaeosaur Protofeathers. So this is touching on the dinosaurs that have been found in China with what are assumed to be hair-like structures that may be protofeathers or possibly skin fibers. There's a debate about it. This is from some German journal called Naturwissenschaften from 2003. And I'm just going to read this paragraph. The dromaeosaur tail is a relatively stiff organ achieved by powerful bands of ligaments that extend along the dorsolateral and ventrolateral surfaces of the tail vertebrae. Enlarged interspinal ligaments also occur on the dorsal vertebrae. Two possible scenarios are envisaged in Sinosauropteryx. Either the bundles of tightly strung ligaments broke contact along the vertebrae during post-mortem decay and came to lie alongside the caudal vertebrae, or the skin possessed masses of strengthening fibers of rays vertically oriented to the long axis of the body. For instance, Richard Owen illustrated an ichthyosaur paddle in which fine rays, reminiscent of those of Sinosauropteryx, bordered the fleshy, non-skeletonized edges of the paddle, presumably for support or stiffening. So he's talking about them being some kind of stiffening rays, which sounds like elastoidin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about the ones from 1841 that Richard Owen was describing. That first figure you saw. Then, interestingly enough, 11 years after this, I wrote the guy an email to ask him about the fibers. And I'm going to read that one now. Hang on. And I'll send it to you, too. All right, let me find it. This is an email I sent him in 2014. So, this is from June 29th, 2014. Dr. Wingham Soliar, I'm sure you are a busy man and I don't want to take up much of your valuable time. I just have a very straightforward question, if you don't mind answering it. Are the ichthyosaur fin rays, as described by Owen in 1841 and Andrews in 1924, unique structures differing from the ichthyosaur dermal fibers you have described in the past, or just the same thing? Question mark. Your answer would be much appreciated. Thank you, Scott Martis. Then a day later, he sent me an email back. It says, Dear Scott, I remember looking years ago at Owen's figure of the fin rays. If I remember correctly, these were always unidirectional and much thicker. I would imagine these are cartilaginous structures. The dermal fibers, on the other hand, are smaller diameter and critically comprise alternating layers of oppositely oriented cross fibers. This is a classic biomechanical structure found in the skin of especially fast-swimming arteniform swimmers such as the white shark. If you don't have any of my papers on it, let me know. Tuna, dolphins, and ichthyosaurs. I hope this helps. All the best. So there, he's talking about them being made out of cartilage.
Interesting.
And then you look at his later papers, and he's talking about them being muscle fibers. So I don't know what to think. You know?
Yeah, that's interesting.
They look like the last
ichthyosaurs again, which is
to me,
something.
but he wrote a paper comparing the dermal fibers in the collagen fibers in the fins of sharks to those of ichthyosaurs. Let me see if I can find that figure. Hang on a second here. You see that?
Yes, indeed.
The upper left
Got it.
is the dorsal fin of an ichthyosaur, and the figure on the right is showing how the fibers of the skin of an ichthyosaur look, and then down below that, that bottom figure, those fibers, which I believe are dermal fibers of an ichthyosaur, look a lot like the fibers hanging out of the back of that plesiosaur paddle from Germany.
Yeah.
So, I think I've got one more figure. Hang on. Let me see here. Let me see. Anyway, what you've got here is Owen's ichthyosaur paddle on the left. Then the upper right is the figure from Andrews' paper in 1924. Then the bottom image, if you look at, there's a dark stain on that ichthyosaur skin. You can see hair-like fibers on a dark patch of that skin, and that's from the paper that came out a couple of years ago about the ichthyosaur blubber. So there was some fibers preserved with it, too.
Amazing.
So basically, at the end of the day, what you've got is you've got what appear to be elastoid-like fibers in exceptionally well-preserved ichthyosaur paddles that are in the right place and physically resemble elastoid fibers. There's all kinds of debate about what exactly they are, and you see similar fibers in that plesiosaur flipper from Germany. So it is what it is. You take that, you put that together with the evidence of elastoidin or possible elastoidin in lizard claw, and it all becomes very interesting despite the contradictory interpretations that I've just presented.
It's very interesting. And
so
I mean,
the only
honestly,
thing I can add on top of that is modern fibrous evidence from sea turtles, from their flippers, which is interesting too. So I think we should move on to that. Hang on a second. Okay, did you get that image?
Yes, indeed.
All right, hang on a second here. Now I got to find it for me so I can read it. Bear with me. All right. It's from a book from 1997, The Biology of Sea Turtles, edited by Peter L. Lutz and John A. Music. An article in that volume called Sea Turtle Locomotion, Mechanisms, Behavior, and Energetics. And it's by a sea turtle biologist that lives here in Florida named Jeanette Wyneken. And here's what it says. Flippers and the supporting skeleton. Elongate flippers are typical of secondarily aquatic vertebrates that propel themselves with paired appendages, seals, penguins, marine turtles, and plesiosaurs. The modification of the pectoral appendage from a limb with a typical foot as the elongated semi-rigid flipper is perhaps the most striking specialization of sea turtles. The radius and ulnar are functionally fused by thick connective tissue. The digits are elongated and made stiff by layers of fibrous connective tissue overlaid by a scaled skin. All right, let me repeat that. The digits are elongated and made stiff by layers of fibrous connective tissue overlaid by a scaled skin.
Mm-hmm.
So over their digits in their flipper, they have a layer of fibrous connective tissue.
Right, right.
Which is basically what we've been talking about for the ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs.
Yeah, right, the kind of collagen-like fiber. That's an interesting point about sea turtles especially, because the cool thing about sea turtles is the varieties that I suppose you could say are anatomically similar to what we see in the Zuiyo Maru carcass, things like leatherbacks. They actually display more biodiversity in the kinds of collagen that help make them up than other types of sea turtles. So if you were to, I guess, consider the idea of a turtle for the Zuiyo Maru case, the fact that it would, if it was a turtle, which is a big if, but if it was, it would have to be something seemingly that is soft shell or leatherback. That's actually exactly the kind that you would expect could be mistaken for a shark in a chemical analysis, because there's just so much diversity that it's so similar in some cases.
Well, there's a lot of anatomical features of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, and also that you see in mutilated basking sharks that is very turtle-ish.
Yeah, it's one of those things that just points out yet again, and perhaps this more starkly than some other points, because these are extant species that we're talking about now. And of course, most likely the prehistoric turtles had this too, especially things like Archelon.
Absolutely.
You know, their collagen makeups.
Archelon is distantly related to the leatherbacks.
Yes, right. They were essentially just very large, anatomically somewhat different leatherback turtles. So,
very similar.
That's the interesting thing about the whole turtle thing. Of course, that doesn't say that Zuiyo Maru was a turtle, but it's one of those examples where it's like saying that it has to be a shark based on collagen fibers or elastoidins is at this point, kind of atrocious because it seems like everything in the ocean has these things, and it's
well, there's more evidence that these fibers in living sea turtles are collagenous. About 10%. So, if you look at that image that I just sent, there's a picture that actually shows the layers of the leatherback turtle flipper, and you can actually see there's a white layer up there at the top. That is the fibers. It says, next to that photograph, it says ventral view of the left front flipper that is partially skinned to show the flexible connective tissue enveloping the triceps muscle complex, the thick and stiffened leading edge of the muscles of the palmar surfaces of the flipper, and the extensive muscles retained in the palmar carpus. This is from a book called The Leatherback Turtle Biology and Conservation, edited by James R. Spatilla and Pilar Santidrian Camillo, published in 2015. And here's what it says about the leatherback. It says, the metacarpals articulate with the distal carpals and with the phalange by synovial joints that are encased in thick fibrous connective tissue. Although it is not part of the skeleton, a thick layer of fibrous connective tissue stiffens and stabilizes the entire leading edge of the flipper blade in adults and juveniles.
Wow.
Now, I've got an additional quote that indicates that these fibers are collagen fibers. I just got to get that one up. Hang on. Let's see. Now, the book I just quoted the first time, The Biology of Sea Turtles, there's actually 3 volumes to that. And I believe this is from volume 3. Let's see. Yep. The Biology of Sea Turtles, volume 3, published in 2013. This is another article by Jeanette Wyneken called The Skeleton and In Vivo View of Structure. And here's what it says. The forearm bones, radius and ulna, are short in sea turtles and in adults become functionally fused along their shafts by fibrous connective tissue. Similarly, a network of collagen-rich ligaments tightly attaches the wrist elements to one another. So, given the fact that all this fossil evidence from plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs are phosphatized collagen fibers, and here you have really good evidence of fibrous collagen fibers in the flippers of sea turtles. I mean, you know, looks to me like we have abundant evidence of collagen fibrous support in the flippers of marine reptiles, both living and fossil. Yeah, so.
That's very interesting.
What kind of collagen fibers they are, if they're specialized like elastoidin, is an open question. However, you take this evidence and put it together with the evidence of an elastoidin-like collagen, or possibly elastoidin itself, in the claws of lizards, it opens up a whole lot of interesting questions relative to the point that, well, the elastoidin fibers proved that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a shark. Obviously.
Right.
How anybody could walk away and just ignore all this and say it was a shark is just mind-boggling to me. Is this not scientific evidence?
Yeah, it's just so weird that it's so, I guess overlooked is the right word. I wonder why.
I don't know why. Well, let me get more feedback from you guys about all this. What do you think?
I guess it's one of those things that just is so it's like the only real conclusion that you can come to, the more and more information you find, is that this was a botched examination, even if it's probably correct just based on the anatomical look of the carcass. Because obviously we discussed briefly that there's these collagen fibers and specific types of them that are adapted in the same ways, present in a lot of different species. But not only that, but that they look similar. They look identical. They're found in the same areas of the body.
Yes.
I think that the point about not necessarily just the chemical composition, because that's pretty easy to say was a process that wasn't carried through properly. Just even the consideration of what it means for this carcass to have these fibers, the conclusion shark, at least in that respect, was completely jumped to. Again, even if it's correct, it might be correct by mistake. I think it isn't necessarily bad to say that, because that's kind of what it seems like is happening here. The more we find out about animals, the more we find out that if we were to just try and ID this thing off of its fibers, it could have been almost anything in the ocean.
Well, the thing is, if these collagen fibers, we already know that shark elastoidin is made out of collagen primarily. If these marine reptile flipper collagen fibers are high in tyrosine amino acid, they might be virtually indistinguishable from a shark elastoidin if they're biochemically very similar.
Yeah, right. And
then on top of that, you add the sodium hypochlorite bleach treatment.
Right.
On top of that, so who knows? There's enough of a question there that you can at least go back and look at it a second time.
Yeah, it makes me wonder too, the information we're seeing about the functioning properties of some of these fibers. I'm looking at the Biology of Sea Turtles Volume 3 paragraph, where it says, similarly, a network of collagen-rich ligaments tightly attaches the wrist elements to one another. It reminds me a lot of the analysis that was, or one of the two analyses on the, I think it was the ichthyosaur flipper that said, well, we're not sure if this necessarily means that this was something that had these fibers at the edge, or if part of what we're seeing in these fossils is that these are ligaments that were like fibers that connected pieces of the body together like scales.
Yeah, well, it's, the thing is, when we get into talking about all this stuff, we're talking about a lot of areas that there's still a lot of questions about, which is what makes it so difficult. We're touching on areas that haven't been completely investigated yet. Like, what is the complete biochemical information that we can get from these fossilized plesiosaur and ichthyosaur fibers? And as far as I know, these collagen fibers in sea turtle flippers have not been analyzed biochemically.
Right.
Or microscopically. So, what do we know about them? Not much.
Yeah, exactly. There seems to be a lot of...
if there was a lot of literature out there about them, I would have been able to find it. And you see the small pickings I was able to get out of those sea turtle books. That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's a subject that's been extensively written upon, which is kind of one of the reasons that we have talks like this, because, again, the talk's purpose isn't necessarily to posit plesiosaur or basking shark or turtle or whatever. It's to say, hey, I don't think we're giving this enough attention because we don't understand much about this, and we still don't. And maybe if we decided to review this kind of case more, we would have a bigger knowledge base, and we wouldn't have to be coming across these cases where we're like, oh, well, what does it mean for this thing to have fibers? Maybe if we studied it more extensively because of these cases, we'd be having less of these cases.
Yeah, it's going back to the shark arguments, looking at the anatomical features of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, there is nothing about the carcass that was particularly diagnostic toward it being a plesiosaur. I mean, sure, it had a body, a large central body with 4 flippers and a long neck and a turtle-like head, which reminds people of a plesiosaur.
Right.
But if you look at the anatomical features that the paleontologists used to define what a plesiosaur is, it really had none of those, which is interesting. I mean, you can take the Zuiyo Maru carcass anatomical features, they're very ambiguous, and you can build some kind of unknown reptile that has pieces of a plesiosaur and pieces of a sea turtle and pieces of a mosasaur, and you can build a hypothetical marine reptile out of it because the features are so ambiguous. But if you look at all the features combined, put together, and compare them with the known cases of mutilated basking sharks, it's a better fit.
Yeah, which is, I think, why I still definitely lean towards basking shark, but really that isn't necessarily the point. The point is that even if this conclusion about basking shark is correct, which it probably is, it really dodged the bullet on being wrong, because this was a very poorly examined case. This was not thoroughly examined at all. There's plenty of things that were assumed.
Even if it did turn out to be a basking shark, this is a very worthwhile intellectual enterprise to ask the relevant questions that what if it hadn't been, what are the steps you could take to find out what it was?
Yeah, and those steps will be important, not only as steps to figure out what this is, but steps to remember going forward for the scientific endeavor that we have in zoology, to not have another Zuiyo Maru incident, to be able to find something that's ambiguous like this, and instead of being able to sit there and be like, well, we don't know much about this and this, so we'll do the closest thing to a good test that we can do, to instead say, oh, well, we've figured out what happened with what went wrong and what went right with Zuiyo Maru. Now we can study this and know within half a year exactly what this is. No questions asked.
Well, the thing is, now, 40 years after the fact, you have remarkable genetic techniques and scientific technology that was not available 40 years ago.
Yes, right.
Unfortunately, that genetic technology can't be applied to blurry photographs. The only way it can be applied to the Zuiyo Maru case is to go find a surviving fiber from the Zuiyo Maru carcass and test that with this new technology.
Right.
That might have the final answer. And if we can never do that, it's always going to be a what if,
Right, exactly.
Because even the people that argue that it's a shark, can't completely rule out the possibility of it being an unknown shark. And they can't really completely rule out the possibility of it being a reptile based on just the fiber evidence.
Right, and that's the issue at the essence of all this, is that in a scientific endeavor, your goal is to be accurate to reality by the end. And the fact that we have a very loose grip on what the reality of this could have been, because we have so much under-examined data, is a failure on the part of the scientists to examine.
It's like the Patterson film. Unless we have some kind of breakthrough of some kind of a dramatic sort of nature, it's always going to be one of those what ifs. You've got to always have somebody out there that thinks it's a guy in a suit, and that will never be convinced by arguments based on just the film.
Right, and I was going to say it's even more ambiguous in that sense than the Zuiyo Maru carcass, because at least we got examples that were at one point studied and measured, even if badly, for Zuiyo Maru. There was no such measurements for Patterson-Gimlin film. We have tracks.
I'm not trying to jump on the Patterson-Gimlin film.
No,
I
it's not just to kind of expand the comparison there.
But I'm just pointing out the obvious problems. There's always going to be somebody out there that's going to think it's a guy in a suit. And, unless there's some kind of big breakthrough, you're never going to convince those people that it's not a guy in the sea.
Right.
So, it's
I still think,
it is what it is.
Look, I still think, Scott, with this case, and Carrick, I still think with this case, there's so much that we gloss over. I think the evidence that you've come up with, especially for the elastoidin possibly being present in reptiles, is definitely worth investigating. But also, it takes us back to that first sketch by Yano. It takes us back to the other biologists who asserted that this was some sort of unknown animal as far as they knew. And we have to gloss over all of those qualifications and all of those reputations and professional people put themselves in a very risky position to claim that this was an unknown or an unusual animal, similar to a plesiosaur, not just a basking shark, which again I find really hard to believe that they never drew up from the sea. They never trawled up a rotting basking shark before. It seems almost impossible those fishermen didn't have that experience or knowledge.
If you think about Obata and Imazumi and the other guy, Shikama.
Yeah.
Think about, they were brave enough to come forward and say, we think this could have been a reptile.
Yeah.
And they didn't even know about all the stuff we're discussing here.
Okay.
If they'd have known about all this stuff, they would have probably been even more positive.
Mm-hmm. And the ship's biologist, he's not a lightweight. He's a biologist on a fishing vessel, a Japanese fishing
they interviewed him 30 years later, and he still said it would.
Yeah,
he didn't think it was a shark.
Exactly.
Nobody,
other
than him, examined that carcass any better
I think
than what he did.
The problem is with this is if they had trawled up some unknown species of shark, and that's what they were claiming, there would be a lot more credibility, a lot more investigation there, a lot less discrediting of these.
We can't rule out that possibility either.
That possibility, but there'd be a lot less discrediting of these notable academics and professionals who discovered this carcass. But because of the nature of what it could be, we have to sort of do everything we can, I suppose, to not believe them. I know that's in our interest to do that, and to find issues with their testimony, find issues with their examination. But still, all these years later, as you said, I think they're all dead now, aren't they?
Well, you know the story of what happened to Dennis Tucker?
No.
He claimed to have seen the Loch Ness Monster and was fired from the British Museum.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
So that put the fear of God into a lot of these guys, I think.
Well, I think there was an issue back then that if you even went up to Loch Ness, that you lost your job. That was the unofficial line, allegedly.
Well, I think it's very interesting that up until that happened, Maurice Burton was very pro-plesiosaur Loch Ness Monster. And then around the same time that Dennis Tucker got fired, he completely flipped and went skeptic. Okay. There must be a connection.
Look, if your job depends upon it sometimes, it's...
Well, I think he was worried about his reputation. He saw what happened to Dennis Tucker, and he thought, well, I better lay off on this or I'm going to be ruined.
And don't the three of us know, really, that investigating cryptids is not really something that gives you a great reputation?
That's true.
Mean, it's not something that sort of says, oh, great, fantastic. Whenever I tell people I like to investigate Bigfoot and things like that, they kind of look at me like, I'm a bit special, got a bit of a side hobby, a bit of a simpleton. Wow. And that's just how people feel about it, because it's outside of the remit of normal life. And it's like saying I'm a ghost investigator or I'm looking for aliens to the common man.
There were people that were ridiculed during their day and eventually proven to be right, like Alfred Wegener with his continental drift theory. Continental plates was laughed at for a long time, and now it's accepted theory. So, it's possible to be ridiculed and be right.
I think it's happened. So I mean,
I don't know.
New creatures that were that we just accept as a part of the natural fauna of this world now are words once the stuff of myth and legend, and they had crazy reputations and their descriptions.
For 70 million years until 1938.
Exactly.
Never
or
know.
Even gorillas, or okapi, or the Komodo dragon, whatever you want to say. That in the last 100 or so years, these things have been discovered, and yet they were ethno-known animals. They were stuff of myth and legend.
Well, the Comoro Islanders knew about the coelacanth before the scientists did. They even had a common name for it. They called it the Gombessa.
Of course. Can you imagine trying to describe an okapi to somebody who'd never seen one and say, well, it's kind of like a giraffe that's shaped like a horse with two horns in its head, and
it looks like
a zebra.
It looks like a donkey with stripes on its ass.
Yeah, it looks like a midget giraffe.
Yeah,
had sex with a donkey, and a zebra got involved. I mean, it's just it's a crazy.
They're weird
if you
animals.
had to describe that to somebody you'd never seen it, and they'd never seen it. What would you come up with? How could you be believed?
Yeah. Good
and
point.
Anyway, I go off point, completely off point. But the reputations of these people keeps coming back to me. I think this line of investigation you've gone into proves at least that this type of fiber could be present in reptiles and prehistoric reptiles, and so that's that's a great line of investigation. But also let's look at the case itself. These were not lightweights. These were professional people who stake their reputation on a very big claim in a very conservative society.
Yep. Well, you guys want to wrap it up for today, and let's come back the next time?
Sure.
All right. We'll pick it up when we get it rescheduled then.
Sounds
Fantastic.
good.
Fantastic. Give me a day or two.
Okay, so we're back. Before we completely leave the discussion about the fibers, one last thing I'd like to throw in is I was able to find images of fossilized elastoidin fibers. And I put together a montage to show what they look like compared to the ichthyosaur fibers and the plesiosaur fibers. So let me send that to you guys. Hang on a second here. Bear with me.
No problem.
All right. Let me see. Okay. So you had any additional thoughts since our last conversation?
Not that many. I think that we've at least I've said all that I wanted to say on the fiber issue, and I think that seeing these diagrams will be a really good way to kind of end that off.
Well, we will eventually be coming back to it when we talk about the new molecular biology methods they have of identifying these carcasses.
Right.
That sounds very interesting.
But what I want to concentrate for the most part on this section now is looking at the anatomical features of the carcass that people pointed to say it was a shark. So let me get this fossilized elastoidin image up here. All right. Let me see here. Okay. The two images across the top are fossilized elastoidin from a Devonian-era shark. The image on the left is the actual photograph of the fossil. The image on the upper right is the drawing interpretation of that same image. And below, as you can see on the left, is the plesiosaur fiber flipper. In the middle is Owen's ichthyosaur flipper. And on the bottom right is the Zuiyo Maru flipper.
Wow. That
so
does
you
look...
can see the similarities there. Even
Yeah.
the way it curls up on the ends and splits in some places.
It reminds me greatly of the discussion that we had last time about whether or not the fibers on the ichthyosaur fossil went all the way up the edges of the flipper or not. And there's evidence for and not for that, but it's quite clear in the fossil of the shark impression that on sharks the fibers do in fact cover the entire edge of the flippers.
Yeah. Well, some of this may come down to forensics. In other words, each individual fossil that dies and is fossilized goes through different stages of decomposition that are specific to that individual carcass. So we don't know if something is chewed on the ends of those fibers before they were fossilized or what's going on there.
That's a good point.
That has a lot to do with each individual fossil that is found. And then on top of that, you've got different geologic processes that happen to a fossil as it's being fossilized that can change things as well. So you're really opening up Pandora's box there. But anyway, as you can see, there is some similarity between fossilized Ceratotrichia and fossilized fibers in the exceptionally preserved flippers of fossilized marine reptiles. So, anyway, so let's move on now. What is pointed to on the Zuiyo Maru carcass as being probably the most sharky anatomical feature of it is the pectoral girdle. Let me bring up an image of that. Hang on. You guys are welcome to keep talking while I'm looking for stuff.
Well, while you're talking about that, actually, I was thinking about some of the comments about the carcass and the mentions of the caudal fins being in the wrong direction and the anal fin, and that there were missing dorsal fins in the places that there would be in the species of basking shark or whale shark. And I wonder what your thoughts are on that, really. I mean, is that really visible?
There really seems to be pretty good evidence that you can see a dorsal fin, which I will get to. Now, if you will look at this image I just sent you, you've got a good view of the pectoral girdle and the attachment of the flippers to it on the carcass across the top. You see what I'm talking about? On the image I just sent?
Yep.
All right. The bottom image is a generalized version of a shark pectoral girdle. And as you can see, it's basically the girdle itself is a round piece of cartilage with an empty space at the top where it would attach to the spinal cord. And then the two fins attach at the sides. And the image that you see on the right is supposed to represent a rotated pectoral fin to show what it would look like sideways. And then the image on the left shows it looking at it long ways in the fin orientation. So as you can see, the pectoral girdle that you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass greatly resembles a shark pectoral girdle.
Yeah.
The way
that's quite clear.
fins or flippers are oriented is also very similar, right?
The girdle is very clear. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that establishes that whatever this thing was, it had a pectoral girdle and flippers or fins that resemble the shark. And that is one of the strongest arguments in favor of the shark theory.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to a different image and look at the condition in plesiosaurs for comparison. Let's see. All right. There are the two Zuiyo Maru images on the left. The image on the right is looking at a plesiosaur body from underneath the plesiosaur skeleton. And as you can see, the flippers are in a similar position, but the plesiosaur pectoral girdle is made up of at least 4 different bones. You see, you've got 2 upper ones, which are pieces of the scapula, and below that you have these other 2 bones below where the flippers attach, and those are called coracoid bones. So it's somewhat different condition to the plesiosaur pectoral girdle, and the pelvic girdle of the plesiosaur, as you can see down at the bottom, is pretty much built the same way. And in between the 2 pectoral girdles, you have these, what they call gastral ribs or gastralia, which are belly ribs to protect the stomach from below. And it's believed that when the plesiosaurs swam and they moved their flippers up and down, the pectoral girdles would kind of swing in and out, and the belly ribs, the gastralia, would kind of move in an accordion-like movement. And there was a little bit of spinal flexure that also accentuated that. So that helped to build lift underwater to help the flippers propel the body.
Do we know if the flippers were able to rotate in the same way that we're seeing in the shark diagram?
I believe so. However, there's some debate about whether plesiosaurs could lift their flippers higher than the shoulder blade. There's still a lot of debate about that. In other words, they had a lot of flipper movement from front to back and from the shoulder blade down, range of movement. Apparently, there was some kind of bony process where the humerus attached to the scapula that theoretically blocked upward movement above the height of the shoulder, but that's still being debated. So,
right, okay.
But more or less, I would say yes. But the main point I'm getting at here is that look at the difference between the plesiosaur pectoral girdle made up of all those bones and the pectoral girdle on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
And not only that, but it leaves a very empty space. If that's the neck on top of the creature there, what's filling that space with the pectoral girdle is on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
If you're looking at the plesiosaur image of the plesiosaur skeleton right there, as you can look and see above the pectoral girdle, you see the beginning of the neck vertebrae.
You see it.
Right there. So theoretically, you know, if a plesiosaur's neck was flopped over, it would look kind of like what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, hanging up like that. But the main point I'm getting at here is look at the difference between the standard plesiosaur pectoral girdle and shark-like pectoral girdle on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
And is the pectoral girdle the same in all discovered fossil plesiosaur species? Is
Pretty
there any
much,
variation?
Yeah, it's relatively the same thing. There was some difference between the pectoral girdle of the plesiosaur's ancestors, the nothosaurs, which does resemble more what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, but still it's made up of multiple bones. Let me find that image. Hang on.
Yeah.
All right. But that is one of the main arguments that the shark proponents have used to say that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was the shark is that pectoral girdle.
That's a strong
And
argument.
what you're looking at here on the right is a nothosaur, which was an ancestral type to the plesiosaur that still had feet with digits. But it was built very much like a plesiosaur, and as you can see, the pectoral girdle is a little different, but it's still made up of multiple bones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see.
Now, the thing you have to realize is that looking at the Zuiyo Maru carcass, we know that all of the internal organs were gone, and that everything between the pectoral girdle and the pelvic girdle on the belly region was gone as well. So we can't say for sure that if the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a reptile, that it didn't have these gastral ribs like you see on plesiosaurs. If it did, those were all already gone. So, arguing about that is basically pointless.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing here is that pectoral girdle does look like a shark pectoral girdle, and it also looks like, of course, the pectoral girdle of a basking shark. So that's a
Do we have a sorry? Go on, Karen.
Argument for the shark.
No, you go ahead, Andy.
Theory.
I was just going to say, Scott, do you have a picture of the pectoral girdle of a basking shark?
Yep. Hang on. Bear with me. Just got to dig it up. Oh, let's see here. Hold up here. You guys keep gibbering while I'm looking for
Yeah. What were you just about to say, Carrick?
Well, I was going to note, it reminds me very much of the sort of issue that we encounter when earlier in the talk, I think in part 1, we discussed the testimonies by some that there was some kind of bone or bone-like material in the carcass. And it really is a shame that no one bothered to make any particularly detailed anatomical sketch or photo of those bones, because it's already in debate whether or not the bones existed. But if they did, we don't know what kind of bones they were. We don't know where in the body they were found. Do
you see the image on the lower right of the shark skeleton? That is a basking shark.
Okay.
And if you look, you can see behind the jaws and the gills where the pectoral flipper is, and you can see that girdle connected to the spinal cord. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
And I've also got an image, hang on, of the pectoral girdle of the Stronza beast. So let me just find that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it's generally assumed, based on Holmes' arguments, that the Stronza beast was a basking shark.
An outsized one.
Perhaps, according to his data, compared with the other shark that he had examined, he thought they were roughly the same size, in the range of like 30-something feet, 36 feet maybe.
Well, that was based upon the skull that he examined, right? So he didn't see
he
the
had
carcass.
skull and vertebrae.
Yeah. Which he estimated the length.
The image on the upper right is the pectoral girdle and pectoral appendage of the Stronza beast.
Okay.
And below that, you have another image of a shark pectoral girdle.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, you see a condition in a mosasaur that is closer to what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Now, let me find that real quick.
It's interesting.
Yeah. But it is also made up of multiple bones.
Mm-hmm.
So, we don't know if we're dealing with a reptile here, and this descended from a plesiosaur or a mosasaur or something like that. What 60 million years could have done? It could have fused the bones and changed things. We just don't know.
Yeah.
But based on what we know for sure, looking around in the world today, that pectoral girdle looks like a shark pectoral girdle. So in other words, that's a strong argument for those who argue that the carcass is a mutilated shark, most likely a basking shark. So.
Right, yeah, and it definitely, the notion that you bring up about bones fusing over time is interesting because that nososaur that we just looked at, you could tell by looking at the skeletal structure of those appendages that even though they're not flippers yet, they're slanted in the same direction as flippers, and they're getting rather narrow too. So what you're seeing there is probably the transition between more fleshed out appendages and the flipper. So, talking about time frames and how they change bone structure, there's a great example right there.
Yeah, well, if you look at the image I just sent, that is the pectoral mosasaur, which, as you can see, more resembles what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, but that is still in itself made of multiple bones, like the plesiosaur pectoral girdle. So do you see what I'm saying there?
I do. In Scott, in the Yano, Chihiko Yano sketch, even though the dimensions that he recorded were off with the original sketch, would you say that's reflected in his sketch of the skeletal structure of the creature that he observed?
He doesn't really have a good drawing of the pectoral girdle in his sketches. However, one thing I did find that I forgot I'd had is there is a second sketch that he did that shows the rear appendages. We'll get to that. It's very interesting.
That's interesting.
Let me show you what the bones of the pectoral girdle of the mosasaur look like broke down into different pieces.
Okay.
I just got to find it. As you see it there in that image put together, it does look kind of like what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Yeah.
But if you see it broke down to its separate pieces, it's very different.
Yeah. And of course, then the head and neck is all wrong. If it's a mosasaur, then we're at the ballpark again.
We will be getting to the head and the neck and comparison with plesiosaurs and all that very shortly. Right now, I just want to concentrate on this pectoral girdle because that is one of the main features that is pointed to as saying, see, it's a shark.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
it's strong. I mean, I think that's very strong.
As much as we would like this to be a reptile, trying to avoid the shark arguments is not going to get us anywhere. To have any credibility, we've got to look at this stuff head on and say, well, it could be a shark.
I don't know how you feel, Carrick, but this to me seems to be the strongest piece of shark evidence so far.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably that, and also the circumstances of basking sharks being mistaken for plesiosaurs, because it's just so it's such a precedent. It's such a significant precedent, and I'm not sure if I would say that it scientifically should count as evidence that it's a shark. But it's one of those things when you personally examine something that you're like, oh, I'd better watch out for this because this has happened plenty of times before, sort of thing.
Yeah. Now, the image I just sent you is a mosasaur pectoral girdle broke down into its constituent parts. And what you're looking at on the top is the left scapula, the right scapula, the two humerus bones, and the one on the left has the radius and ulna and the toe bones attached to it. And then below that, you've got the left coracoid and the right coracoid. So they had the coracoid bones like you see in a plesiosaur, but they were shaped somewhat different. And when it was all put together, I believe the two coracoids were leaned backwards toward the tail under the body, which would give it that circular shape that you see in the other image, which resembles the Zuiyo Maru pectoral girdle. But as you can see, if you break it down into different parts, it looks very different. In other words, it's not one piece like you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Yeah.
One thing I can say is that it appears that the pectoral girdle of the Zuiyo Maru carcass is all one piece. But we don't know for sure, because that could be covered in some kind of skin, and it might actually be made of more than one bone.
Yeah, sure. Well,
but it sure as hell looks like a shark pectoral girdle. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly does. Wouldn't that be funny if a plesiosaur had decomposed to look like a shark as opposed to a shark decomposing into a plesiosaur?
Well, I don't know if that's possible, but you know,
do you think that was?
This, I believe there's evidence that's been coming to light lately that says that plesiosaurs were much more sharky than we originally used to think. And that's certainly the case with mosasaurs, because it was only a few years ago that they discovered that mosasaurs had shark-like caudal flukes. And now some people have even started speculating that mosasaurs might have had dorsal fins as well. Which, you know, the original idea of what a mosasaur was more like a moray eel, like a Komodo dragon built like a moray eel. Now it's starting to look like they're much more sharky animals than we ever assumed.
Interesting.
Now, I have an image also of the pectoral girdle of an ichthyosaur, and it's very much like what you see on the mosasaur. I'll just bring that up just so we're covered on all the main marine reptile bases here. Let's see. So I don't want our critics to be able to say, well, oh, you didn't discuss this and you didn't discuss that. I'm trying to tear this thing apart like a car engine.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, you know, it's like we're doing an autopsy on a mystery, so to speak.
Exactly.
Here. Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. Somebody needed to do it.
Looking at that as well, both. Sorry, Carrick. I was wondering about the phalanges as well, because even in Yano's sketch and in the pictures of the fins that we see, it doesn't really seem to show the presence.
Well, the only evidence that came forward to suggest there might have been phalange in the Zuiyo Maru flipper or fin is that somebody, perhaps Yano, I can't remember off the top of my head, but somebody stepped on one of the flippers while it was laying on the deck and said that it felt like there were hard materials inside it.
Oh, okay.
Which is ambiguous, but still, that's partial.
It's
you know,
something. Yeah.
It could imply that
it's something, but could have been fatty tissue, could have been ocean debris. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, we know from the fossils that we've been discussing that plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs had flippers with bones in them that were covered in fibrous collagen fibers on top of that. And we've seen the images of these fibers hanging out the side of plesiosaur and ichthyosaur flippers. So just because there were fibers hanging out of the fins or flippers of the Zuiyo Maru carcass does not mean that there could not have been flipper bones underneath that inside the flipper that we didn't see.
I see.
So, you know.
But he doesn't record it.
There's no evidence one way or the other for either case, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
but
it's
Yano doesn't record it in his sketch, Scott, does he?
What you're looking at here, the sketch I just sent you, is the pectoral girdle of an ichthyosaur.
Yeah, sure.
And as you can see, it's got the scapula and the coracoid bones. Yeah. So it's pretty much like sort of a variation of what you see in the plesiosaur and the mosasaur. So
very interesting.
It seems like
all we can say at the end of the day is that the pectoral girdle of the Zuiyo Maru carcass looked like that of a shark. Oh, wait a minute. There's one more animal we haven't looked at, the leatherback turtle. Hang on. And the pectoral girdle of the turtle is even more complex than what you see on these other ones. All right, hang on. So I think probably what we need to do next is the dorsal fin. And we'll go over the evidence for that. But let me just get this turtle pectoral girdle up there real quick. If I can find it. Let's see here. All right. That is the leatherback turtle.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think I actually have a better image. Hang on. Bear with me.
Thanks.
It definitely follows that same kind of general, almost diamond-shaped pectoral skeletal structure.
Yeah, well, as you can see, the condition in reptiles is much more complex. All right. This image is a leatherback turtle viewed from underneath. Now, as you can see, one thing about the leatherback, it's got a very short humerus bone and really big flippers. And the shoulders, the pectoral girdle is very close to the head. So if you see a live leatherback, it looks like the flippers are coming out right at the base of the neck, which is pretty much well the case. But as you can see, like the other marine reptiles, the pectoral girdle is made up of several bones. And it's even more obscured looking at it from this perspective because you've got these belly ribs on the bottom of the leatherback turtle, which are obscuring the view of the pectoral girdle. But as you can see, it's very different from what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Even though the Zuiyo Maru carcass had many turtle-like features, which is also a common theme with mutilated basking sharks, which we'll get to eventually. So, can we take a short break here?
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
It's very interesting stuff. I can't wait to get on to the dorsal fin.
Yeah.
And also, Scott,
okay, we're back. Now, probably the most sharky feature of the Zuiyo Maru carcass that people point to, besides the pectoral girdle and its arrangement, is the presumed dorsal fin. Which, let me bring up these images. As you can see, what I've got here in this first image is an image of, on the left, is a basking shark hanging up on the deck of a ship in a similar manner to what you see with the Zuiyo Maru carcass, which is the image on the right. You can see that the basking shark is slumped over with its head hanging down, and then coming down the right side of the body, you see the dorsal fin. Above that, on the left side of the carcass, you see the left pectoral appendage. Coming down the middle part of the body, you see a relief section, and that is assumed to be the flanks, muscle flanks of the basking shark. And then down below that, you see either a second dorsal fin or a pelvic fin, probably a second dorsal fin. Anyway, if you compare that image and the way it's orientated with the image of the Zuiyo Maru carcass on the right, you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, you see the head and neck portion flopped over, which could, if you say that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a rotting basking shark missing the jaws and the gills, would be somewhat analogous to that head of that basking shark leaning over. Then you come down the center part of the back, or the portion you see on the rear, seems to match up with that muscle flanks section that you see on the basking shark. However, it could also be interpreted as possibly the spinal column.
Yeah.
And then you see what appears to be, on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, some kind of a fin laid over to the right. And that looks like it's in the same position, roughly, as the dorsal fin that you see on the basking shark, which is hanging up on the other side. So you can see the analogies right there.
Yeah.
If you're arguing that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a mutilated basking shark, then what you're looking at is the dorsal fin, the flanks of the body falling apart, and the head missing the jaws and the gill apparatus with just the neurocranium. So, you know, going the other direction, in 1905, off the coast of Brazil, some kind of unknown animal was seen by two scientists on a research cruise, and they published a report about it in the Zoological Society of London for the year 1905. The animal that they described had like a 6-foot neck with a turtle-like head and some kind of a rectangular dorsal fin. So that kind of resembles what you see in the Zuiyo Maru picture too. So, you know, the fact that it had a dorsal fin is, on one level, a very strong argument that it probably was a shark, but then at the same time, the most credible sea serpent sighting of all time that you have describes an animal with a turtle-like head, which you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, a 6-foot plesiosaur-like neck, which you also see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, and some kind of a dorsal fin. So you can take this either way. But now there has been debate about whether that was a dorsal fin. Hang on a second here, and I'll bring up another image that goes over the different arguments.
I would love to know exactly what it means that both the images of the Zuiyo Maru carcass and the hanging basking shark, what the reason is that both of them have this kind of ridged side to their to the left facing part of their body. And
well, the thing about fish axial trunk muscles is that they're made of folds of connective tissue between the different muscle segments, which they call myocomata.
I see. So is what we're seeing.
Myocomata exists in amphibians and primitive reptiles as well. But it's not as folded as what you see in fish musculature. And some of the arguments in the scientific papers argued that if that split that you see on the back of the body is the flank of the muscles where they meet, the axial trunk musculature, you see what looks like deep folds in the muscles, which seems to indicate that it's got an axial musculature with deep folds in it like a fish, which was another argument used to say that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a shark. But there's other arguments that may question whether that is a flank of the animal and not the spinal column. Okay, I just sent you an image that's got 3 quotes from 3 different papers, and it's got a sketch that was done for one of them. Now, I'm going to read from those different quotes of the different interpretations of that, quote, dorsal fin. Some people were of the opinion that it wasn't a dorsal fin, that what looks like a dorsal fin leaned over on top of a right pectoral fin is in actuality just one large fin, and it just looks like a dorsal fin. So bear with me, I've just got to bring up that card so I can read it. Okay, the first quote is from the paper by Obata and Tomoda. And as you know, they were the ones that argued that it could be an unidentified reptile. Okay, here's what they had to say. It says, in the 4 photographs taken on the deck, the skull, neck, and anterior fin can be readily distinguished. Though the photograph taken from the back appears to show a partly broken right posterior fin overlaying an almost complete right anterior fin, this judgment was denied by Yano, who stated that the fin is the right anterior fin, which has an unusual structure in having exposed rays near its base as well as on its edge. So what they're saying here is that Yano himself said that that was not a dorsal fin. Okay, you see the illustration on the right, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you've got the dorsal fin is marked A, and then the pectoral fin in front of it is marked B. Okay, so basically what they're saying is that Yano said that A and B were not 2 separate flippers, but that A was the base of B, and it was all one flipper. So that's from Yano himself. So okay. Yano was arguing that that was not a dorsal fin. Moving on to one of the other papers, this is one of the other papers called On the Nature of the Carcass of a Large Vertebrate Found Off New Zealand by Yoshikazu Hasegawa and Teruya Uyeno. And here's what they say. It says, what may be the decisive factor can be observed in the photograph showing the dorsal aspect of the creature. The structure hanging down on the right side of the mid side of the body appears to be the dorsal fin and not the pectoral fin, as some believe. The position is too high and close to the vertebral column to be the pectoral fin. If this observation is correct, then there is no doubt that this creature is a shark. Based on the available evidence, we are convinced that this New Zealand creature is not the new Nessie that much of the world was hoping for, but more than likely a carcass belonging to a large-sized shark. So, this is interesting. They're saying that fin, marked A, could not be a petrel fin because it's too close to the spinal column. Now, are they saying that that split going down the middle is the spinal column? Which makes it even more ambiguous.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you see, that's where I'm going with all this, is that so much of this is hard to interpret, and even the scientists themselves had contradictory interpretations of basic features that you see in the photographs. Okay, moving on to the third paper, which is called Identification of the Carcass Trawled by the Zuiyo Maru from a Comparative Morphological Viewpoint, written by Hideo Omura, Koshi Mochizuki, and Toshiro Kamiya. Here's what they said. It says, though the dorsal fin has not been mentioned by the eyewitnesses, nor was it shown in the sketch, the whole shape of a dorsal fin can be recognized in one of the photographs. Yano pointed out that the right pectoral fin had a large number of fibers near its base as well as along its margin. However, by a close examination of the photograph, we can clearly distinguish the base of a dorsal fin, though it had slipped from the mid-dorsal line, and numerous rays hanging down from its rounded tip. It seems that the pectoral fin was overlaid by a dorsal fin, thus presenting the appearance of an extremely long fin. Only this assumption can account for the unnatural appearance of the pectoral fin. At the base of the dorsal fin appear exposed structures that are judged to be fin rays. The dorsal fin appears to be as long as the pectoral fin. So there you go.
Wow.
Now, one thing I'd like to bring up here. Hang on. Oh, go ahead. Please comment while I'm looking for a picture.
Well, it just seems to me, basically, that this all really hinges upon whether we are looking at the spinal column to the far left of the picture that you've compared with the basking shark, or if the spinal column is actually running along the side, closer to where the claimed dorsal fin is supposed to be. And
well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
You know.
But it seems to me that what we're seeing on the other side, and I know there's another explanation for it, but it would make sense.
You know, if the carcass is twisted sideways, then, you know, it makes sense that it could be the flank of the animal with the muscle parts.
Absolutely.
Spreading apart.
I agree with that.
But
yeah, I agree
now look
with
at
that.
this image. What you got here is on the bottom is the Zuiyo Maru carcass. On the top is some kind of a lizard, and you can look down the middle of the lizard's back and see similar muscle folds of ribs or whatever you see under the skin there. And it looks somewhat like what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass there, right?
Yeah.
The two images on the right are alligator carcasses.
Yeah.
Then the one on the extreme left is a mud puppy salamander, showing the myocomata in its muscles.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's ambiguous. Now, the interesting thing is, if you say that that split is the spinal column, why is that dorsal fin laying so far over to the right?
Exactly.
Which is another problematic aspect of this, that if you look at the way the dorsal fin, or presumed dorsal fin, is so far away from that split, it kind of makes more sense that that is the side of the animal with the muscle flanks, the axial musculature splitting apart, but still it's ambiguous.
Yeah.
But anyway, you see where I'm going with all this, right?
Absolutely.
So,
do you think that if there is a dorsal fin, its position is due to decomposition, maybe?
Possibly, yeah. You know, it could be it slipped out from the attachments that hold it to the spinal column
Okay.
could be pulled out. I don't know how that works. You'd have to have a forensic expert that could tell you how that works. I don't have the forensic know-how to say whether that's possible or not. So, I don't know. But what I'm saying here is, here's evidence from reptiles showing reptile spinal columns that is suggestive enough for you to say, well, maybe it could be the spinal column. So, I don't know. I mean, I see merit in both sides of the arguments.
Yeah, I would agree.
Which is another illustration about why the photographs, they're good photographs, but they're still blurry, and the state of decomposition that the carcass was in is such a mess that just analyzing the photographs alone is never going to settle the case. That's why it is so important to try to find a remaining piece of this carcass to resolve this question, if it's possible, on a molecular level. That will settle the question. In other words, the biological makeup of the DNA of whatever this thing was, if it can be retrieved from a surviving fiber, will settle the question. It doesn't matter if the photographs look like Mickey Mouse or not. Whatever it is, biologically, molecular technology should be able to resolve it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Assuming that the samples are still intact, they use it.
Well, like I said, now they can get a DNA basking shark signature from a bowl of soup. So if they could do that, I would think they would be able to get something from this fiber.
I hope so.
If it's been preserved for 40 years, well enough, we'll see. We got to establish first that there's still some that exist today.
Yeah.
There were some 25 years ago, but 25 years ago is a long time, so.
Certainly is.
Right.
I don't know. We've still got a gauntlet to run here.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's about all we can say about the dorsal fin. I guess when we come back, we'll attack the neck vertebrae and the skull.
Yeah.
Which are very important pieces to look at. There's a lot of complex analysis of that as well.
Yeah. What was the...
go ahead.
What was the reported size? And I've read it a few times. I've read a few different things about the size. 32.
32 feet based on the measurements that Yana did, yes.
So it's not really outside of the realms of any sort of basking shark at all, really.
Well, no, actually, their basking sharks are believed to reach around the length of 40 feet, so.
That's right.
Just about right, actually.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's compelling. The pectoral girdle, that's really smashed me tonight, but I'm hoping for better news for the head and neck.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, my goal was to sit down and have an honest discussion about this carcass and to present both sides of the arguments to the best of my ability, and I think I've done that.
I think you have. I mean, the argument without philosophical slant, especially in this case, is something that's been needed for so long, because everybody who takes it on, they've got an axe to grind, for want of a better expression.
The pro-shark people don't want you to talk about the reptile evidence.
Exactly.
And the plesiosaur people don't want you to talk about the shark evidence. So, it's a no-win situation. It's a thankless. Okay, we're back. The thing I want to pick up with here is going back to the pectoral girdle. Another sharky feature connected to that is you can see the fins appear to be rather thin, like shark fins, as opposed to the thickness you would expect to see from something like the flipper of a plesiosaur or a seal or a whale or a sea turtle. Now, I just sent you guys a picture. You can see that, right?
Yeah, we can.
It's the same image I was using before. Am I getting an echo?
Yeah, you are.
Might be on my end, sorry.
All right. Can you hear me good now?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, so looking at the comparison image which we've used before, you can see how thin the pectoral fin of a shark is, looking at it sideways. And if you look at the comparison pictures of the carcass, you can see that right fin or flipper is broken at one point. You see how it flops over in the middle?
Yeah, I see that.
It's broken. And you can see that in both images. So that would appear to be rather thin. And it would also, you would think, if that was a plesiosaur or an animal with a flipper built like a plesiosaur, you would see bones hanging out there. But I don't know. I mean, we look at the preserved fossil flipper of a plesiosaur with fibers hanging out of it, and you didn't see the bones hanging out, so I don't know. It depends on, what the particular circumstance of that flipper is that you see on the carcass. Now, to try to resolve that question, we're going to look at some images comparing the carcass flipper with the flippers of sea lions and leatherback turtles and whales. Now, let me just get the images up here. Let's see. All right, hang on. Okay, the image on the right is a sea lion jumping out of the water. And it's particularly interesting to use a sea lion because sea lions are one of the living animals that paleontologists compare plesiosaurs to, because sea lions swim through the water with their flippers like plesiosaurs did. And as you can see in this particular image, you can see the pectoral flipper of the sea lion from a sideways angle. And as you can see, it appears to be relatively thin, like what you see on the carcass flipper or fin. You can see the comparison, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and that has me thinking, is it particularly that the flippers and fins of marine reptiles are especially thick, or is that the wrong kind of classification?
Well, the only living example we have to look at are sea turtles.
So we wouldn't really know how thick they would be from the fossil remains.
Well, a lot of the soft tissue reconstructions of these extinct or presumably extinct marine reptiles are guesses. The only evidence there is to work with are these exceptional cases where soft tissue is preserved around the edges of the flippers, but we really don't know how thick they were, because usually what's preserved is you're looking at it laying flat. So, all we can do at this point is guess.
Right.
But
And what about the descriptions given by alleged eyewitnesses of living plesiosaurs? Are there any very descriptive flipper accounts out there?
not that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there are. I know there have been observations, very rarely, of flippers on the Loch Ness Monster, supposedly. So.
Yeah.
But I can't point to anything specific at this particular moment.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't think of an actual description of width
I'd have
and
to
length.
dig through all the literature again,
Yeah.
But let me bring up the leatherback turtle flippers. Let's see. Well, here's one image, and that upper left is the Zuiyo Maru flipper, laying on the deck of the ship. So, it's kind of ambiguous. Some of these flippers look rather thin, and other ones look sort of thick, but I don't know,
Yeah, and there's definitely probably due to decomposition, but there is also that kind of lack of rigidity in the Zuiyo Maru flippers.
Yeah. Well, I have another image too. Hang on. Let me see here. The sea turtle flipper evidence is kind of ambiguous, I think. Like, particularly this one right here looks rather thin. So, maybe...
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe their weight fluctuates and it possibly affects the thickness of their flippers. I don't know.
Easily distribution.
I don't think anybody knows. But recently, there was some computer animation done of a plesiosaur. Now, I don't know how much stock you can put into this. This is computer animation, which when you go into computer animation, you may be striving to be anatomically and scientifically correct. But in an area where we don't have a whole lot of knowledge, it may not be that reliable. There was a nice piece of computer animation done recently of a swimming Dolica ringcops, which is one of the smaller pliosaurian-looking plesiosaurs with a dolphin-like bill on it. And this particular video has rather thin-looking flippers. Now, let me upload the video here. Hang on. It's real short, so... Let me see here. See that?
Not just yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so...
This is with the turtle carcass.
No. There's a video I just uploaded right at it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, here it is. It's popped up.
I've seen this animation. I might be mistaken. I think this was made for a science exhibit in a museum somewhere. So hopefully this is...
Yeah, but as you can see, the flippers in the animation appear to be rather thin looking. Kind of like what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. It's ambiguous, but I did put together a comparison. Hang on.
Yeah. I just wonder if the turtle comparison is our best guess is just a poor comparison.
Well, I don't know. I mean, leatherback turtles are the closest model we have to compare a living animal to a plesiosaur, but it's still not perfect. There are a lot of differences.
Just looking at those pictures, it makes the Zuiyo Maru flipper look more shark-like than ever before, really.
Well, it is what it is. At least nobody can say that we didn't look into this question.
Yeah.
Whether it's
exactly.
whether it supports the shark idea or the possibility of a marine reptile, at least we're looking at it honestly, and we're not twisting it to fit the answer that we want.
That's true.
Absolutely.
And one last interesting thing, and this really illustrates how ambiguous the photographic evidence alone is let me show you this. There is the appearance of a bone in one of the pictures attached to one of, or to the, I guess, looking at it from that angle, it would be the left pectoral appendage. You can see the pectoral girdle, and you see a broken piece of bone leaning over inside
Yes, I see it.
the pectoral girdle. Now that looks like the humerus bone of a plesiosaur, which you can see in the illustration. Now you see what I'm getting at there?
Yeah, I do.
Now that's very interesting, but it's open to more than one interpretation. Let me bring up another image. Okay, what you're looking at there on the right is the pectoral girdle of a basking shark, but it's kind of broke up into chunks, and it's got broken pieces on it. So what I'm saying here is that that bone that may look like a humerus may just be part of the pectoral girdle that is broken and leaning over. I don't know. But the whole point of this is that just based on the photographs, you can't be 100% sure of what you're looking at. Is the point I'm trying to make here.
I suppose you could say in the previous photo, actually, that shows the broken bone leaning into the area that
well,
would
you can sort
actually
of
be
see
the
it in the
pectoral
other
girdle.
picture too. You can sort of see it in the other picture, but not quite as well. But
yeah.
It certainly looks like the humerus bone of a plesiosaur. So.
It does, but additionally, if you just straightened that bone out and looked at the shape on the other side of the pectoral girdle, it would complete that shape in a circle, actually. So it could really look a bit more just like the...
Well, yeah, but...
The girdle is, snapped and it's leaning inwards.
You see, that's the main point I'm trying to make here is that these carcasses, not only shark carcasses, but whale carcasses and other carcasses, wash up, and you're not sure sometimes what anatomical features that you're looking at because the carcass is so deteriorated. And that's why the genetic molecular evidence is so important, because that gets around that problem.
Yeah.
And that's why we, if there's any pieces of this carcass left, that's why we need to be concentrating on trying to find them so they can be analyzed using this new molecular technology that didn't exist in 1977, 1978. We might be able to get a final answer.
Yeah, that would be great.
So
if they ever answer the phone.
Yeah. The next anatomical feature I wanted to move on to was the neck, or what appears to be a neck. Now let me set this up here. All right. We're going to be talking about another carcass. What you're looking at here is a carcass that washed up in Parker's Cove, Nova Scotia in 2002. And it's the Parker's Cove monster. And it was confirmed to be a basking shark. Now, let me bring up the paper about that, and I will go into about how they determined that this was definitely a basking shark. Bear with me here a second.
right off the bat, there's just so many, especially in the head area and the flippers. There's so many similarities to the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Yeah. Well, that's important because that carcass was definitely a basking shark. And some of the things I'm going to be going over relative to that carcass is strong evidence pointing toward the Zuiyo Maru possibly being a basking shark.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, this is the technique that was used to figure out that the Parkes Cove monster was a basking shark. I'm going to read the abstract of this paper. This is from 2007. It's called Genetic Tracking of Basking Shark Products in International Trade. And the thing you have to realize is that basking sharks are protected now in certain places. So let me read this abstract real quick. Mounting evidence that sharks are being overfished to supply shark fin markets is causing widespread concern about the sustainability of these practices. The basking shark, Cedronus maximus, whose fins command high market prices, has proven especially sensitive to exploitation. To prevent further population declines, this species is now protected in the territorial waters of several countries and is listed on Appendix 2 of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species, requiring monitoring of trade in its products by all parties to CITES, which is the initials of that Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species. Tracking trade in basking shark products, however, is often hampered by difficulties in identifying shark products to species of origin. Here we present the development and application of a streamlined genetic forensics assay that does not require DNA sequencing to identify basking shark products. The dual primer species-specific polymerase chain reaction strategy provides diagnostic redundancy for robustness in legal venues. It is also effective for identifying basking shark products regardless of geographic origin, an important consideration given the global distribution of the species and the international sourcing of fins to the trade. Applications of the assay confirm the presence of basking shark fins in the Hong Kong and Japanese markets and indicated an apparent relationship between the Chinese fin trader category Nuo Wei Tianju and fins from basking sharks. The assay was also used in a law enforcement investigation to document illegal trade in basking shark fins in the United States, where this species is prohibited from harvest and trade. These trade detections suggest that high market value of basking shark fins is continuing to drive the exploitation, surreptitious and otherwise, of this highly threatened species, underscoring the need for improved trade monitoring. The streamlined assay developed here can be an assist in monitoring conservation on a worldwide scale. Okay, let me get to this. Let me see here. Maybe easier just to go to the other paper. Hang on. Bear with me. Okay, this is a paper from... Oh, God, hang on. I'm looking for a date on this. I think it's 2014. Oh, 2015. Okay. This is called a novel mini DNA barcoding assay to identify processed fins from internationally protected shark species. But it's talking about the same technique. It says, there is growing need to identify shark products in trade, in part due to the recent listing of 5 commercially protected species on the appendices of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species. These include the poor beagle, oceanic white-tip, scalloped hammerhead, smooth hammerhead, and great hammerhead, in addition to 3 species listed in the early part of the century: the basking shark, the white shark, and the whale shark. Shark fins are traded internationally to supply the Asian dried seafood market, in which they are used to make the luxury dish, shark fin soup. Shark fins usually enter international trade with their skin still intact and can be identified using morphological characters or standard DNA barcoding approaches. Once they reach Asia and are traded in this region, the skin is removed and they are treated with chemicals that eliminate many key diagnostic characters and degrade their DNA. Here we present a validated mini barcode assay based on partial sequences of the cytochrome oxidase 1 gene that can be reliably used to identify the processed fins of 7 of the 8 CITES-listed shark species. We also demonstrate that the assay can even frequently identify the species or genus of shark from a bowl of shark fin soup.
Wow.
So, they're using this cytochrome oxidase 1 gene, and they're also using another gene called cytochrome B. Now let me go to the paper about the genetic analysis on the Parker's Cove monster. Okay, this is from CEN Technical Journal in 2005 by Pierre Julstrom and Henry DeRoos, and these are a couple of microbiologists that also happen to be creationists, but they're making the argument that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a shark, which is sort of a thing that's popped up in the creationist community lately, because they think that using the argument that the Zuiyo Maru carcass was a plesiosaur to further the creationist argument is an error. So they're trying to push back and say that, no, it was a shark. So anyway, getting to the DNA analysis of the Parker's Cove monster, which proved that it was a basking shark. Let me get to that part. Let's see. We're coming back to the anatomy of it, but first I want to establish that this was definitely, based on the DNA, was a basking shark. Okay, here we go. DNA sequencing. If Parky was indeed a basking shark, this would be confirmed by its DNA. Professor Herman and Dr. Don Stewart from Acadia University obtained a tissue sample from Parky, from which they extracted some DNA and carried out PCR polymerase chain reaction analysis using some basking shark specific DNA primers, BSCYTHF2 and BSCYTBR1. The primers had been developed by a UK laboratory to help check for basking shark products and derivatives in commercial products because of concerns of a worldwide decline in basking shark numbers. These primers have been shown to have a high specificity for basking shark DNA, as they need to stand up to legal scrutiny. The primers are based on Cedarinis maximus basking shark cytochrome B gene, a mitochondrial gene that encodes mitochondrial protein. According to the strategy, if the PCR results prove to be negative, this would mean that Parky was not a basking shark and further analysis would need to be carried out in order to identify what type of creature it was. According to Herman, when tested, the samples were consistently and unequivocally positive. The DNA amplified very strongly, indicating a match with a basking shark. There is now little doubt in my mind, based on the DNA evidence, that Parky was indeed a basking shark. In order to double-check that the amplified DNA fragment did indeed correspond to cytochrome B gene, its DNA sequence was analyzed. The sequence procedure was able to resolve 148 out of 186 bases, 80% of the amplified fragment. A BLAST search, basic local alignment search tool, a method for rapid searching of nucleotide and protein databases with this sequence, most closely matched that of basking shark cytochrome B gene with 146 matching bases out of 148, i.e. 99% similarity. It is also interesting to note that the 7 most similar sequences in the BLAST search were cytochrome genes from other sharks. Sequences from 123 down to 119 bases in length, with 89% to 87% identity, such as longfin mako, great white shark, and big-eyed thresher. The PCR analysis therefore unequivocally confirms a basking shark identity for Parky. All right, so we've established that the Parker's Cove was definitely a basking shark, right?
I mean, it makes sense to me. I can't see any way around it.
Yeah, okay. Well, now that's the important thing. Now we're going back to the anatomical features. Hang on. I've got an image here I need to upload. Let's see. Okay, hang on. Bear with me here. So what's your reaction to this?
Well, I was just thinking during that, the methods used to identify Parky, as it's called, were those the same methods that were used to analyze the Zuiyo Maru carcass in some cases, or are those different methods?
Well, what I'm saying is that DNA analysis, cytochrome B gene comparison technique did not exist in the 70s.
I see.
Popped up probably maybe late 90s, 1998, somewhere in there.
Got it. Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying is now, with this technique they've got, they can identify basking shark elastoidin from a bowl of soup.
Mm-hmm.
So even if the Zuiyo Maru carcass fiber, if it still exists, or a fiber exists, has been sitting around for 40 years, they may still be able to get a DNA sequence out of it, or at least a partial one. They might be able to, confirm that it was a basking shark just from one fiber. I mean, if they can identify it from a bowl of soup, I would imagine this would be a lot better method to use,
Yeah, I mean, you have the complete intact fibers to base it upon. Yeah, it would be amazing. It would be amazing if it's intact, if it exists.
Do you see the image I just sent?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And I was going to say, the heads are so similar.
Yeah, well, nobody's disputing that. This is all evidence that people point to and say, see, it was a basking shark, because look at it compared to other basking sharks. Anyway, what you're looking at here is on the left is, of course, the Zuiyo Maru carcass. At the top is the Parker's Cove monster. Below that is a carcass that washed up in New Zealand, I believe in 1999, at a place called Kaikoura. So in the same paper about the Parker's Cove monster, Jurlstrom and Henry DeRoos made a chart comparing the anatomical measurements and features of the Zuiyo Maru carcass with the anatomical features of the Parkus cove monster and the Kaikoura carcass. And this is important concerning the neck of the Zuiyo Maru carcass and compared to basking sharks. Before we get to that chart, let me bring something else up here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, at the top, you see two photographs of the neck of the Zuiyo Maru carcass that have been oriented sideways, right?
See it.
Okay, the two middle images are two basking shark carcasses. The one on the left is the Cherbourg monster from 1934 from France. And the one on the right is a carcass that washed up in a place called Girvan, Scotland in 1953. These are generally considered to have been basking sharks. In the case of the Cherbourg monster, they actually kept the cranium and some of the vertebrae, which proved it was a basking shark. I'm not 100% sure about the Girvan monster, but the general consensus is that it was a basking shark. And then below that, you've got the heads and necks of a couple of plesiosaurs. Now, what you can see, you look at a typical long-necked plesiosaur, and you see that the neck is made up of a lot of bones. You can see that from the pictures, right?
Yes.
All right, so cervical count on plesiosaurs varies widely. The shortest neck plesiosaur that they know of, which was a pliosaur, one of the ones with the large heads, was a pliosaur called Brachiocaneus. It only had 13 vertebrae. Going to the other extreme, you had Styxosaurus with somewhere between 72 and 76 neck vertebrae. This animal, this elasmosaur, had a neck twice the length of its body. So that's going from one extreme to the other. And in between those two extremes, you had entire different grades going from one to the other of different neck lengths and head sizes, which I can demonstrate with this image. This is an image I put together a couple of years ago to show going from Brachiocaneus, going down, and then picking up at the top of the right, you can see going from Brachiocaneus all the way to an elasmosaur. So what you're looking at there is the biodiversity of plesiosaurs in one image.
Awesome.
So you can see that there was, they talk about, the old school idea was that, well, there were two types of plesiosaurs. There were ones with short necks and big heads, and then there were ones with long necks and small heads. Well, actually, there's a whole series going from one extreme to the other. And these different morphologies have evolved in different lineages over the entire 100 million year span that we know of the fossil record of plesiosaurs. So, it really is a mess. But for our purposes, the main thing we need to establish here is that the shortest neck plesiosaur had a neck with 13 vertebrae in it, right?
Right.
Okay, now getting back to the Parker's Code paper. Hang on. This is a chart that Henry DeRoos and Pierre Gilstrom put together comparing those three carcasses that I was talking about. Now let me open up the paper again so I can see it good and read you what it says. Okay, bear with me here a second. All right. Can you see that chart good?
Yep, see that well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Across the top, going from left to right, it says measurements of organs. Column 1 is ZM carcass, which is the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Mm-hmm.
The middle, or the next column, is Parky, which is the Parker's Cove monster. And then the last column is the Kaikoura New Zealand carcass, which was the other one. So what he's done in this chart here is compared the body measurements. And the interesting thing is, if you go to, you look at the neck length and the neck vertebrae diameter. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the neck length of the Zuiyo Maru carcass and the neck length of the Parker's Cove monster and divide the neck vertebrae diameter into those measurements. And what that's going to do is give us the theoretical amount of neck vertebrae that both the Zuiyo Maru carcass and the Parker's Cove carcass had.
Got
You
it.
follow me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I've already done this. The neck length of the Zuiyo Maru carcass was 1.5 meters. Then the neck vertebrae diameter was 200 millimeters, which would come out to 0.2 meters.
Mm-hmm.
So I divided that into that, and the figure I came out with was 7.5. So what this seems to indicate is that based on the measurements that Yano did on the ship, the Zuiyo Maru carcass would appear to have had 7 or 8 cervical vertebrae, right?
Mm.
Somewhere in that number. Leaning toward 8, I would say, since it's 7.5. That's 7.5. So let's just say, to round it up, to 8 vertebrae, 8 neck vertebrae. So that's 8 neck vertebrae in the Zuiyo Maru carcass, theoretically, as opposed to 13 vertebrae in a plesiosaur. Okay, now doing the same thing with the Parker's Cove monster, the neck length on the Parker's Cove monster was 1.37 meters. The neck vertebrae diameter was approximately 180 millimeters. So doing the same division of the neck vertebrae diameter into the neck length of the Parker's Cove monster comes up to 7.6. So this is almost the same measurement. So it's probably had 8 vertebrae in its neck too. And since it was a basking shark, you got to say that that wasn't really a neck per se. That was, you know, it looked like a neck, but it wasn't really a neck in a fish, you know. But the point I'm trying to get here is that it would appear that the neck of the Parker's Cove monster, which was definitely a basking shark, was very similar to the neck of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. You follow me?
Yeah.
And that it was less vertebrae than the shortest neck plesiosaur that we know of.
A lot less.
But we're talking about plesiosaurs that were at least 66 million years ago. You know, so what?
Yeah,
you know, if we're talking about its descendant, could that have changed in 66 million years? It's possible.
And, you know, that kind of brings the question as to how the length of a plesiosaur's neck affects the way its flippers are built for being aerodynamic under the water. I imagine that the length of the neck would make that vary.
There's, yeah, you've got all kinds of biomechanical questions to look at here. You know, basically, post neck, you look at the bodies of plesiosaurs, and they're pretty much world standard issue. You know, the bodies all look the same basically. Where you get the change is in the neck and the head. So, you know, I don't know. What you're looking at with the Zuiyo Maru is you've got a neck like a big-headed plesiosaur, but with a small head on it like a small-headed plesiosaur. So could something like that exist? Theoretically, yes, but, you know, the more we get away from, the more speculative we get, the more we get into special pleading.
Yeah.
Which the skeptics are going to say, oh, you're special pleading. Well, I mean, is it special pleading or is it speculative evolution, you know?
I think that
when they make evolutionary predictions, are they special pleading as well? I don't know.
Well, they do it when it suits them. But I think
it's, you know, it's
but in this case, it suits us, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
So, well, we know it's speculative pleading because we have to imagine evolution did it. We don't have the fossil evidence for that yet.
Yeah. Well, now, so basically, we've shown that what we're looking at here, based on fossil plesiosaurs, the neck doesn't add up to it being a plesiosaur.
Yeah.
Compared with the fossils. But now, there's some other interesting things to look at, too. The amount of neck vertebrae really does match up with turtles.
Really? What kind of turtles specifically? Just like any type or any specific species?
Well, basically sea turtles and the leatherback, which is interesting. So if you wanted to make the argument that we're dealing with a turtle-like plesiosaur or a plesiosaur-like turtle, you might be in better shape, you know?
Are there similarities between basking sharks or just sharks in general and in turtles in that regard?
Well, yeah. I mean, you look at a lot of these basking shark carcasses that have washed up have initially been thought to be some kind of giant turtle, and you can look at the testimony of the Zuiyo Maru crew where they said that they thought it was a giant turtle. So.
Wow, that is so interesting. Huh.
Well, yeah, hang on a second. I'm bringing up some images of the turtles here. I just got to find it. So we're not sunk yet, but we're having to build up some kind of a hypothetical reptile that's a piece of this and a piece of that, you know? So we are vulnerable on that count. Okie doke. Let me see here. On the bottom is the model of the Zuiyo Maru carcass with the measurements corrected. And on the top is the skeleton of a leatherback turtle. You can see the vertebrae there.
Yeah, and you know, it instantly strikes me as more similar than a plesiosaur, or at least an existing that we know of.
Yeah. And it doesn't have the high neural spines either. Now,
right.
This is a sea turtle neck isolated. This other image I just sent. And there's...
It has that bend to it, yeah.
I believe there's 7 or 8 vertebrae there. I believe 7. The bottom illustration shows the vertebral count.
And
well, guys,
Scott,
I hate to pull the plug, but we've run out of time.
Okay.
So we're going to pick this up on part 4, which will be the final part, thank God. And,
well, it's been fascinating.
Yeah, so, you know, we're getting there, but it's a slow slog, you know?
I wouldn't worry about that too much. It's fascinating, and they've got so many ideas. Future
Blog Talk Radio.
Radio brings you The Haunted Sea with host Scott Mardis.
Hello, this is Scott Mardis. Welcome to another episode of The Haunted Sea. This is episode 4 of our Zuiyo Maru carcass review. And this is the final chapter. This is the Zuiyo Maru going out of business sale. Joining me for this, as usual, are Carrick St. Laurent and Andy McGrath. Hello, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Scott.
Hey. So, when we left off last time, we were looking at the neck. And we looked at the fact that most likely the Zuiyo Maru carcass had somewhere around 7 or 8 neck vertebrae, which doesn't match up with what we know of fossil plesiosaurs, which had, at a minimum, 13 vertebrae, cervical vertebrae. But it does match up with turtles and mosasaurs. As we saw at the end of the last episode, the turtle has, I believe, 8 neck vertebrae. Hang on a second here. Either 7 or 8. Let's see.
I think we said 7, but I might be misremembering.
Well, I'm bringing up the figure here now and it will tell me. Let's see. 7. Okay. Now I'm going to send you guys an image of a mosasaur neck from the Mosasaur platycarpus. Let me see here.
All right.
Okay, just let me get the picture up here. Let's see. You got that?
Got it.
All right, so we've got one. Okay, where it says first dorsal. You're going forward from that. It says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So.
Oh, and that's it.
6, okay. 7 maximum for a mosasaur.
Mm.
So. What this tells us is that it doesn't, whatever the Zuiyo Maru carcass was, if it was a reptile, it didn't have neck architecture like a plesiosaur by cervical count, but it had a neck like a sea turtle, a leatherback, or a mosasaur. And since mosasaurs and sea turtles live in the sea and are marine reptiles, this says that, yeah, this thing could be a marine reptile based on the cervical count.
Mm. And what is it for sharks?
Doesn't match up. Yeah, well, you remember what we compared? It basically had the same count as the Parker's Cove carcass.
Yeah, okay.
Which was
we
settled that at the end of the last episode. So yes. So this evidence right here is ambiguous. Now, based on what we know of fossil plesiosaurs, we said that it had plesiosaurs that we know of in the fossil record from 60 million years ago had a minimum cervical vertebral count of 13 vertebrae. But who's to say that if some kind of plesiosaur survived past that presumed extinction date, given an additional 60 million years, couldn't have reduced its cervical vertebrae to 7 or 8? You know, I mean,
Right.
it's speculation, but it's not impossible. So that's about all we can do with that. But something I think that is sort of peripherally significant here, and this has been used to be an argument for the shark hypothesis, is the fact that in 1977, some commercial fishermen actually took a complete unmutilated basking shark carcass and trimmed it to look like the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Now, hang on, I'm going to bring up that image. I just got to find it. All right, bear with me here. So what are your thoughts on that?
You go, Carrick.
Well, I guess the most I can say is that it's definitely really interesting, and again, you know, it still definitely perpetuates the entire point, which is that the evidence is so difficult to come to any positive conclusion on with the vertebrate count. It suggests a number of different organisms generally falling into the same category, aside from the shark theory, which is obviously the prevailing theory and has the most reason to it. But it's just one of those little details that really leaves doors more and more cracked open, so to speak.
And I'm still with the Carrick. I'm still stuck on the pectoral girdle, because the turtle and the mosasaur pectoral girdle the alleged pectoral girdle that we can see don't match the vertebrate count on the neck, but the basking shark still does. So it has a double match there, the pectoral girdle and the vertebrate column. So I think that's a better match at the moment still from what we know from these fossil specimens.
The thing is, people point to the basking shark evidence and say that this more simply accounts for the data than some kind of hypothetical reptile. But there are things about, like, we don't know for sure whether the skeleton was bony or cartilaginous. And even if it was a shark, a basking shark, the cranium of a basking shark is calcified cartilage, which is hardened cartilage, which makes it bony-like. So,
yeah.
And you can't determine one way or the other which is which from a photograph.
That's
Which
the
is why
truth.
molecular evidence is so important relative to this question. Oh, good grief. Here we
It
go.
reminds me so much of the edited sketch where the body segment is longer than in the original sketch, and I wonder if that has anything to say about the vertebrae count or the strange placement and orientation of the pectoral girdle and such.
Yeah, well, you see, if you adjust Yano's sketch to the measurements he made and look at where the rear appendages are, that is an argument against it being any kind of fish. Because Fujio Yasuda said that based on the measurements by Yano, that the rear pelvic fins or flippers were in too posterior position to be any known species of fish.
Yeah.
But now, this is soft evidence. There's all kinds of ways that you could say, well, we weren't there. We don't know if Yano made a mistake in his measurements, or if the body was so deteriorated as he was measuring it, it stretched out longer than it actually was and distorted the features, so we don't know. But nevertheless,
right.
That is one of the points of contention against the basking shark theory. So, anyway, looking at this picture I just sent you, you'll see the Zuiyo Maru carcass on the left. On the right is the carcass that was carved by the fishermen, and you can see them standing next to the carcass. Now, they very much resemble each other, but one thing you'll notice is that the primary difference, and they should have done something about this, they didn't cut the belly open of the carcass that they trimmed, and its belly is not split open, and the bottom part missing what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. And that's part of why, looking at the trim carcass, you see the pectoral fins kind of bunched up, and you can't see the pectoral girdle, obviously, because the belly's not split open. But nevertheless, looking at the head and the neck portion, you do see a lot of resemblance. Now, this originally appeared in a Japanese magazine called Diving World. And I'm about to read an English translation of the original article that accompanied the picture. Bear with me here. All right, let me see. But a lot of people point to this and say, see, this proves that it was a basking shark. Not necessarily. It is very persuasive evidence, however, though.
Just from a glance, Scott, before you read that, even the placement of what appear to be the eye sockets seem to be in a different place on the head. I mean, the Zuiyo Maru carcass, if I'm right in thinking those are eye sockets, they appear to be on the top of the head.
Well, we'll get to that when we get into the discussion about the cranium. I've got a lot to say about that.
I bet you have. Excellent.
I just got to find this article. Let me see here. Okay. This is from Diving World, number 29, January 1978. Appearance of a double of the new Nessie. The basking shark, whose lower jaw and gills were removed, surprisingly resembled the new Nessie, as you can see below. In the afternoon of November 12th, Mr. Sogo Takatsu, 58 years old, who is working at a seafood company at the Onohama Port, Iwaki City, Fukushima Province, Prefecture, carried out an experiment for unveiling the enigma of the new Nessie. He dismantled a basking shark of 8 meters long and 5 tons. 2 articles on the new Nessie have been published in our magazine. Owing to this experiment, however, the enigma was resolved. A romance of the sea was put to an end. So, there you go. It is what it is. So anyway, that's certainly relevant to this discussion we've been having about the neck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So let's move on to the head. Let me see here. All right. I put together a montage that shows all the views of the head. Let's see. All right, do you see that?
Got it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
across
indeed.
the top. Across the top, you've got the two, I guess it would be the left side of the head views next to each other, the two photographs.
Mm.
And you see that center portion that looks like an eye socket, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
All right, then below that, you've got two views of the other side of the head. And if you look carefully at the photo on the middle left, you'll see a round blobby thing poking out that looks like it might be the corresponding eye socket on the other side of the head. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got that.
It's round and it's sort of poking out from the side of the head.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the area where there's kind of some flesh in that circular.
Yeah, okay, so that's that. And then the white-looking head is the image of the same side of the head laying on the deck of the ship.
Yeah, I can see
You know, it looks like, you know, as it was laying on the deck of the ship, it dried and the color sort of changed to a whitish color.
Mm.
And then below that are Yano's sketches of the head, viewed from the side and viewed from the front.
Mm.
His interpretations. All right. Let me get another figure here. Let's see. Where am I looking at? Okay, this is that same image with another image over on the right side. And you remember how we were discussing that some people thought that what you're looking at for what is assumed to be the side of the head is actually the top of the head twisted. And in the montage on all the way on the right, what you're looking at is you're looking at the top of the cranium of the strontibeast at the very top, showing this foramen opening in the top of the skull, or the cranium. Epiphyseal foramen, they call it. And then for comparison, in the middle, there is the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. So what this is trying to say is that what looks like an eye socket may be that foramen on top of the skull being viewed from the side and mistaken for an eye socket.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bottom image is the top of a cranium of a basking shark.
Oh, I see.
So basically what the image is trying to convey, and I think it's extremely ambiguous, is that you can see those two flared pieces of the cranium supposedly poking out from the top and the bottom of that Zuiyo Maru head. I don't necessarily buy that interpretation, but it is possible. So anyway, let me show you something else here. This is the dorsal and ventral view of a basking shark cranium unmutilated. So the image on the left is the top view. And you can see that foramen there in the middle. Now, the image on the right is the ventral view, or the looking at the same cranium from below. And as you can see, you don't see a corresponding foramen opening like that on the bottom of the skull corresponding to the same position as you see on the top. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, because of the state of the mutilation of the carcass, this is ambiguous. But if you'll go back to that first image that I sent, like I said before, you see what appears to be a corresponding socket for an eye on either side of the Zuiyo Maru cranium. So that makes me question this idea that we're looking at the top and the bottom of the skull turned sideways.
Yeah.
And even if we were, it's so hard to spot what the key differences would be between the basking shark skull or cranium and the cranium of the Stranze beast, because the key difference that you could see right away seems to be the manner in which the cranium tapers towards the end, because the Stranze beast has a rather robust end to it, and the basking shark one tapers. And you just can't really see if that's the case or not with the Zuiyo Maru carcass. It's got too much flesh in that area to really see that definitively.
Yeah. Hang on a second here. I got to find something. Bear with me.
Sure thing. What do you think so far, Andy, of that comparison?
I mean, clearly it's not the same as the basking shark skull. As you pointed out at the end, is why would it be tapered like that? Wouldn't that's not the shape of a basking shark cranium? It seems like it's I can see with the circles show that it seems to be an exact match for the Zuiyo Maru carcass, but in the same way, it's kind of like a pareidolia in a sense, as you pointed out. You put those circles in place. We could have circled 3 other parts and made the same.
Well, you know, that's
so fleshy and indistinct.
That reflects on what you think the Zuiyo Maru carcass is likely to be, as well.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean,
if you're convinced that it's a shark, and you're looking for shark features to confirm that it's a basking shark, then you're going to look at that idea and say, yeah, that makes sense.
And that's the pareidolia problem again. It's in such a decayed and fleshy state. Any close examination yields the results you want. And I see a point. Completely.
So that's also instructional about looking at blurry alleged lake monster photos, too. The same problem.
Absolutely. Or you could even compare it to the standing wave in a sense. You can read whatever shape you want into one of those. I think this, at least in its minutiae, this fleshy carcass, could yield the results you want if properly presented.
Yeah. Well, do you guys mind if we take a short break so I can look for this image I'm looking for?
No, that's cool.
Sure thing.
Yeah, that's
all right.
Cool.
Thank you. All right, the image that you're looking at now, the bottom image is the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass laying on the deck of the ship. The top image is the cranium of a basking shark that washed up a few years back in a place called Dollymount, somewhere in the UK. I think it might be around Cornwall. I just don't know off the top of my head, but it's definitely in the UK. So anyway, what you're looking at is the basking shark from Dollymount. The cranium, you're looking at the top of it, but it's laying over sideways. And the circles are meant to represent the edges of the cranium poking out. So the two images were put together by Marcus Himmler to attempt to demonstrate that the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass has turned sideways in most of the pictures, which is getting back to this idea that maybe what looks like an eye socket is in fact the epiphyseal foramen in the top of the cranium. But like I said, it's ambiguous. So that's about all we can do with that. Let me bring up another image here. Hang on. Let's see. Okay, assuming that what you're looking at on the Zuiyo Maru carcass are eye sockets, in fact, and that the head is being viewed in the normal sideways position, there are several basking shark carcasses with craniums like this. Usually what a mutilated basking shark cranium looks like is a turtle or plesiosaur skull with eye sockets, a missing lower jaw, and no teeth in the upper jaw. So what you're really looking at in the case of basking sharks, in reality, all the jaws are already gone. They've already fallen off. And all you're left with is the top part of the cranium, which looks like a turtle. Now, these various illustrations illustrate that fact, or photographs. Now, if you look across the top, the one on the extreme right is the Deepdale monster from, what year? 1942. And as you can see the two eye sockets. See that? All right. The image directly below that is the Man Hill monster that washed up in Scituate, Massachusetts in 1970. And you can see some resemblance between that and the image of the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass laying on the deck of the ship, which is right next to it, on the left of it. And then at the very bottom left is a photograph of the Parker's Cove monster cranium. And as you can see on the right, I put together various diagrams showing how the jaws fall off of a basking shark cranium, and it gets ground down, and the very final image at the bottom right is supposedly what the Strontia beast cranium looked like viewed from the left side.
That's very interesting. It's interesting to such an extent. You mentioned the ways in which that basking sharks decompose tend to so specifically resemble so many of these, especially with the whole idea of the lower jaw missing and things like that. It really kind of contextualizes the fact that the Zuiyo Maru carcass looks the way it does, because it just fits so many of those patterns, and looking at more of these examples just kind of solidifies that more and more.
Well, I'm about to throw a monkey wrench in things. Bear with
I was waiting for that wrench.
It's coming. I just got to find the image. This is very interesting. Okay, bear with me here. Let me see. Here we go. Now, what if I told you that a plesiosaur fossil had actually been found where the lower jaw fell off the upper part of the cranium and all the teeth fell out?
Okay.
That actually happens. Now I'm going to read you what it says here. At the very top, you see the picture of the Zuiyo Maru cranium laying on the deck of the ship. And this is a quote from one of the papers. This is from the paper called On the Nature of the Carcass of a Large Vertebrate Found Off New Zealand by Yoshikazu Hasegawa and Teruya Oyeno. And it says, If it were a plesiosaur, the body would not take on the bent posture as shown in the photograph, provided the front limbs remained, because the breastbone is large. Also, some sets of costa-like bones on the ventral side, which is talking about the gastral ribs, which are located in the abdomen of plesiosaurs, are also absent in this creature. According to Yano's observations, the head of the animal resembled that of a turtle, but plesiosaurian reptiles have somewhat triangular skulls. At this point of decomposition, some teeth should still be remaining in the upper jaw. If the degree of decomposition is advanced to the point that the front portion of the skull had fallen off, the shape of the body should be more distorted, if not destroyed. From the osteological point of view, we conclude that the creature does not belong to the plesiosaurian reptiles. Okay, now moving on to the plesiosaur paper. This is from a paper called Cranial Anatomy and Functional Morphology of Pliosaurus brachyspondylis, Reptilia plesiosauria from the Upper Jurassic of Westbury, Wiltshire. By Michael A. Taylor and Arthur Cruikshank. So you can see the figure on the left, on the bottom left, right? All right, I'm going to read from the text. It says, an exceptionally complete skull, mandible, and other bones of Pliosaurus brachyspondylis were collected from the Kimmeridge clay of Westbury, Wiltshire in 1980. The recovery and preparation of this large specimen required special techniques. The specimen is apparently part of the more complete skeleton, mostly destroyed before discovery. The decayed carcass was apparently disrupted so that the skull finally lay upside down over many of its teeth which had fallen out, while the mandible lay several meters away. The reasons for this are unclear. So as you can see, there's a photograph of the cranium all the way to the right. So at least we've got one case we can point to where the teeth fell out of the upper cranium and the jaw fell off of a plesiosaur specimen. So it's only one case, but it still says that it is possible that a plesiosaur, a recently dead one if they're still around, could still be found in this condition after it died.
It's interesting the placement of the eyes on that plesiosaur skull too, because it looks a lot like Yano's sketch of where the eyes are on the Zuiyo Maru carcass.
Yeah, well, I'm bringing up another figure here. Hang on. Let's see. Find out where I'm at here. Okay. Let me see here. So, you know, just when you think that, okay, this cinches it as being a shark, something like this pops up, you know?
Exactly. It seems like the attempts to reach a truly definitive conclusion, which, you know, there are conclusions that are way more likely, but definitiveness seems like a ping pong battle at this point.
Well, I just think it's really sad that the people who discuss the basking shark hypothesis can at least acknowledge the ambiguities and at the very least use it to show why people were so convinced it was a plesiosaur, even if you don't think it was one.
Yeah,
right.
Some acknowledgement of what led at least Yano to come to that conclusion is needed. It was the ship's biologist.
Even if you believe it's just a mutilated basking shark, this is important points to show how somebody could be mistaken. You know, at the very least, this illustrates that point very sharply. Okay. Bringing up this image, what you're looking at here is an actual comparison of the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass with leatherback turtles and a specific type of plesiosaur, which had a short, blunt skull called Zaraposaurus from Morocco. This particular plesiosaur had a skull that resembled, it had a head like a sauropod dinosaur, which is interesting because a lot of the people that claim to see these lake monsters, a lot of time instead of saying, oh, it looked like a plesiosaur, they say, oh, it looked like a brontosaurus.
Mm. Right.
And as you can see, the short, blunt skull of this particular like plesiosaur resembles the skulls of sauropod dinosaurs, particularly a brontosaurus. So what you're looking at across the top here are the 4 images of the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, the actual photographs. And then on the extreme right is the skull of Zaraposaurus. And then down at the very bottom, below that on the right side, is 4 views from 4 different angles of the skull of Zaraposaurus. And then on the extreme left, bottom left, is the cranium of a leatherback turtle.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you took the teeth out of that skull of Zaraposaurus and took the lower jaw off, you'd have something very much that resembles the cranium of a sea turtle and the cranium of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. If you follow me here.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It generally seems to really, I mean, this the slope of the head and where the eyes are placed and the angle of everything is so similar.
And another thing that's interesting too, the nostrils of plesiosaurs are always in front of the eyes. Usually on long-snouted plesiosaurs, they appear to be somewhere in the middle of the snout because they got a longer snout. But if you look at how short the face of Zaraposaurus is, you see that they're almost to the end of the skull like what you see on a sea turtle, which is very interesting. The skulls of plesiosaurs can come in many different shapes and sizes. There's a lot of biodiversity in the skull shape.
Right.
And the length of the snout. So, you know, I mean, look at the head of Chronosaurus. Look how long it is compared to this.
Oh, that's huge.
So, I've got more stuff. Hang on. Let me see here. Where is that picture? Let me see. Okay, this is to show how much a basking shark cranium can look that way too. So on the left, you're looking at the Parker's Cove monster. Below that is the skull of Zaraposaurus. Then on the lower right is the skull of a leatherback. And oddly enough, you've got a creature reported from Jacksonville, Florida, the so-called St. John's River monster with a brontosaurus-like head, which also resembles Zaraposaurus. So you can see kind of where I'm going with all this, right?
Mm.
All right.
I mean, it could be, I mean, it could be a visual stand-in at least, at the very least.
Well, I mean, just shows how ambiguous all this is.
Mm.
You know? Bear with me here a minute. Get to what I'm looking for here. So jump in with your thoughts on this.
Well, the first thing that I think of a lot is, the eye sockets that we see on all of these craniums is, it's really interesting, especially with the, what is the most recent photo that you just sent, Scott? The carcass in that photo, is that the Stranze beast you said, or a different one?
That's the Parker's Cove monster.
Parker's Cove monster, which we know was a basking shark.
It was definitely a basking shark. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here, is show you a definite basking shark to see the resemblance there.
Yeah, the thing that I noticed the most is what were misinterpreted, or not misinterpreted, but what were thought to be at first the eye sockets of plesiosaur look so much wider and deeper on the Parker's Cove carcass than on the Zuiyo Maru carcass, where they're kind of small and you might not notice them right away if you weren't looking for them. So I'm not sure what significance that possibly has, but it's interesting.
The only way we could find out what the significance was is to go back on a time machine and be on the deck of the Zuiyo Maru while it was happening,
right?
Which is highly unlikely to happen.
It is highly unlikely. That's a good way to describe that.
Yeah. I can just picture Scott now running towards the end of the deck, screaming something in Japanese as they throw that thing over the side.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Exactly. It's like Back to the Future.
Guys, I hate to do it to you again, but I'm going to have to stop the recording.
That's
all right.
Just bear with me here. Okay, so what you're looking at there is I've taken the skull of Zarapasaura and removed the lower jaw, and I've got it pretty much side by side with the cranium of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. And at the very bottom, I took and I've used the eyeballs to line up and kind of superimpose one image over the other. And the similarities with plesiosaurs do not just cover Zarapasaura. There are others as well. Hang on a second here.
That top of the jawline in particular with the plesiosaur seems to kind of match some of the angles that we see on the Zuiyo Maru head.
Yeah. Alrighty, let me see here. You're familiar with a Jurassic English plesiosaur called Cryptoclitus, correct?
That's right.
Yes.
Cryptoclitus was brought up a lot by Dennis Tucker and Tim Dinsdale in regards to the origins of the Loch Ness Monster.
Huh.
So what you're looking at here, in the second image I just sent, the very top are the two sketches that Yano did of the carcass for his drawings, showing the skull from the side and from the front. And then the lower image is the same plesiosaur skull of a Cryptoclitus specimen that was missing its teeth. I can't remember exactly where this plesiosaur specimen is. Maybe in Paris, possibly.
Huh.
But anyway, you can see the resemblance right there.
I think it's a pretty good representation of it. It kind of reminds me again of something that's playing on my mind the whole time, that Yano, he must have got a really close look at this thing, much closer than the pictures. Anyway, what we can see there. And yet he drew this thing, albeit something that doesn't match anything that we know. Perhaps the dimensions weren't very accurate according to the measurements he took. But still, he drew that, and for all intents and purposes, it looks like a plesiosaur.
Here's the same sketch compared with a leatherback turtle skull from both angles. And again, there's a resemblance there too.
Yeah.
Now,
we're talking Archelon here, aren't we? King of the Turtles,
well,
father of all turtles. Yeah.
Archelon was basically a leatherback on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, so Archelon got 12 feet long.
Wow.
Crazy.
And even that doesn't cover it. That doesn't cover it for the specimen we have here.
Yeah.
Right.
Now this is looking at the cranium of the deck on the deck of the ship of the Zuiyo Maru, compared with the infamous and controversial gargoyle head photograph taken at Loch Ness in 1975. Now, a lot of people believe that the tree trunk retrieved from Loch Ness in 1987 was the object in the gargoyle head photograph. Regardless, you can still see some resemblance between the gargoyle head and the head of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Do you see it?
A little.
On the bottom left, is an actual plesiosaur skull. So I see some resemblance in all three of these images, but, you can take the gargoyle head off the table and still make a convincing case. But anyway.
Especially with that narrow kind of... Right, especially since the head on the plesiosaur, again, tapers to a narrow edge at the end, very much like what could be the front of the Zuiyo Maru head.
All right. Well, going back to the Cryptocleidos head, I want you to notice something. Looking at the Cryptocleidos head from the side, the image on the left, behind the eye socket, you see another big opening. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a diagnostic feature of plesiosaurs and of a lot of reptiles, but in the case of plesiosaurs, this is called the temporal opening. And what it is for the attachment of jaw muscles to work the lower jaw, to give strength to the lower jaws. The brain sat in a pocket in between the two temporal openings on either side of the skull. Plesiosaur had very tiny brains. Almost like a crocodile. Crocodiles are built, their skulls are built very similar. They have, the brain is in the middle of a bar between those two temporal openings. If you look at the top of the skull, you'll see a pair of those openings behind the eyes, and they're almost positioned like eye sockets, too. So if you can imagine a living plesiosaur, you would see bundles of muscles coming off, attached to that hole, and then the other end would attach to the lower jaw. And that's to work the jaws so they could eat, or open their mouth and close their mouth. So that's what those openings are for. Now, you go back to the Zuiyo Maru carcass. Let me see here. And you don't see what appears to be a temporal opening. Well, now look how much skin is left on the cranium. There very well could be a temporal opening there, and it's covered by fat or skin or whatever. So the fact that you don't see a temporal opening there does not mean that that was not the cranium of some kind of sauropterygian reptile that we don't know of. So.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, so one point I was talking about with Carrick before we started recording is the fact that the crew reported the skull felt hard. Now, that comes down to whether the skull was made out of cartilage like a shark or bone like a tetrapod or a bony fish. Now, the interesting thing is, parts of the basking shark skeleton, even though it is cartilage, the cranium is calcified cartilage, which means it's particularly hard cartilage. That probably to the feel would not be indistinguishable from bone. So in other words, calcified cartilage is a particularly hard type of cartilage that occurs in the bones of some sharks, particularly the cranium.
And wasn't there also a suggestion of the feeling of hard structures within the flippers? It felt like phalanges.
Yes. Well, what that was based on is that some of the crew, probably Yano and maybe the captain and some of the other crew, said they stepped on the fins on the deck of the ship, and it felt like there were hard materials inside the fin. They didn't physically, they didn't visually observe these pieces, but it said it felt like there was something hard in the fins. Now, whether that was the radial elements of sharks or it was carpal bones of a reptile, we just don't know. So there's only so much we can do with that. But one last thing I want to point out here, and this blew my mind before we move on to the middle part of the body, and I guess we can stop at this point and pick it back up on the next session.
Sure.
One last thing is, let me show you this. This is very interesting. All right, you see these images?
Okay, let's have a look.
Okay, what you're looking at on the extreme left is the cranium, a dorsal view of the cranium of a basking shark. The other four images are of a Cretaceous suction-feeding turtle, giant sea turtle, called Ocypechelon. Now, as you can see, the shape of Ocypechelon's skull is very similar to what you see on the dorsal view of this basking shark skull.
Yeah, that's incredible. Those are, you could mistake those two for each other.
Absolutely.
Really good.
Now let me show you the side view. All right, what you're looking at the very top is the side view of an unmutilated basking shark cranium without the jaws. Below that is a side view of the cranium of the Strontia beast. Then on the other side of that is another view of a side view of a basking shark cranium. And the bottom two images are the cranium of Ocypechelon viewed from the side.
Very impressive.
So it just goes to show you that there were some very strange fossil marine reptiles with skulls that could be very easily mistaken for the skull of a cranium of a basking shark and vice versa.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, let's wrap up this session and pick it back up next time.
Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Well, look, that's
okay, before we move on to the trunk of the Zuiyo Maru thing, there's a couple of last-minute things regarding the head I'd like to get in. let me find this image I'm looking for here.
What parts of the head are we looking at now?
Well, I haven't put up the image yet. Hang on. Let me see here. Let's see. Okay. This montage I just uploaded includes 4 images of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, but the upper left one is a plesiosaur that's only known from one specimen called Pachycostosaurus dallni. And if you'll look at the image of the mounted skeleton there, you'll see that the head is missing a lower jaw and is basically mutilated to where it looks almost like nothing. I mean, look at the shape the head's in. And compare that with the cranium of the Zuiyo Maru carcass. So this kind of comes back to that other plesiosaur that I mentioned that was found with the bottom jaw missing and all the teeth gone. And if you can look at the blob of the skull that's left of this thing, you can see that it sort of resembles the cranium of the Zuiyo Maru carcass in the state that it's in.
It does. Where in the world is this plesiosaur found?
Somewhere in England.
Interesting. Got it.
I don't think it was Lyme Regis, but it was somewhere, maybe Weldon, which is another Jurassic fossil deposit in England. Hang on, I've got another image of it by itself.
Is this a Jurassic era plesiosaur specimen?
Yeah. Technically, it's a pliosaur. But a lot of what they call pliosaurs had fairly long necks, so. And as I showed you before, there was a whole montage showing going from the shortest neck plesiosaur all the way to Elasmosaur, so there were grades in between, so, you know.
Right.
The different morphotypes evolved in different lineages. So basically the whole plesiosaur dichotomy is pretty artificial, really. You know, because you had ones like Romeliosaurus and the Leptocleidids that were technically pliosaurs but had long necks. So, you know.
Right. Had this
kind of a slippery slope there.
Fringe pliosaurs and fringe plesiosaurs, right.
Yeah. And remember we were talking about why the Zuiyo Maru carcass was unlikely to be a whale shark?
Vaguely. Run it by us again, though.
All right. Well, it has to do with the shape of the whale shark cranium.
Ah, okay, right.
I'm about to show you a diagram here.
Oh, that's the one that's almost shaped like a hammerhead?
Sort of, yes. Or a ray. It's got these wide processes. It's got a wide catfish-looking head. And as you can see from these diagrams here, and there's actually a photograph of the cranium of one laying on a beach, you would see those wide horns, or whatever you want to call them, coming out the sides of the cranium, like you see of that one laying on the beach there. And that illustration on the left shows the view of the complete cranium, unmutilated, looking at it at the top of it. And then the two images on the right, the illustrations, are looking at the cranium. The top one is with the jaws from the side, and then the bottom one is just the cranium minus the jaws. But anyway, that pretty much illustrates why the Zuiyo Maru carcass was unlikely to be a whale shark based on the cranium.
Yeah, there's definitely those very stark differences, and not even by the protrusions at the side of the whale shark cranium, but the whale shark cranium just seems wider as well, a bit more robust.
Yeah. So it's extremely rare to find skeletal remains like that of the whale shark. I really had to do some digging to find these images. And one final question I think is important to establish is that, you know how the basking shark, the jaws fall away and the cranium's left and it looks like a plesiosaur? Well, the question arises, does that ever happen to any other kind of shark? Well, the answer is very rarely, but yes. Okay, this is an image of a carcass that was found in Biddeford, Maine in 1967. And as you can see, it looks like a plesiosaur's cranium with a long neck and a flipper attached to it. Now, the illustration on the upper left is the cranium of a thresher shark. So Marcus Himmler looked at this, trying to identify it, and came to the conclusion that, yes, this was a thresher shark, which is a different family of sharks than the basking shark, and it is a carnivorous shark, not a plankton feeder. So this is the only concrete case that I can point to show you where this has happened with a different kind of shark than a basking shark. So the answer is yes, it can happen to other kinds of sharks. And when people find these carcasses, they need to be aware of this, you know. All right.
Is there an anatomical reason that the jaws fall off sometimes before the rest of the body decomposes?
Well, you know, let's say the carcass is floating around on the bottom and the scavengers come in and they start chewing at the soft parts. I mean, we just don't know. Obviously, I mean, it happens. You look at the way generally sharks are built, you know, they're built, the jaws are a separate piece from the cranium. So,
okay,
yeah,
right.
You know, the jaws fall off and it's going to look, and apparently with this thresher shark, you can see that the pectoral girdle is gone too. And basically everything, that's some kind of a fin, either a dorsal fin or a second dorsal fin or possibly a pelvic fin. It's so far back, I would think it's probably a pelvic fin or a second dorsal or a anal fin, you know? Hang on, I'll bring up a generalized shark skeleton and you can see
Great.
what it looks like. Let me see here. Bear with me here. This should work. So as you can see, you know, just about any kind of shark, if you took the jaws off of it and removed the gill arches too, you're going to have the vertebrae going up to the cranium. So it's, you know, in almost any kind of case, if you did this artificially, it's going to look like a neck with a small head on it. So.
Yeah, in the last episode, of course, or earlier in this part, I should say, we saw the mutilated basking shark that was meant to replicate the Zuiyo Maru carcass, and that was perfectly displayed there.
Yeah, well, this happened with basking sharks, guys. I don't know how many times. But we pretty much well discussed the neck and the cranium. So now let's move on to the body. Let me find the pictures I'm looking for here. Let's see. Well, while I'm looking for this picture, why don't you guys comment so we don't have dead air time?
Sure. What are your thoughts on this so far, Andy?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, the more we look at this carcass, the more we look at cases of basking shark decay, it definitely makes sense to me that it would be a basking shark. Again, in my mind, I always revert back to the onboard testimony of the ship's marine biologist and those others who testify to the strange appearance of this animal from the beginning, which of course is why we're here. But really, I think that the basking shark identity is very hard to dispute. Very, very hard to dispute at this point.
Yeah, well, you can see why so many people are so insistent that it was just simply a mutilated shark.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
I think one of the pieces we've gone over that really, unexpectedly drives that home is the thresher shark picture that you showed us, Scott, because at that point, it kind of recontextualizes the situation where it's not just, by some small percentage chance these basking sharks wash up like this. It's like, no, this seems to actually be a pretty common pattern of decomposition in sharks, and even just by looking at a shark skeleton, we actually expect that pattern of decomposition at some point.
Well, it happens on a regular basis with the basking shark. And now when they find these carcasses, unlike 30, 40 years ago, they have molecular technology they can apply to these carcasses to show from the DNA that it definitely was a basking shark. So, ones that are found today, there's usually no question. Okay.
Right.
Now, what you're looking at here, the top image is from Yano's sketch. And this is meant to illustrate the view of the carcass looking from the head backwards to the tail, showing the body configuration. So what you're seeing there's a dotted line meant to show probably where the belly was that was gone. And you see the flanks of the body, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so what is at the very top is meant to represent the spinal column. And then supposedly coming over either side of the spinal column, inside the trunk, were short ribs, which Yano claimed were 40 centimeters long. And he's got one drawn on either side of the spinal column. Now what you're looking at the bottom, the three images at the bottom, are the same perspective, looking at the bodies of three different fossil plesiosaurs. So what you're looking at there, you look down the bottom, you see those belly ribs, the gastraea, that I talked about before. And then coming off the transverse processes of the trunk vertebrae, you got a set of ribs going down the side of the body to meet with the gastraea. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay, you're looking at the vertebrae, and it looks it's sort of an ankh shape, like an Egyptian cross, right? You've got the central part of the vertebrae, what they call a centrum, and then you've got the two transverse processes, those two parts sticking out on either side, sticking out sideways. That's the transverse processes. And then you've got, on top, you've got neural arches, and then on top of that, a neural spine. So this is all processes for the trunk musculature to attach to the backbone. You follow me?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so what you're looking at there, okay, normally plesiosaurs have longer ribs than what you see on the Zuiyo Maru carcass. But looking at the plesiosaur situation, how do we know that the short ribs that Yano has drawn in his drawing are not really transverse processes?
Oh, I see.
Do you follow what I'm saying here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that those long ribs that are meeting up with the transverse processes could be missing.
Okay.
We already knew that the belly part was missing, so all the gastralia would be gone. I'm not saying that is the situation. I'm just pointing out that is a possibility.
That's a good theory. Like that.
Yeah, well, part of the problem is, though, the debate goes, is were those really ribs, or were they strips of myocomata connective tissue dividing the axial trunk musculature that were mistaken for ribs? We just don't know. But the fact is, basking sharks are not supposed to have ribs of any kind.
Ah.
Hang on, I've got a direct quote about it.
Interesting.
Yeah, hang on a second here. I just got to find it.
That really begs the question. Even if the Zuiyo Maru carcass didn't have ribs, then what could Yano have been basing his sketch off of if there was that almost perfect semicircular shape?
That's what I'm saying, is that he could have mistaken those sheets of connective tissue dividing the axial trunk musculature for ribs by mistake. Because they would have.
Do you think it would
like
have had that semicircular shape? Would muscle have helped keep that in place?
Yeah, well, that's the myocomata in primitive tetrapods and fish are long sheets of connective tissue that, viewed under the right circumstances, would look like ribs. So, without an actual rib that somebody brought back to confirm that it was a rib, we are not sure.
And unfortunately, that's the case with most of the material claims there.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is why there was so much debate and why the evidence is so ambiguous. Bear with me here a second. Oh, good grief. Where is it? Oh, hang on.
One thing that's not exactly Zuiyo Maru related, but that I thought was interesting, I was looking at the diagram you just sent, Scott, with the Myranaeosaurus, the arch of its ribs, and I noticed that it has, as the spinal column, or the vertebrae, I should say, go up, a bit of what the diagram suggests is like a hump on its back. And of course, that's interesting because a lot of these plesiosaur type reports describe a humped back.
Yeah, well, you see, that's one reason I'm hesitant to jump on board the turtle theory. Because even the leatherback has an inflexible spine. So, you know, people have actually watched, or claimed to have watched, the shape of the Loch Ness Monster's back changing into different configurations of humps. And I just don't see how a turtle could do that.
Right.
All right. Are you guys familiar with Leonard Campagno, the shark expert?
No.
Well, he was
No,
a
actually.
professor on Jaws. He's considered to be one of the godfathers of shark anatomy. This is a quote from a book he wrote. It says, and Marcus Himmler was kind enough to dig this up for me. It says, citing Campagno, ribs are well developed and elongated in many elasmobranchs, which are sharks. Ribs are reduced or lost in certain lamnoid sharks. And the lamnoid sharks includes the great whites and the basking sharks and their relatives. It says the basking shark, as a lamnoid shark, has lost them. And you can look at the skeleton above and you don't see any ribs. So, if the Zuiyo Maru carcass definitely had ribs, it could have been a shark, but it was not a basking shark. Which is interesting.
Right.
So, now let me come back to what I was working on here. Hang on. There's a method to my madness. Just bear with me.
I've actually got a question about the basking shark right now. So, considering that when it first made the papers, this testing wasn't, the info hadn't necessarily been released on it yet, and of course the initial report just being from people observing it, why was specifically a basking shark jumped to, considering that we now know that a lot of other sharks can decompose like this?
Well, it's mostly, when they find these carcasses, they're almost 99% of the time they are basking sharks. That thresher shark case,
this
that
precedent.
thresher shark case was an anomaly.
Right. Okay.
All the other ones that I am familiar with all turned out to be basking sharks.
In Carrick, it's probably a lot to do with the size as well. It's something of that size could be mistaken for, an unknown creature, a large sea monster, whereas smaller sharks decomposing in the same way probably wouldn't be so noteworthy.
That's a good point too. I think both of those are probably actually equally explain this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing. Yeah. I mean, a big carcass like that is probably going to take longer to decompose, and therefore more likely that somebody will find it if it washes ashore, I guess.
Right.
All right.
Absolutely.
Now, the picture I just sent is meant to illustrate myocomata, the axial trunk musculature with the divisions. In other words, between each axial trunk musculature, there is a sheet of white connective tissue dividing those muscles, and they connect to the spinal cord just like a muscle does, right? So the top illustration shows the myocomata of a shark, and then you've got a salamander in the middle, I think a mud puppy, and then below that is the lizard. So even reptiles have myocomata, but the further you go back in lineage to the more primitive animals, the more apparent it is. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. And you can even see the band of it in the shark is what would be the right shape if the spine was intact for Yana to have assumed this was a semicircular rib cage set if he was and not actually looking at bones.
Well, hang on. I've got another illustration that is very relevant to this whole question. Let me see here. All right. This is an illustration of a skeleton of a dogfish. Now, if you'll look at the trunk section, you'll see these little rib-looking things hanging down from the vertebrae. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That is supposed to be remnants of strips of myocomata hanging off of the trunk vertebrae.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you saw that from a certain angle, you might think that that was a rib. A very short rib, but it could still look like a rib. And I've got another picture of a shark carcass that washed up. I forget exactly where, but you can see the same thing in an actual photograph. Hang on.
You mentioned they would look like short ribs, and that's exactly what Yana illustrated.
But I've got an actual photograph that really illustrates it very well. If I can just find it here. Hang on. And based on the measurements and observations that Yano did, they estimated that there were 14 trunk vertebrae. Let's see here. Okay, give me a second here. Entertain the audience.
Andy, what are your thoughts on these new ribcage related diagrams here?
I think it's very interesting. Definitely looking at the carcass, there does appear to be the shape could be mistaken for that, but again, my thoughts are that Yana would have had a much closer look at the carcass and at the inner workings of the carcass as well. He would have had that view, and I'm wondering, could he have mistaken this for ribs in that situation? Did he not have a? He said the stomach was missing.
That is the only logical explanation that anybody could come up to counter that. But, like I said before, if those were ribs, whatever the carcass was, it was not a basking shark.
Okay, no,
it could have been a different kind of shark.
Right.
It would have to be one we didn't know about.
Does the megamouth shark have ribs? I'm wondering.
I really don't know, but I don't think megamouth gets anywhere near that big. I think the biggest megamouth is like 25.
Or a sleeper shark, something like that. Then a 6 gill.
It's related to the basking shark distance, so it's a lamnoid shark. So odds are it probably wouldn't have ribs.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some megamouth skeletons right now, and they're actually very similar to the dogfish, especially because the skull is, or the cranium, I should say, is actually very, very tall. And if it decomposed, you probably wouldn't see the pattern that you're seeing of the Zuiyo Maru carcass just because it's so large. Yeah.
Well, the cranium is different on the megamouth too. So.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
And to answer the question, the megamouth does have that same kind of those rib-like structures, but they're actually not attached to the spinal column.
Okay.
Let me see here.
I'm wondering about a Greenland shark or some sort of 6 kilo sleeper shark. Would they be in that
Greenland
part of the
sharks,
world?
I think, can get like, I don't know, 30 feet, possibly. They get big. They get as big as a great white, but I don't think they get 32 feet long. I mean, that's, Let me see here. Don't tell me I've lost that picture.
You haven't lost that picture.
I hope not, but it's beginning to look like I can't find it. So.
Pictures, I might be able to find it online somewhere.
Oh, hang on.
Greenland shark is 18 feet, by the way.
Well, I knew they got big, but I just couldn't remember exactly.
Just for anybody listening out there, that's not that length, not even close to that length.
No, yeah.
Well, guys, I'm sorry I can't find that stupid picture.
That's okay.
What was the picture of?
The Mayo Kamada looking like ribs in a photograph. Good grief. Hang on.
Okay. So the Pacific sleeper shark, 22 feet, just adding a few extra species to the mix.
Yeah, it sounds like the sleeper is the closest contender with here. The megamouth, I think, also comes close, but the skull is just far too robust to made that pattern.
All right, this is actually from the original 1978 papers. It's a generalized shark skeleton, pretty much like the dogfish image that I just showed. And it shows no ribs. For comparison, hang on.
That actually is fascinating how similar the skeletons of dogfish and sharks look.
Well, dogfish is a type of shark.
Oh, well, there you go.
And it's used in dissection classes, or at least used to be used in dissection classes, much in the same way that frogs were.
They're super common here in nuclear waters. We used to
So
fish for them all the time.
It's a little shark, and it lives in fairly shallow water. Now, this is to illustrate the rib situation with plesiosaurs. These are various different types. But you can see they have somewhat a set of ribs.
That's what they do.
Obviously not quite as elongated a body trunk. But the mosasaur has an elongated body trunk. Hang on. Let me see here.
I was going to say, it seems like Plesiosaur B's body model fits Zuiyo Maru the best.
Well, there's the mosasaur situation. You can see they have ribs right up close to where the neck starts and the organs would be, for the most part. And then once you get past the mid-trunk, there's not much in the way of ribs. So,
Right.
you know, I mean, there's so many unknown factors about, you know, what potential body parts could have fallen off the Zuiyo Maru carcass, were parts of the vertebrae missing, you know, all kinds of questions. Does what looks like the flank of the animal with myokamata muscle folds falling apart, is that actually the spinal column? And parts of the vertebral processes have come off and pieces are missing, and that explains those holes there? I don't know. And I don't think anybody else does really either. So it just goes to show how ambiguous, if you really get down to the nuts and bolts of this thing, how ambiguous a lot of it is. And as I pointed out before, let me see here. Bear with me. pretend like we're on a telethon on live television for 24 hours, and we have to keep talking to keep the audience's interest.
All right, all right. Let's see. Well, bringing up the mosasaur skeletons, has anyone posited that this is a mosasaur, or is that simply for like a comparison to plesiosaurs?
You know, it was a possibility at the time as an alternative to the plesiosaur idea because, according to Yano's measurements, the body was too elongated to be a plesiosaur. So they jumped and said, well, maybe it's a mosasaur.
Is there any mosasaur species that has a head that would be that small in comparison to its body?
You're looking at it right there. I just brought up. The bottom is the Zuiyo Maru, and the top is a mosasaur.
What's the species called?
God, Platycarpus maybe?
Okay,
I think it's
there
either
isn't
Platycarpus or Clydastes.
And would the vertebral would it have the same vertebrae count as the neck as well?
Well, yeah. Basically, we went over that last time. That
I mean this particular. So in general, they have that many, even when the neck is longer.
Yeah. So anyway, there you go for that. Where was I? Hang on here. Let me see.
Now, since Yano, did he make the length corrections, or were those made later on by somebody else to Yano's sketch?
Later on, by somebody else.
Right. So Yano believed it to be a plesiosaur, right?
Well, he believed it to be not a shark.
Right, yeah, that's right.
He didn't necessarily say it was a plesiosaur, but...
Right, and he leaned towards marine reptile, but didn't know what species. Right.
Yep. All right, now here, relative to what you just asked, Andy, there is the cervical vertebrae of Platycarpus.
Okay.
So you can count.
Yeah.
7, 8 vertebrae. And the same situation in a leatherback turtle, so.
Okay. So
now let me see. Let me get back to what I was looking for here.
I wondered if the tail would have to be longer than the tail that's or the tail section that's presented.
Oh, I don't know. But based on the plesiosaur images we were looking at earlier, the trunk, the view of the trunk going from end to end, this is an actual trunk vertebrae of a plesiosaur. And as you can see, it's got the two transverse processes coming off the side, the neural arches and the neural spine coming off the top. And then at the sides of both of those transverse processes, there are those two long ribs. Now, if you took those two long ribs away, you might have something that resembled what Yano had on his sketch.
Yeah, right.
All right, so hang on a second here. This right here illustrates that in different parts of the body, the plesiosaur had different ribs that connected to the transverse processes in different configurations. Now, one thing that's important to point out relative to basking sharks and plesiosaurs being mistaken for one another is that the transverse processes and the neural arches and the neural spine were evidently loosely connected to the central part of the vertebrae, which is called the centra. And apparently, under certain circumstances, could fall off or rot off or whatever. They were connected apparently by spongy bone, and probably part of the reason for that was to increase the flexibility of the backbone or the tail or the neck to give it more flexibility. You follow me?
With you.
So anyway, lots of times those vertebrae as fossils are found with all those parts broken off.
Yeah.
So, and when they do, they look exactly like basking shark vertebrae, which I'm about to show you. I think I showed you this once before. Okay. What you're looking at on the right are plesiosaur vertebrae with those processes broken off.
Uh-huh.
And what you're looking at on the left are basking shark vertebrae. So essentially, in certain circumstances, they're shaped exactly the same way.
Yeah, they're essentially identical. The only difference I can even possibly posit would be that maybe the plesiosaur vertebrae look a bit more compressed, but there's no way you would tell that unless you measured them by hand.
Well, they're petrified, they're mineralized, they're fossils, they're turned to stone.
That's true, right.
But the shape is the same, but the difference is the basking shark vertebrae are made out of cartilage. Now, parts of the central part of the basking shark vertebrae are still cartilage, but they can be hard. They're calcified cartilage. But still, a fresh basking shark vertebrae would be recognizable as cartilage. Whereas the plesiosaur vertebral centra would be bone. So if you had one of these vertebrae from one of these mystery carcasses to examine, to physically examine, not just look at a photograph, you would be able to say, okay, this is bone, this is not a shark. Or you'd be able to say, this is cartilage, it's definitely a cartilaginous fish, probably a shark. But just looking at them in this state, just looking at a photograph, it would be hard to tell the difference if those processes were broken off. And what I'm saying is that furrow you see on the back of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, if it was some kind of pseudo-plesiosaurian reptile or something related to it, and those processes had broken off, they might explain those deep furrows if it was truly the backbone of the animal. Do you follow me?
Yes.
All right. Now, to show you how confusing some of this stuff can be, hang on. Let me see here. Bear with me.
What are your thoughts right now, Andy, on this whole situation?
My thoughts that I'm incredibly angry with Michihiko Yano for not taking a more substantive sample from the creature. Like a couple of fibers, like, come on, cut out some of the spinal cord. Keep the head and part of the neck. Michihiko.
That's one of the biggest issues, is that it's so unfortunate that with a camera on board, nobody was like, oh, Yano, you see a ribcage in there? Let's get a close-up of that ribcage.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So only 5 photographs were taken.
Yeah.
And you can't see
interior detail
you
as well.
can't see the rib-like structures in any of the photographs. At least
he may have simply been. He may have simply been under the orders of the captain. Get a few pictures of that thing, make a sketch, and check it.
You can't see what structures are under the trunk behind the pectoral girdle, really.
Yeah.
Now, this image I just sent you, these are plesiosaur vertebrae in various states of decomposition, with some of them's got the processes broke off and other ones don't.
Mm-hmm.
See the differences?
Yeah, well, yeah.
That round central part is called the centra. And you take all those parts that stick off of it, and it looks in shape exactly like a basking shark vertebrae.
Yeah.
Now, let me show you another picture. Hang on. This had everybody confused earlier in the week. Hang on. Okay. This image was posted on Flickr. And it said it was dried basking shark vertebrae sitting on the beach. Now, as you can see, most of them look exactly like basking shark vertebrae, right? But you see the one all the way over on the left, on the far left, it's got some kind of transverse processes coming out of it, which shouldn't be there if it's a basking shark.
I see. Okay.
So we were all confused, and I got together with Marcus and a couple of other people. We finally figured out that whoever posted this picture has posted whale vertebrae.
Okay.
And that on some of the whale vertebrae, like what I'm talking about with the plesiosaur situation, some of those transverse processes have broken off. And they look like plesiosaur vertebral centra, and they also look like basking shark vertebrae. But whatever it was, it couldn't be a basking shark because basking sharks don't have those transverse processes coming off the side like that. So the only answer we could come up was that it was a whale. Now, as we will get to eventually, there have been carcasses that they weren't sure were either whales or basking sharks, and they had to use molecular technology to determine it. We'll get to that eventually, but anyway, this shows you the situation with the vertebrae, whether, parts could have been broken off, and just because the vertebrae look like a basking shark does not mean necessarily that that's what they are. So, that pretty much well says about all we can say about the trunk, but hang on. I've got one more illustration I'd like to throw in there. Let me see here. This is a detailed image of a generalized plesiosaur vertebrae. And as you can see, the two bottom pieces coming off there are those transverse processes. You'll see the suture where it joins the main part of the vertebrae.
Could see that.
That would have been spongy bone to give that a little bit of movement. And then looking at the top of the center part of the vertebrae, you see these two arches coming up, and they have a suture there too. Those are the neural arches. And then the big piece coming up off the top, the one central piece that looks like a shark fin, that is the neural spine. And the illustrations on the right are meant to illustrate what those vertebral centra look like without the processes coming off of them.
Oh, okay.
So which you can see are very much like a basking shark vertebrae. So I think somewhere I have another illustration of what those ribs are supposed to look like on the carcass. Let me see here. Hang on. Let me see.
It makes you wonder a bit about what the the spinal column on Zuiyo Maru looked like to see if there was any leaning towards the orientation of those arches.
Well, unfortunately, we can't go back in a time machine and look. So what we're left with is a bunch of ambiguous photographic evidence, and the tests that were done in 1978. So now this is not the redone sketch with the elongated body trunk, but this is actually taking the original sketch and taking the fleshy flanks off of it to show the ribs. You see what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think possibly I've got somewhere with the adjusted body measurements. Let me see.
But still, I mean, that does seem to illustrate the point you're making.
Yeah.
So he clearly had some view of them, either that or he's imagined.
Well, like I said, I think it's possible, and so do other people that have looked at the case in depth, that what he's talking about as ribs could have been those myocomata muscle sheets, mistaken for ribs. But like I said, we don't know for sure, and we can't go back in a time machine to find out.
No.
Now, there's the same image, but with the body proportions adjusted to what Yano measured. But it's still got those ribs on it, so, yeah. So let's take a little break if it's all right with you guys.
Let's take a little one.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Apologies. Sorry, fellas.
So there is the picture I was looking for the last time. What you're looking at is a shark carcass that shows strips of myocomata hanging off of the vertebrae that look like short ribs, that look like the ribs described by Yano in his descriptions and drawings. So it is possible that that's what he saw and mistook for ribs. Now, one other possibility about the body that we need to discuss before we move on is the possibility of it being a turtle. Now, one big problem with the turtle idea is obviously there's no turtle known with a body that elongated. If we take into account the adjustments made by Fujio Yasuda based on Yano's measurements. Now, a normal sea turtle, we can go ahead and rule that out because most turtles' bodies are built like a box. In other words, you can't separate the ribs from the belly of the body. It's a solid box. The only exception to that rule is the leatherback turtle. Now, let me bring up this image real quick, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. The leatherback turtle obviously doesn't have a normal carapace like most turtles. What it's got is this. You're looking at the back of a leatherback turtle. It's got a prominent rib cage, and then it's got struts that run along over the top of that. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know those ridges you see on the back of a leatherback turtle? That's what those are, those struts. And that is covered in leathery skin and fat. So you can take those struts off, and you've got a rib cage. Hang on. So those, you can find leatherbacks with those struts missing.
Okay.
So is this carapace, what kind of material is it made out of again?
It's bone. Those struts.
Oh, it is bone. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, look at these pictures at the top. That's what a leatherback skeleton looks like with those struts missing.
Mm.
I see.
See, normally in turtle evolution, to understand the shell of a turtle, what you have to understand is that during the course of their evolution, the rib cage expanded out around the shoulders and the pelvic girdle. So the ribs have stretched out outside their normal range and have sort of wrapped around the limb girdles. And the ribs have expanded into plates. And that is what you see on a shell. When you look at the shell of a normal turtle, you're looking at its rib cage expanded into a box. And that is met around on the bottom with ribs on the bottom too, almost like a plesiosaur. So basically the rib cage has expanded into a box. Their shoulders and the base of their neck and everything is inside their rib cage. And that's what the shell is.
Mm-hmm.
The leatherback and the ones like it, like Archelon, those others that were related to it, Protostega, have lost a lot of that armor, and it's been made up with by those struts and the leathery skin. So the only possibility of the Zuiyo Maru being a turtle is something along the lines of a leatherback turtle.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, the bottom illustration in these 3 images that I last sent, the body, based on Yano's measurements, is too elongated to be any known turtle.
Mm.
And even if you took those struts off, you would still have long ribs like what you see in the leatherback. And you don't see that. So to me, that rules out most likely this being any kind of weird turtle.
Mm. So, and 10 meters as well.
That doesn't rule out the possibility of it having a turtle-like skull and a turtle-like neck.
Yeah.
So it could still be an unknown reptile that we don't know about.
It could be. I mean, just to interject really briefly there, so with the size, I mean, even Archelon was 4 meters maximum length. This is 10 meters.
Yeah. It's much bigger. Archelon only got 12 feet long, and the Zuiyo Maru carcass was 32 feet long. So you can do the math right there. It's way too big to be a turtle, but we know that.
Yeah.
So if we say that Zuiyo Maru was an unknown reptile, I'd be much more inclined to the idea of it being some sort of Sauropterygian with turtle-like features that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so anyway,
now,
I mean, that's about as far as
case
I take that.
Isn't it the case that some of the people on board, when it was trawled up, suggested that it might have been a turtle?
Yeah, well, they thought it was a turtle with its shell peeled off, but obviously they didn't understand the complexities of turtle anatomy and the evolution of turtles and what the shell is itself, you know.
See, that's interesting to me because we've talked about the, what would you say, the experience-oriented credibility of the people on board when something like assuming that it was a turtle seems to be under this scrutiny of very surface-level observation. But surely they've trawled up turtles before. So that kind of calls into question to some degree.
Probably not to that extent of decomposition, though.
Mm.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably, I guess, how you would imagine it would look.
As you can see by those 2 leatherback skeletons there, you could theoretically pull up a leatherback with those struts missing, and it would look sort of like the Zuiyo Maru, but it wouldn't have the elongated trunk.
Mm.
And it wouldn't be as big. But theoretically, you could have a decomposed leatherback turtle in a very similar state, but without the elongated body trunk.
Mm.
It's all academic, you know.
Mm.
Now, the other interesting observation is about the back flippers. Now, let me bring up the illustration that you very rarely see that Yano did that shows the back flippers. Let me see here. Hold up here. I'm getting there. Let's see, where is it?
It reminds me this turtle conversation we just had about the image that you sent me recently, Scott, of the two fishermen who had trawled up the leatherback turtle that was rather elongated looking.
Yeah. Well, here, as you can see, this is I traced over Yano's original sketch, and Carrick, give me a cleaned up version, and I'll put that in the actual slideshow. This is meant to represent the carcass showing the back flippers.
Okay.
And some people argued that, well, it probably wasn't a shark because the back flippers, which would, if it was a shark or a basking shark, would be the pelvic fins, were almost the same size as the pectoral fins, and that's not the normal case even among basking sharks. And as you can see, what Yano has drawn here, they're almost the same size. Now, to answer that criticism, male basking sharks have a set of double penises that are right underneath their pelvic fins, what they call claspers.
Right,
now,
right.
The male basking shark with those claspers exposed looks like it has flippers the same size as the pectoral fins. And hang on, I've got several illustrations that will show this. Let me just find them here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Just a moment. Okay.
Huh.
It's not opening. Just a second.
I can't see it on my end. Hang on.
No, me neither. Oh no, I've got it. I've got it. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It's a downloadable file, so it wouldn't pop up in Skype chat if you were to open it, but it would pop up in your downloads, yeah.
All right, well, download it. Download it and look at it.
I got it.
Yep, looking at it right now.
All right. And I've got other ones. Hang on.
Gotcha.
Well, you can see that male basking shark has very large pelvic fins.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
So, if the Zuiyo Maru was a basking shark, it would almost certainly have to be a male one. And that could possibly answer that anomaly.
Right.
Yeah. So, let me see here. Where's another picture? Let me see. Part of the problem is I've got too many pictures to work with. And they're all mixed up together.
The problem of any true naturalist is too much research.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to negotiate the computer and run the Skype and dig for pictures at the same time. Well, anyway, there's another one. You can see what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, look at that.
So, the last thing we have to discuss is the tail. Now, if you'll go back up to the image with the two leatherback skeletons, it shows the adjusted skeleton of the Zuiyo Maru across the bottom. You'll see what you've got. We discussed the neck. And let's see, they estimated there was 14 trunk vertebrae. And what we got here in the illustration, let's see, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tail vertebrae. So it had a fairly long tail. The tail was a little bit longer than the neck. I believe the tail was like 6 feet long. But there's not a whole lot we can do with the tail, because if it's missing a caudal fin, there's not a whole lot you can do with that, you know?
Right.
It could be the tail of a reptile. It could be the tail of a shark. You know?
Yeah.
According to what Yano sketched, there were no rays or anything like that on the end of the tail. Now, that could be an indication. If it had had some kind of rays sticking out of the tail, then that, if they were cartilaginous or cartilaginous radials, that would have been an indication that it was a shark.
Right.
But none of that was there. We don't know if part of the tail was missing or what. So there's not a whole lot we can do there and just say that, well, it had a tail. So
Yano sketched the one that I touched up a bit with you, Scott. That one seems to depict the tail kind of curving behind the body, and the tail looks really long in that sketch.
Yeah.
Were there like any plesiosaurs we know of that had tails that were that like prominent?
Well, they had fairly long tails, and we know that they had horizontal, at least some of them had horizontal tail flukes, like a dolphin or whale.
Right.
We know that mosasaurs had a somewhat shark-like tail. Some of them did. With, you know, a fish-like tail fin. And so did ichthyosaurs. So
right.
If it had a tail fin, that would not be an indication of whether it was a shark or a reptile.
Yes, right.
But if there was internal architecture left from the tail, if it was made out of cartilage, that would have been a good indication that it was a shark. Because sharks have these rays, cartilaginous radial elements inside their tails that are sometimes left on these carcasses. I got a picture somewhere. They call them hypochordal and epichordal rays, and the difference between those two is that one is in the upper lobe of the tail and the other one is in the lower lobe. Let me see if I can find that picture. Let's see. Give me a minute here.
No problem. What are your thoughts on all this so far, Andy?
I mean, yeah, even with most basking sharks that you see, those pelvic fins are a fair size anyway, compared to most sharks, I think. You know, they're rather large. Would they have given that appearance? I don't know. Similarly, in a similar vein, I don't think claspers would have looked so large either, or at least so fin-like. You know, their appearance. They do kind of look like what they're described to be as two elongate penises, for want of a better description.
Right, right.
They would be underneath. They would be underneath the pelvic fins.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if they were sitting underneath it and stretched out, you might think it was part of.
But then I almost feel like somebody like Yano would have picked up on that detail actually very quickly and noticed, oh, actually, hold on, being the marine biologist as well, it has claspers. I just
well, you know.
But what I'm
it was
saying
only
on top
aboard
of that,
the ship for an hour, so
I know.
I
but
don't know.
What I'm saying on top of that is actually basking sharks do they do have rather large pelvic fins. They do seem to be a fair size. So could they have been mistaken somehow?
I don't know.
For
whole
similarly
point is
sized
nobody
fins.
knows.
Yeah.
None of us know. We weren't there, and We can't go back in a time machine. All we have to work with.
It's not really clear from the pictures, although they do look to be. In the pictures, they do look to be large. The pelvic fins. But again, is this extra skin? Are they peeling off? Are they drooping lower because some of the skin has come away, and that's given them a longer appearance than they would have had in life?
I don't know. Let's take a break so I can find this picture. Okay.
Sure.
All right, so here's the picture showing the either hypochordal or epichordal rays. It's hard to tell the way the carcass is oriented. But the hypochordal rays support the upper lobe of the caudal fin, and the epichordal rays support the lower lobe of the caudal fin. So anyway, that's just about all we can say about the tail. But I'm going to use that to segue into the next portion I want to talk about here.
All right.
Which is the history of how people have been able to identify basking sharks. Hang on a second here. Let me see. All right. Have you heard of the Cherbourg monster?
Yes.
All right, this happened in Cherbourg or Courqueville, France, which is essentially the same place. In 1934, this carcass washed up. A lot of people thought it was a whale carcass or some kind of giant seal, an unknown giant seal. Anyway, a French marine biologist named Georges Petit finally identified it from comparing the skull and parts of the backbone with other animals. And the images on the left show the carcass laying on the beach, and the images on the right show Petit with the skull and part of the backbone. And I'm going to read a section of an article talking about him identifying it. Hang on. I think this is from the Illustrated London News in 1934. Let's see. Okay, here's what it says. It says, sea serpent, monster only sea-worn and nibbled shark. After spending a fortnight in the light of scientific reality, the sea serpent last week sank back into that class of sea beasts that exist only in sailors' minds. The particular sea serpent was, of course, the one which was washed up on the coast of France near Cherbourg. After the water-worn and bird-eaten remains of the 25-foot monster were packed off to Paris, they were examined by the French Museum of Natural History by Professor Petit. His verdict was the monster was simply a basking shark whose remains had been chiseled into a fanciful shape by hungry gulls and herring. The long neck and camel-like head were remains of the backbone. Respiratory organs and lower jaw were missing. The furry appearance of the creature was explained by the fact that outer flesh had washed away, leaving a stubble of small bones. This type of shark, a North Atlantic native, is not a man-eater. Growing to as great a length as 40 feet, he likes to sleep lazily on top of the water, hence his name, basking shark. So what you're looking at there in the picture, Petit is holding part of the spinal column, which looks like it's either got strips of myocomata or those tail-supporting rays hanging off of it. And you can see the cranium and the first part of the cervical vertebrae behind that. Now, this is very similar to what Everhard Holm did with the Strontia beast. he was already working on the anatomy of basking sharks and noticed the similarity and compared the strontium portions that he was able to examine with portions of basking shark skeletons that he was already studying. And that's another reason why he rejected the extreme length of the strontium was because the portions that he examined of the strontium were roughly the same size as the basking shark things that he was examining. So he thought it had maybe a maximum length of something like 36 feet. So there's a potential answer to the anomaly of why the strontium was allegedly so large. Now, the strontium evidence was re-examined again in 1978 by a Scottish marine biologist named Jeff Swinney. And he also compared the remains of the Scapa flow carcass, so-called Scaposaurus, with basking sharks, and he wrote a paper on it in 1978. So let me bring that up. Let's see here. Okay, this is from the Journal of Natural History, 1978. Basking shark, genera Halcidrus nil and Scaposaurus marwick, as synonyms of Pseudorhinus blainville by K.P. Bland and G.N. Swinney. In September 1808, the carcass of an animal was washed ashore in Stronsay in the Orkneys. On 19th November 1808, details of this great snake were reported to the Wernerian Natural History Society of Edinburgh by Patrick Neal, the secretary. A more detailed account of the animal was presented at the next meeting of the society on January 14th, 1809, when Dr. Barclay communicated some highly curious observations that he had made on the coral vertebrae of the great sea snake, etc. And Mr. P. Neal wrote a copious and interesting general account of the new animal. He submitted it to the society the outline of a generic character. The name which he suggested for this new genus was Halcidrus, from Hals the sea, the hydros, a water snake. He suggested that the specific name might, with propriety, be Halcidrus pontoppidanti. The above report links the generic name Halcidrus with the vertebrae described by Dr. John Barclay. Barclay later published his observations in the Society's Memoirs in 1811. His article also contained a colored plate of the skull and pectoral girdle of the animal, but he gave no description of these. The vertebrae described by Barclay were then in the Museum of the University of Edinburgh. Material from this museum later formed the basis of the natural history collections of the Royal Scottish Museum, and 3 of these vertebrae are still present in the collections. Comparison of these vertebrae with unequivocal material in the British Museum confirmed the findings of Home in 1809 that they belong to Pseudorhinus maximus, the basking shark. Hence, Halcidrus pontoppidanti is a synonym of Pseudorhinus maximus. Another animal washed ashore in Orkney deserves mention. In December 1941, a carcass on the shore of Scapa Flow led to much speculation, and subsequently Mr. J.G. Marwick named the animal Scaposaurus. A single vertebrae from this animal, preserved in the British Museum, London, confirms that this animal was also a basking shark. So here again, we've got comparison of basking shark vertebrae with vertebrae from both the Scaposaurus animal and the strontium, which seems to confirm that both of those animals were also mutilated basking sharks. So for a long time, up until molecular biochemistry came along That was about the only way that you could confirm that these carcasses were mutilated basking sharks was by comparative anatomy. And as we can see, by the 70s, they were able to do biochemistry work on elastoidin, which pointed in that direction as well. So the state of the Zuiyo Maru carcass, they were working from comparative anatomy and the limited ability from biochemistry, comparative biochemistry at the state it was in 1978, which also pointed toward the Zuiyo Maru being probably a basking shark. Anyway, but the techniques that we have now are vastly superior. Let me move on to some of those. Okay, let's see. Okay, they have a thing now which they call the Gen Bank. And what the Gen Bank is, it's the DNA sequences of different marine animals, the complete DNA strand.
Awesome.
Digitized.
Wow.
And what you can do now is you can take a DNA sequence that you get of an unidentified carcass and check it against the data in the Gen Bank and see if there's a match. And if there's a match, that tells you what this animal is. Okay, let me find the paper that I'm looking for here. All right, hang on. I think this is it. Yes, this is from a marine biology journal, very well known, called the Biological Bulletin, from February 2002. How to Tell a Sea Monster, Molecular Discrimination of Large Marine Animals of the North Atlantic by S.M. Carr et al. Abstract, remains of large marine animals that wash ashore can be difficult to identify due to decomposition and loss of external body parts, and in consequence may be dubbed sea monsters. DNA that survives in such creatures can provide a basis of identification. One such creature washed ashore at St. Bernard's, Fortune Bay, Newfoundland, in August 2001. DNA was extracted from the carcass and enzymatically amplified by the polymerase chain reaction PCR. The mitochondrial NADH2 DNA sequence was identified as that of a sperm whale, Physeter catodon. Amplification and sequencing of cryptozoological DNA with universal PCR primers with broad specificity to vertebrate taxa and comparison with species in the Gen Bank taxonomic database is an effective means of discriminating otherwise unidentifiable large marine creatures. When anatomical identification is not possible and DNA can be recovered, effective identification of unknown marine creatures begins with PCR amplification with universal primers designed to be homologous to gene regions that are evolutionarily conserved across a diversity of taxa. The resultant DNA sequence can then be compared against the complete Gen Bank database of the National Center for Biotechnology Information by means of a blast search. This involves a simple cut and paste submission of the sequence data over the internet. An answer is usually obtained within minutes, here in under 30 seconds. The search returns a set of matches ranked in order of degree of sequence similarity. In this case, an essentially exact match was obtained, which indicates a positive species identification. Now, the two images on the slide I just sent you, the top one is the Fortune Bay carcass, which turned out to be a sperm whale based on the DNA. The bottom image is a basking shark from Japan. And you can see how similar looking they are. They're just blobs of flesh. So sometimes the resemblance is so startling that the only way they have to identify these things are molecular, because you just look at them and you can't really tell.
Yeah.
Now, this blast search that I mentioned is clarified in the paper about the Parker's Cove monster. So let me bring that back up real quick, and I'll explain what a blast search is. Hang on. Let me see. This is from CEN Technical Journal 2005.
Oh, yeah.
You see the slide there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, this carcass washed up in Parker's Cove, Newfoundland in 2002. And this is quotes from a paper called Parky, a New Pseudo-Plesiosaur Washed Up on the Nova Scotia Coast by Pierre Julstrom and Henry DeRoos. A pseudo-plesiosaur carcass found on the Nova Scotia coast was thoroughly studied. Its major external and internal features were examined and photographed, and some tissue samples were further analyzed in the laboratory. The carcass was clearly identified as that of a basking shark. This study helped to establish characteristic features of basking shark decomposition that should be used in identifying these huge creatures that are periodically washed up on coastlines around the world. DNA sequencing. If Parky was indeed a basking shark, this would be confirmed by its DNA. Professor Herman and Dr. Don Stewart from Acadia University obtained a tissue sample from Parky, from which they extracted some DNA and carried out PCR polymerase chain reaction analysis using some basking shark specific DNA primers, BSC-YTHF2 and BSC-YTHR1. The primers have been developed by a UK laboratory to help check for basking shark products and derivatives in commercial products because of concerns of a worldwide decline in basking shark numbers. These primers have been shown to have a high specificity for basking shark DNA, as they need to stand up to legal scrutiny. The primers are based on Cedorhinus maximus basking shark cytochrome B gene, a mitochondrial gene which encodes mitochondrial protein. According to the strategy, if the PCR results prove to be negative, this would mean that Parky was not a basking shark, and further analysis would need to be carried out to try to identify what type of creature it was. According to Herman, when tested, the samples were consistently and unequivocally positive. The DNA amplified very strongly, indicating a match with basking shark. There is now little doubt in my mind, based on the DNA evidence, that Parky was indeed a basking shark. In order to double check that the amplified DNA fragment did indeed correspond to cytochrome B gene, its DNA sequence was analyzed. The sequence procedure was able to resolve 148 out of the 186 bases, 80% of the amplified fragment. A blast search, basic local alignment search tool, a method for rapid searching of nucleotide and protein databases, with this sequence most closely matched that of basking shark cytochrome B gene, with 146 matching bases out of 148, i.e. 99% similarity. It was also interesting to note that the 7 most similar sequences in the blast search were cytochrome B genes from other sharks, i.e. sequences from 123 down to 119 bases in length, with 89 to 87% identity, such as longfin mako, great white, and big-eyed thresher shark. The PCR analysis, therefore, unequivocally confirms a basking shark identity for Parkey. So, now they can use specific primers from different basking sharks, from different basking shark genes, to even identify basking shark elastoid from Ebola soup.
Wow.
Now, if they can do that, I would imagine if they've got an actual complete fiber from the Zuiyo Maru carcass, they would probably, even though it's been possibly degraded for 40 years, would still be able to get some kind of usable DNA sequence out of it. So if this fiber still exists at the university, let me bring that up again, we might be able to solve this mystery. Let's see. At Shizuoka University, this is from 1996.
Yeah.
This is from Katsumi Abe. The Japanese plesiosaur was collected 30 miles off Christchurch on the morning of April 25th, 1977. It was reported after 3 months later when the fishing boat returned to Japan. The crew discarded it because of the terrible smell of decaying. We only have a few photos of the nearly whole body. It looks like a plesiosaur indeed, and a single bristle, I don't know the proper term, from the fin. Later, a scientist reported biochemical similarity to a certain shark based on the composition ratio of amino acids in the bristle. And this was written by Katsumi Abe, Shizuoka University, Life and Earth Sciences. And he was killed in a car wreck in 1998, so.
It's a real shame.
I've tried to contact Shizuoka University to find out if the fiber is still there. I'm guessing it most likely still is.
Mm.
But, you know, that's all we got to work with, to my knowledge.
I would imagine
That's the only one of these fibers that may still be in existence. And the most recent information we have on it is 25 years old. In fact, this month. It's dated March 5th, 1996. So that's 25 years ago to the month. So.
Yeah, I mean, it would be fantastic if it was still there. We could get some word about them. I have been trying to reach them for over a week, or 2 weeks now, I think.
Yeah.
But no luck. No luck as yet.
Yeah. Okay, so to kind of wrap this up, I'm going to look at 3 recent techniques used to identify basking shark products using specific DNA primers from different genes. This is from 2007 from a journal called Animal Conservation, Genetic Tracking of Basking Shark Products and International Trade by J.E. Magnuson et al. Mounting evidence that sharks are being overfished to supply shark fin markets is causing widespread concern about the sustainability of these practices. The basking shark, Cedorhinus maximus, whose fins command high market prices, has proven especially sensitive to exploitation. To prevent further population declines, the species is now protected in the territorial waters of several countries and is listed on Appendix 2 of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species sites, requiring monitoring of trade and its products by all parties to sites. Tracking trade in basking shark products, however, is often hampered by difficulties in identifying shark products to species of origin. Here we present the development and application of a streamlined genetics forensics assay that does not require DNA sequencing to identify basking shark products. The dual primer species-specific polymerase chain reaction strategy provides diagnostic redundancy for robustness in legal venues. It is also effective for identifying basking shark products regardless of geographic origin, an important consideration given the global distribution of the species and international sourcing of fins to the trade. Application of this assay confirmed the presence of basking shark fins in the Hong Kong and Japan markets and indicated an apparent relationship between the Chinese fin trader Nuo Wei Tuanjin and fins from basking sharks. The assay was also used in a law enforcement investigation to document illegal trade in basking shark fins in the United States, where this species is prohibited from harvest and trade. These trade detections suggest the high market value of basking shark fins is continuing to drive the exploitation, surreptitious and otherwise, of this highly threatened species, underscoring the need for improved trade monitoring. The streamlined assay developed here can assist in monitoring and conservation on a worldwide scale. To assist in DNA-based identification of basking shark products, Holzel 2001 published a forensic assay that was based on DNA sequencing using a species-specific primer from the mitochondrial cytochrome B gene. Because of the dependence of this test on DNA sequencing and the need for rapid, cost-effective assay methods for high-volume screening and increasingly widespread international regulatory regimes, we have extended this species-specific primer approach to eliminate the need for sequencing. Here, we report the development and extensive diagnostic validation of two basking shark-specific PCR primers derived from the nuclear ribosomal internal transcribed spacer 2, ITS2 locus. We subsequently applied these primers in a streamlined multiplex PCR electrophoretic assay to investigate the international shark fin trade and assist U.S. law enforcement activities. Okay, now this other one is from 2014. Are you familiar with the open access journal PLOS One?
I am not, actually.
Well, anyway, it's an open access online journal. This was published on there. It's an article called A Novel Mini DNA Barcoding Assay to Identify Processed Fins from Internationally Protected Shark Species by Andrew T. Fields et al. Now, this is talking about DNA directly from elastoidin, which is right up the alley of what we're talking about here with that possible fiber left over at Shizuoka University. Now, this says there is a growing need to identify basking shark products in trade, in part due to the recent listing of 5 commercially important species on the appendices of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. Sites: the porbeagle, Lemnonassus, oceanic whitetip, Carcharodon longimanus, scalloped hammerhead, Spherna lewinii, smooth hammerhead, Spherna cygana, and great hammerhead, S. mokani, in addition to 3 species listed in the early part of the century: the whale shark, Rhynchodon typus, the basking shark, Cedorinus maximus, and the white shark, Carcharodon carcharius. Shark fins are traded internationally to supply the Asian dried seafood market, in which they are used to make the luxury dish shark fin soup. Shark fins usually enter international trade with their skin still intact and can be identified using morphological characters or standard DNA barcoding approaches. Once they reach Asia and are traded in this region, the skin is removed and they are treated with chemicals that eliminate many key diagnostic characters and degrade their DNA. Here we present a validated mini barcode assay based on partial sequences of the cytochrome oxidase 1 gene that can reliably identify the process fins of 7 of the 8 sites listed shark species. We also demonstrate that the assay can frequently identify the species or genus of shark fin soup, 31 out of 50 samples. So, given the fact that they can identify to the species from elastoidin in a bowl of soup, I would think that even due to the fact that the Zuiyo Maru fiber, if it still exists, may have been chemically treated and been sitting around degrading for 40 years, they might still be able to get a usable DNA sequence out of it. I don't know. We'll never know unless we try. So, bringing this up to the present, this is a paper from Nature from 2020. It's called Rapid Detection of Sites-Listed Shark Fin Species by Loop-Mediated Isothermal Amplification Assay with Potential for Field Use by Grace Wing Chu Butte et al. Shark fin is a delicacy in many Asian countries. Overexploitation of sharks for shark fin trading has led to a drastic reduction in shark population. To monitor international trade of shark fin products and protect the endangered species from further population decline, we present rapid, user-friendly, and sensitive diagnostic loop-mediated isothermal amplification, LAMP, and effective polymerase chain reaction PCR assays for 12 sites-listed shark species. Species-specific LAMP and PCR primers were designed based on cytochrome oxidase 1 and NADH2 regions. Our LAMP and PCR assays have been tested on 291 samples from 93 sharks and related species. Target shark species could be differentiated from non-target species within 3 hours from DNA extraction to LAMP assay. The LAMP assay reported here is a simple and robust solution for on-site detection of sites-listed shark species with shark fin products. So there you go. So the molecular techniques are getting better and better as we move into the future. So that's from last year, that's state of the art. So we're almost at the end here, and we need to summarize why the situation regarding analysis of the Zuiyo Maru carcass is so polarized. With one group of people on the creation side generally yelling it was a plesiosaur, and the other side yelling, well, it was proven to be a basking shark. Now, the basking shark claim is closer to the truth, but that's not exactly the entire truth either.
Right.
So, I believe, having looked at this whole controversy for the last 25 years, my opinion is that the media is partly to blame. And the reason why is it was a big story when the story initially broke. And it was in all the papers up until the point where they did the first biochemical comparison of the fibers with a blue shark and said that, well, it resembles the fibers found in a blue shark. And then it drops out of the newspapers for whatever reason. So we know from the scientific papers that they had 2 conferences of scientists at the Tokyo University of Fisheries, 2 meetings, and a set of papers were written out of those 2 meetings, which are generally considered to be the final word on the analysis of the Zuiyo Maru case. Now, the general consensus among most of the scientists when those papers were published in July 1978 that it was most likely the mutilated carcass of a basking shark. However, despite all that, there were a few holdouts that made rational arguments against the idea of it being a basking shark that had absolutely nothing to do with creation, young Earth creation beliefs or any of that. That's in the final papers from 1978. And people that have said that it was proven to be a basking shark kind of want to brush all that stuff up under the rug, and that's not an accurate reflection of the truth. You know? So part of what happened was, in my opinion, is that the media dropped the ball and didn't follow up on the results from the 1978 papers. They did report the opinions of various experts at the time that some were saying that, oh, you know, there's a whole history of carcasses washed up like this, and they always turn out to be basking shark carcasses or mutilated whales, which is essentially true. So you can't, you know, if you look at the Zuiyo Maru carcass by itself, you know, you're not getting the full picture. You have to look at it in the context of the history of plesiosaur-looking carcasses that have washed up various places around the world that turned out to be basking sharks. That's very important. The media kind of dropped the ball on that. There's some of that in the scientific papers, but not enough. So, in June of 1978, in the Journal of Creation, there was an article published about the Zuiyo Maru case, you know, about, well, what's the story on this? What was the final word on this? And this kind of crossed in the mail with the scientific papers. The paper, the creation paper, was submitted in January 1978, but not published until June 1978. The scientific papers did not come out until July 1978. So the fact that the newspapers did not report the final results from the scientific papers kind of buried that news outside of people that were directly involved or people that were following the case outside of the news media. So, you know, eventually this led, in 1991 there was a paper published in the journal Creation saying that there was a cover-up. And there wasn't a cover-up, it's just that the media neglected to follow up on the results from 1978. They were out there, but it was just, you know, it was outside of biological circles, it was not common knowledge. So, as a result of that, various creation, political, evangelical arguers, I guess you'd call them, went with the initial news reports and played up the fact that these Japanese biologists who were working just with the pictures before the biochemical analysis were playing up the plesiosaur idea. So they ran with this and distorted it and said, yeah, these Japanese scientists said it was a plesiosaur, which is true up to a point. And you even had Shikama after the initial test with the blue shark saying, well, that doesn't prove that it wasn't a plesiosaur, which is true. But the main point here is that in the final papers from 1978, you had two biologists saying at the end of the day that we're not sure if this is a shark or possibly an undescribed reptile, which is very important. So this is from, you know, after all the scientific analysis, you had a couple of holdouts that saying, well, it could have been a reptile. And then you had Yasuda, based on the measurements that Yano had made, saying that the measurements of the body proportions did not match up with any known fish or any kind of shark. Now, that's the minority opinion, but nevertheless, these are informed opinions by qualified biologists saying this stuff. Now, you know, obviously, for people who are against the idea of there being relic plesiosaurs or something like that alive in the oceans now, or possibly even in freshwater lakes, you know, this is problematic because looking at the history of sea serpents and lake monsters and the vast amount of eyewitness testimonial evidence, photographic evidence, and all that other stuff, the only thing missing to confirm that stuff is a dead body. So, if you're trying to hammer home the fact that plesiosaurs have been extinct for 66 million years, even the possibility of something like this is a problem. And if you're given a situation where most of the evidence points to it being a shark, and a known type of shark that has a history of deteriorating in such a way that it resembles a plesiosaur, then obviously you're going to find that option much more attractive, rather than dealing with the other side of the argument, which is extremely problematic. So the people that are inclined to say that, well, it was proven to be a basking shark, want to tend to brush all that other evidence up under the rug, and that's not an accurate reflection of the whole truth. So basically, when people ask me, what was the Zuiyo Maru carcass? I say that, well, most of the evidence points toward it being a mutilated basking shark. However, there was some minority opinion that questioned that based on some real evidence. It might have been soft evidence, but nevertheless, it was evidence. And if you dig further afield and look into advances in knowledge about the biology of fossil marine reptiles that have come to light since 1978, you realize that many of the features that were pointed to as proving it to be a shark are ambiguous, and there are other pieces of evidence that need to be considered that weren't around in 1978. And even the biochemical stuff, you know, I mean, I think I've shown that that we see that based on the available biochemistry evidence in 1978, the most that could tell you was that it was a shark based on the biochemical analysis. And then from 1982, you have a paper that briefly mentions the possibility of elastonian reptiles. So just looking at that stuff, you know, you can even question the biochemical analysis. So that's, you know, and people on the other side of the argument have made mistakes too. I know Adam Smith, the plesiosaur specialist, 20 years ago on his website, he had a section about the Zuiyo Maru carcass, and he made the erroneous statement that DNA in 1978 proved it to be a basking shark. Now, he's since fixed it since then, but this just goes to show you that some of the arguments used by the pro-shark people are sometimes in error as well. So basically, the fact that this got dragged into the creation-evolution debate, and as polarizing as that is, the fact that the evolutionists, or the creationists ran with this evidence and distorted it, has polarized the other side and made looking at the Zuiyo Maru carcass as anything other than a mutilated basking shark radioactive, if you follow me.
Right.
So that's pretty much, well, a summary of, you know, the situation. So what are your final thoughts on this?
Well, I think absolutely that there's the biggest thing that this case suffers from is straw manning, because there is such, from both the media and from a lot of investigators a lack of attention to minute details that really muddies the water on what exactly this case actually was. And I think that that's scientifically really kind of shameful, because you're supposed to leave no stone unturned. And the reason for that is because every unturned stone is another margin for error. And if you have too many of those, you're reaching a premature conclusion. It doesn't mean that your conclusion is necessarily wrong, because, like you've mentioned, most of the evidence that is roughly definitive points to basking shark. But there's also some counter evidence that's pretty compelling, like the biochemical analysis, where the radioactive analysis, only 70 to 75% matched with basking shark, which is still a pretty big majority.
Yeah.
But it's not 100%, it's not even 90%. It's 75%. It's 3/4 as much as a basking shark, which is actually a pretty big margin of error, especially in a time when DNA science hadn't been perfected yet. So the issue that I'm running into with that, and that I think everyone should run into with that, because if we're going to approach this scientifically, this is the issue. Even if something is extremely likely, it needs to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt, and there's at least one or two reasonable doubts in this case to have.
Yeah.
Especially considering all of the anatomical analysis that we've done here. You can't really rely on the anatomical observations, either because they're just not specific enough, or because the things that are specific enough actually happen to match up pretty well with most large marine species and are very unspecific. So,
well,
when
the
you have
bottom line is that if there's any of these fibers left from 1977, with today's molecular DNA technology, we have a shot at finally answering the question, if we can just find it.
Yeah, and that I think will lead us good into what Andy has to say, because, Andy, you've been looking into trying to see if we can get a hold of those fibers, or if someone can.
I have. I've tried various numbers for, several weeks, and I've got a brand new one to try tonight at about 12, which would be 9 o'clock their time in Shizuoka, Japan. And I do hope to find it. Just as a comment on the perspectives, I think that Scott mentioned that tainted this from the beginning, and sharing with his perspectives myself. What I've found through my short journey here into cryptozoology is that nearly all of it, and science itself, is dominated by personal philosophy. And on the one hand, we think we have science. On the other hand, we think we have religious philosophy or personal philosophy, whether that be a belief in the paranormal or other. And I think Scott really nailed it there when he said that people's investigation into this subject was based upon what they wanted to get out of it. And so I think just call them the materialists, for want of a better word, seeing the interest of the creationists, didn't want the other team to score a point, and therefore maybe didn't look into it as far as they could have, or at least return to examine the evidence the way that Scott's done in this talk. And the creationists, desperate to get that point, which they thought would prove creation, that still, living, for want of a better word, dinosaurs. I know plesiosaurs aren't dinosaurs, but something from that period. Also, jumped onto this far too quickly. Now, I know most creationist circles don't consider this to be a plesiosaur anymore, and they think it's a basking shark. I just think an examination of the physical evidence again, of course, would be fantastic. We still have. I
feel we've given as accurate a picture of the situation as is possible with this discussion. So.
Absolutely, but I mean the physical, the remaining physical samples, if they can be found, and we still have the testimony of Michihiko Yano. We still have the sketches.
Yep.
He was a professional person. He was an experienced person. The crew were experienced. They were professional fishermen and trawlermen, and many of the scientists who believed it could have been a reptile of some kind, or at least not a basking shark, were also experts in the field, or at least in their fields. And I think that's still worth something. That's still worth something in what we're looking at. Of course, there were just as many eminent people who said the opposite, and the test that came back, stored in
they were as conclusive as they could be then, in terms of saying this is from a shark, or at least very similar to the blue shark.
Well, there's also the option it could be an unknown shark. We don't know about.
Yes. Yeah.
And if it is, it's 32 feet long, so that would be an astounding discovery in its own right. So I don't know.
For me, the clincher is still, and it was when you showed the picture of the pectoral girdle, or appeared to be the pectoral girdle, and it just seemed to me then I could imagine with the what appeared to be the neck and head on the carcass, I could then imagine the rest of the, I don't know what the technical term for that is, but the jaw, the lower jaw, and the end of the torso matching up and filling that space at the bottom of the girdle to make the shark head. And from that moment, actually, I haven't been able to escape that image. And,
it's the shark people have very powerful arguments on their side. I've never denied that.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we've run out of time, so this has been an adventure, and thank you guys for helping us.
Thank you so much, Scott and Carrie.
Yeah, so that's that.
Awesome. What a ride. Thank you so much.